because Robin, who's one of the players who are fighting elimination in the next couple of rounds, said, you know what, Noxus reroll, I got this. I'm just going to go down this route as well. I will say it looked pretty doomed for just a little while. Then he was able to stabilize on that Swain 2, roll down all of his gold on 5-1 to try and finally get those 3 stars. Still 1 copy short of that LeBlanc and that Draven, but in the end, it's good enough for a 2nd place.
They can't keep getting away with it. It doesn't make any sense. Robin Songs actually even lost a PvE round and then rolled very, very deep to 0 gold, did not hit Darius 2. Was still able to come back on this Darius LeBlanc line. That's all you need to know about the power level.
Well, that's not the only thing that happened, because while we wanted to watch YBY1, another player took our attention. We used to call him Midfeed, but I believe you got a new name for him.
It's Wokich Feed. This was the most insane game that we've seen. One of the most high-roll fun ones. It was Recombobulator into 4 different 5 costs, one of them being the Azir, and then he was able to end the carousel round with a Seraphine 2 ready for him just in shop, and he was able to get the Xerath online on 3-6 and got the lucky gold roll on 4-1. 10 extra gold into it, straight fast 9, straight 1st place. What a easy win for him.
Easy win for him. There was something weird happening in that lobby, though, because there was Cambly with that Baron trying to maybe throw a rock in Midfeed's path, and he lost to none other than Yunara. So very strange things are happening, and if that's not wild enough for you, there was another lobby with triple prismatics and a player chasing Baron 3.
Yep, it was Lee Sao. He's back to his old tricks again. This was his most played composition in regionals as well. Triple Prismatics, you got to go for the Baron right there. And another smooth sailing for the best CN player so far in the tournament.
That's right. Lee Sao 1st place, Obu 2nd place on a Jinx comp. It was pretty close between the two of them, and he was 2 copies short of maybe finding that Baron 3, which we would have loved to show you guys, but that's it from us. I think we got a lot more craziness coming our way, and your next lobby is going to be that Robin lobby.
I'm speechless. Can you play? Hold on. Say that again. Recombobulator.
Yes.
Into
four different 5 costs.
Yep.
With Xerath and Shurima.
The
on
basics
3-6.
Are that we have YBY1 and Cambly in very, very dire situations, but Robin Songs and Robin Songs will likely continue to move on into the tournament. Those were the ones that we were looking at more of the bottom of the standings.
I will say for Midfeed, he was on a Leona Zoe kind of comp before he found that Recombobulator, so he must have just bought a couple of 4 costs out of the shop right before that Silver Augment rolled around and just hit, man.
That is a nat 20 right there, for sure. Well, Clement Makes, thank you so much for those updates. Wow, I don't know what else to say.
And Midfeed is a player who we talked about yesterday, didn't really like playing for high risk. He was playing around just high top 4 rate, 4 cost combos in particular, no fast 9. But if you have a spot for it, sometimes the game just whispers to you, just do it. Just click Recombob. And I guess you got rewarded for that one game of risk.
I definitely hear those whispers more often than other players.
Because I
love clicking some of these crazy augments that you definitely shouldn't click.
It's worked out for some of our players when they've gone risky, and it has not worked out for others. It's been really cool to be able to watch kind of where players have decided to say, okay, yes, it is possible for me to take this risk versus no, I just want to be very risk averse. Let's see those standings though. With that update that we got for Makes and Clement, we can see where some of these players have fallen. We also saw the unfortunate demise of Lil Bear in that last game. But yes, tough road here for our competitors that are in 25th, 26th, and 27th.
And these 8 players, if they stay on the bottom, will be eliminated just after this next game. And so starting off your day with an 8th place for Mori, Xiaomei, and FX specifically puts them in a really bad spot.
I'm looking at YBY1. He's a player who across all of his TAC rounds, 4 different tournaments, has never finished worse than 9th place. So very consistent top performer. He's definitely in the worst position he's ever been in a TAC round like this. I wonder if he can clutch up this next game.
Speaking of clutching up, we see a lot of players on this page, and I'm sure the next page too, that are really starting off strong. Robin needed exactly what he got, and we'll be able to watch him in the last lobby. But maybe Obo specifically also getting that 2nd place, moving himself into a much more stable position.
Well, on this first page, these are the players that can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Revan, Li Cao, midfeed, all getting a first place and pushing them over those 40-point line. Darth Noob and Aaliyah also joining them in that. But I'm also shocked to see that Double started today with an 8th place.
And yesterday's last game as well was not ideal, so this is where Double has to pull from his experience. This is his 8th TAC crown, someone that has never, there's no one that's been here more often than him. He knows what he needs to do in terms of mental state to come back, reset, say, you know, 2 bad placements. I won 3 games in a row yesterday. I can do that again now.
Panda, there's 4 Amiya in the top 8 right now.
I'm not even going to say it.
I'll say it. I'll say it. That's insane. They are absolutely popping off and just continuing to show that maybe their read is one of the best in this tournament, and it's just continuing to pay off.
Yeah, I think especially Leah and Dasek have a very similar read, and it just works really well for the Swiss stage. You don't have to take these big risks. Dasek said a lot of players don't understand that to make it to final lobby, you don't need to win any games at all, and you can make it very easily as long as you have consistent 3rd and 4th places, and that's what they're both playing for.
I was thinking for a second there that CLE was trying harder to cast or curse the EMEA region, and Panda just wasn't picking up on
We're uncursable, I'm starting to feel, especially after watching Revan win his 3rd game on Darius and 5 games total out of 7. I think he is definitely, there's no magic that can stop him, essentially.
Listen, I put Amiya dead last in my pick'ems as far as the region, and Revan dead last in my tier list. Clearly, I'm doing something.
Keep doing this every step,
completely right,
please.
or
just,
wrong.
Just
I don't
continue
know.
doing it. I'm all for it.
Oh, it's been a secret to success for at least today and this weekend, but will that success continue? As we get ready for the next game, this is where our players towards the bottom of our standings need to get it together, or they will face elimination. So this is going to be a really important game for us to follow as we go back to the Robinsongs lobby, where there are just a couple of key players here. Robinsongs, Cole Yui, both on 23 points, have a chance to keep themselves out of elimination, but for Mori and AQ1H, they are in the danger zone. They do really need a 3rd place or better to stay alive.
And similar to Revan, I think Robin sent a very clear message yesterday. America as a region was the worst performing region on reroll, a 5.10 AVP, so quite tragic.
This is definitely
as an
game
entire region,
2
but
of
Robin
the day.
specifically played 3
Just in
games
case
of
you're wondering.
Leona, Zoe, Malzahar,
We may have
reroll.
slept
He had a
into game
3.3 or
1,
so
and by
AVP,
we I
so
mean
very,
just
very
me.
good scores on this line. Now plays a Darius line cleanly
Me and
as
Domino
well
were here.
for Darius. So I think
Domino
Robin
and Cora were
most likely
here.
as-
They were
as a
on
spot player
it.
will be playing around the 3-cost reroll. And on the flip side, Setsuko, we saw the complete
Okay, we got
opposite.
to
No
warm
reroll
up
from him
and wake
whatsoever.
up, you know?
Unconventional fast 9s.
Works
That
out
didn't quite work out in
wonderfully.
his first game. He went
I don't know how much
And I
about
think
the
it's
wake
very
up part,
characteristic
but
of
yeah.
both players, as far as
Oh, yeah,
we know
you've
them in
just
the Americas.
spit up.
Setsuko being one that has very high win share, being someone that we know to be a fast 9.
I'll probably stick
demon
around
in terms
until
of camping
Robin's
out
out.
boards, but
So
Robin,
hopefully I'm here
very
all day.
logical
Yes.
flow charts, if we like
Yes,
to call
yes,
it TFT,
yes.
played by Robin, and if he's
Well,
determining
we are
that,
looking
hey,
at Robin's
if I'm
lobby,
not high
so
rolling
with
and
any
have
luck,
really high HP and able to streak, reroll
no caster
is
cursing.
easy to
I like
execute
how
and
I
get those
had Robin
high
stream
places.
up. I was watching him
Well,
scout,
one of
and
the
because all
players
the
in
boards
these
are different
lobbies
colors,
also
they're just
just
flashing
very
lights on his
respectful and will
screen.
acknowledge
You can see
when
in his
someone
camera, it's
else
just
is
going
in this
orange,
fight
blue,
already. I
purple,
think I can't
rotating
contest
through.
it. I wish
The
my
strobe
ranked
effect on
games were
himself.
like this, and
Love
people
that.
see your spot and just go,
DJ
yeah,
songs.
okay, she can have
DJ
this.
DJ songs.
But in competition, it is one thing where you say, well, I'm posturing
That
to
should
play
be
this
his ult
comp.
account.
Dare to play this game of chicken
I think
with
it might
me.
have been at one
It
point.
is especially interesting in a format like this
I
one,
like that.
and in these first 2 games.
Have you ever
that
seen
they
the
do,
videos
players that
of
are
like old
needing
school
to come back in a big way
DJ
with their
videos
points,
from
the
him?
last thing they want to do
No.
is
No.
play a contested reroll line because the
Let's see if I can find one.
expected EV from this play is so low that it does not meet the requirements you have in terms of the point total you need. So this is where being high on the standings coming to day 2 is a huge advantage.
First augment for our game will be gold. Not very impactful, but can provide a lot
Oh, log.
of direction
dear.
possibly for our players like Setsuko
Dear, oh
going
dear.
around for that gold destiny and letting the game decide, and Robinsongs playing around Legion of Threes, which really does enable a lot of these reroll options, and hey, depending
Just
on this Ionia,
sitting in the
maybe pretty clear.
darkness. I
Yes,
like
the
it.
Ionia is going to be
Yeah,
packaging like
embracing
this game.
the it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
We'll get a bit more of these resources there from the
Because I do
Ionia,
believe
and
he
it's
is
never a
West
bad thing to
Coast,
get.
right?
And Mori with
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Oriana unlock.
So it's like-
Stars are born. Ori 2 gonna have
Yeah,
a
6
very
a.m.
strong early
PT,
game.
yeah.
This is where players have to kind of scout and see, okay, what's the expected game plan for stage
5:51.
2 and 3. It really does decide if you want to level to 4 early on, if you want to play more for a lose streak, because some players seemingly will be quite strong here at the start of this game. 2 Stars are born players. Ooh, and Setsuko is forced into reroll. Hefty roll off of the Gold Destiny means that a player who has not played any reroll whatsoever will most likely have to find the right reroll line to play into on 3-5.
And he open forwarded. There's nothing on his board.
the Revan
that
special.
was an instant loss.
Sure is. Yeah, and I do think we know that Noxus is kind of contested with AQ1H playing around that early and taking the Darkened Staff as well for some extra damage. But for Setsuko, will he play that Targon Malzahar line that we've seen being the best performing reroll on day one? Or will he, maybe try to contest someone and cook something?
Robin's in his lobby. Robin is the Leona Zoe player, and Robin has an Arcanist emblem as well, plus Legion of 3, so there could potentially be a contest between these two Americas players. Similar to Revan, I think Robin is the one that has the psychological warfare advantage of saying, I'm playing this line a lot, I'm having good results, I will be happy to contest it more if you get into my line.
In regionals, though, this was Robin's most successful competition, is the Ionia Ari. So he's very probably happy to even stay on that line, but it hasn't been the same for this tournament so far.
I haven't
He
heard them
hasn't been able
say
to pull
what
that
the
comp off
Ionia is,
at
I
all
think.
yet.
Sorry, I was giggling at the fact that Raiko just
Oh, yeah.
okay, I'll still board.
The good old
So Raiko
just
special as well.
guess,
He calls it
wait
the
till we see
magician
something.
Because he snaps his fingers and his board disappears.
I think it's XP.
Most often in this patch, in particular in the regionals patch, Raiko
Yeah, it's XP.
pairs this
It's
with
Robin.
guard
It's on
rolling
odd.
2-3, essentially kind of a
On
restart
XP?
mission on stage 2, sell your entire board, and then find a more direction. We're seeing Dasik a similar
Hey,
angle
got
here
through that turn.
with the bard unlock.
Confirmed.
Stars Are Born into an unlock is a tech that we've seen a lot, really raising the value of Stars Are Born, because if you know that this 2 cost is going to be in your shop, like unlocking Oriana, you know you can get that unit upgraded instantly and provide a lot of stability to our board. But for Mori here, we're already level 5 here on 2-3. He is playing for that win streak around Stars Are Born, and I know there's many players that would love to take him down.
Mori and Dasik both picked Oriana. Why her specifically to get the 2-star upgrade?
It's just very stable carry for stages 2 and 3, and it feeds very well, into my opinion, the most stable comp to play off of high tempo, which is Demacia, where you can continue this tempo, have a strong roll down on stage 4. It really fits Dasik's playstyle in particular, which is all he wants to do, is have safe games and fight for 3rd and 4s, playing things like Demacia, for example, the long shot that we saw some of yesterday, or the AP variant.
We look at the bottom of our screen, we can see a snapshot of the whole lobby. Obviously, nothing on Raiko's board, but we want to look at Koyui, who is playing around what we would say is traditional AP Kaisa items, and also a really good setup for it as well. Speedy double kill, giving that Guinsu's Rage Blade, and as soon as 2 people die, getting a bunch of gold. Problem is, you got to get there. You got to have 2 people die in this
Don't
game, and that's
say
the hard
that.
part.
Gotta believe. You gotta believe that there will be 2 people that fall before
Hefty
you.
rolls, hefty rolls.
Surely. No.
Well, it's possible, but that's the risk you play with this augment. It is a little bit of a high risk. Raiko here not quite able to make 40 gold, a little sad.
That's
Remember,
okay. He'll be rich later.
It is going to be Gwen encounter as well. So some of the items players have slammed in the direction they've chosen, they can pivot out of it to some extent because there are quite a few contests happening around the different boards.
Koyui, we see playing around, getting another bow off Carousel as well, so giving a little bit more attack speed. Facing off against AQ1H, who did win the previous game, really pushing himself back up the leaderboard, because as we see, he did start from 27 points. The points quite haven't updated on our graphics here, but now has put himself in great contention.
And AQ1H most likely will be playing into Melflex. I think he needs to exhibit the APAC playstyle we expect of playing this 1st or 8th playstyle. I imagine the cutoff will be around 33 points after this game, 32 potentially, in terms of the 8 players that get cut. So AQ1H needs to play for this riskier style. And he has already a great 3-item setup for the Mel with the Darkened Staff, the JG, and the blue buff.
I'm excited to see where you go from here. I want to see if Mori ends up going more into just like the straight Demacia obviously holding on to the Vayne, and the maybe just also says like, I want to just do Demacia Unluck to get the Galio, and then you use the Yordles for tempo to do the anything.
Oh, I love seeing what Setsuko's doing because this is a little bit of a mix of his playstyles. High Risk is the name of the game for him. He might even be playing some Istal reroll.
He is an unusual one.
I don't know if I like the way
I'm
she
here for it.
said an
I mean that in,
unusual
like,
one.
a good way in terms of the creative sense where Setsuko is as a player. I often feel like he's been looked at as one of the competitors that's been great at being able to actually like lost streak and then go to some sort of fast 9 and try to recover that. And so to see Setsuko kind of playing at more of like an Ishtal level, I'm just like, maybe it is reroll, but maybe he's also going to do something more creative with it.
He is holding Mundo Vi, so I think it's probably going to be an attempt to play into Jinx reroll. It's currently uncontested. Most of the lobby is hovering AP for the most part, so any kind of AD line will favor him. And with Gwen's Scissors, you have the flexibility to slam something like an Asher's and then just salvage bin the item with the Gwen Scissors and go into AD instead. We talk about Setsuko as a player. He's all about unconventional lines and finding edge in not being contested for the most part, to then push level 8, push level 9, and win games. So I expect him to play around AD if he can.
Getting another bow here, great for that option. But looking at the lobby tempo, we see 4 people on streaks. 2 of them at the win, 2 of them at the loss. So we'll see if Setsuko takes another quest here.
Feed the tigers.
This will really shape how his stage 3 goes and where he aims for the end of this stage. We did slam some more of these items.
He wants to alternate. He's just thinking like, yeah, I should alternate here. In attack round game, I hope he did it. Okay, good. He picked the safe option with hefty rolls, going for the 11 rerolls. I think you'll want to push 7. Ideally, he gets a lot of gold from this 3-2 augment. He can push 7 early, get the cash out, and he found a Jinx in the shop here. I wonder if he wants to just go for the Jinx reroll.
And he did click that one in the regional finals, and he did cash it out on his second attempt. So it was ruined for him once.
Did not go well.
I think that's why he was laughing.
He knows.
Raiko, one of the Yordle masters, Necra, you'd be happy to hear. He played 4 games of this Yordle comp across regionals, just the week 2.
I love it.
He qualified directly there. He liked a lot playing for this lose streak opener into being uncontested. He played some Shadows as well. We'll see how it goes here. Most likely he will try and play, like we mentioned, the Veigar, the Fizz as a path into Annie.
I will say, I also thought that maybe my joke for the Rage Blade augment for Koyui is if he didn't actually get like all the components online for the Kaisa, he could use the Gwen Scissors to snip apart the Rage Blade and the Hextech Gunblade and go into Veigar.
There we go.
Get the death. No, never mind.
That's definitely the path he'll be taking, bro. I think more players need your assistance on their strategy.
Yes. Wow, this is crazy. That's a lot of swords.
Yeah, it's a lot of items. We took the small magic roll. We're going to get one of the best Darius items as well as a great backline item instead. And so it can't be too upset with how this ended up.
And this is a very good consideration, especially on this encounter. You can reforge full items without being at such a mercy because you can then separate those full whatever random item you get and still find the right components that you would want for AP.
Dasik, this might be looking at a mirror matchup. Dasik hoping he can re-roll this setup. He already got off the Orianna carry and instead has moved straight into this LeBlanc and Darius line because the items are really, really good for it.
I wonder though if like, because you have Slammin on the side of Dasik. Like I do see that you're holding a bunch of copies, but I feel like you could still go for some type of Mel angle. Wouldn't this really be dependent on the next augment that we see?
And who's contesting? If there's anyone else contesting the Noxus line, we have lifting competition from one of our players as well. So just the general AP space is quite congested in this game, and trying to navigate into a line that you're going to be a little bit more free on is going to be really important. If Basic gets off of Demacia altogether, this is really, really good news for Mori, who was maybe angling that line a little bit more heavily.
Robinsong's still holding strong in the area of Ionia. We see Raiko on the other side, who already has the Veigar unlocked. Also got a great augment in the Jeweled Lotus on 3-2.
My man. I love the Veigar. Well, maybe you can actually get some KOs though. That's what you need to get this damage. That's been kind of a hard thing for our Veigar players to accomplish in these games, but it looks like Raiko is gonna do it.
This is what Raiko does so well in EMEA, and I think now on this TAC stage as well. Pushing level 7 very early, even before the 3-cost reroll players on 3-2 or on 3-3. Most of the lines he likes playing like doing this as well. For example, the Yone Ionia, for example, without the Ahri, the Bilgewater lines, the Shadow Owls, the Yordles here in particular as well.
Look at the bottom of the screen, see where players have ended up right now. Setsuko did take some lesser duplicators and might actually be playing some Ixtal Ahri Ionia reroll that was kind of good a couple patches ago. It was a very niche reroll comp to play around, but if Ahri is uncontested, it could be a good spot for him to land while still getting more of the results from the Ixtals alongside it.
What about Robinsons?
I mean, who knows what he's going to do.
Well, because since Robinsons is known to be a reroller for this meta, I feel like you do have to keep an eye on what Robinsons is doing and see whether or not he is holding copies of Ahri, since he's still in the Ionia line, as you've pointed out, with the Legion of Threes. Like, I don't know if Setsuko would do that or maybe try to reroll for something like the Melio instead.
Dasic has rolled quite heavily, so he definitely is indicating he's playing for this LeBlanc Darius duo carry. Setsuko has not leveled to 7 yet, it seems like, so holding off on any key game plan just yet, waiting to see what Robin does.
And I think often that might be a good plan, especially while playing Ixtal, because you can use a lot of that gold in your quests to help give you
I feel like most of the games I've looked at so far is so heavily AP.
Here, who is down at 20 gold, so obviously this is what Dasic was looking for.
Yeah, because what are the AD lines? Kaisa and Yone. And Yone is half AP because you normally play RE3.
Maybe contested.
Yeah, and then, I mean,
basics,
same argument for
Robinsons,
Draven. You're also
Setsuko
playing
still
LeBlanc.
looking across from each other to see
Yeah,
what they're going
but
to
only
do.
like real
And
AD
everybody else
is
has
AD
started to
Kaisa.
lock in
That's what it
other
feels
things.
like.
How far
And
will
even then,
Dasic
you
roll?
could play
Where
AP
does Koyu
Kaisa if you
end up?
really
Ahri
wanted
has a
to.
Kaisa unlocked to be able
Yeah,
to
I think
itemize
most
that.
lean towards
Raiko
AD
has
though.
already shown
Yeah.
us the Veigar.
We see the fight here between Dasic
Or if you make
and
it to Baron,
AQNH.
like we saw
I
last
know
game.
AQNH
Yeah.
was stamping his mark on this composition early in the game. And Dasic has kind of swept in and said, nope, not for free. We can't let this Revan experience happen in this lobby too.
I still think this could be, well, I guess maybe not, because you would want a lot of gold injection, right? Because otherwise I would say maybe you could still try to go Mel here if you're AQ1H.
You need to find Mbessa, that's the big thing as well. Sometimes when you roll on 7, you do find an early Mbessa, you can stop rolling and just say, okay, I have the Mbessa already, the hardest part of unlocking Mel. I might as well just push level instead, especially if I'm contested. But in this case, doesn't find the Mbessa either. And this is where Darius will start to fail as a comp. You really have to hit a lot of 3-stars if you're contested. You need so much more gold to do so. And it just becomes that comp that goes from a potential 1st to maybe an 8th. We saw Weijin getting 8th yesterday, quite a few players actually.
There is a 12% chance that we could see a prismatic augment to finish out this game.
And there's Setsuko, I think, very smartly pivoting into Jinx, saying, I don't want any of
Robin
this
being
AP
able to streak
bloodbath.
with
I'm going to reformulate my items thanks to the Gwen
Ionia
scissors,
getting all that XP
move
is
into
pretty
AD
big.
instead, play around
Yeah,
with the
100%.
cost, and
Yone
have a much
3.
easier time if you use the duplicators plus the hefty rolls.
Yeah.
Revan style transition, where you're transitioning not on 3-5, but on 4-1. Do we see the same result we had from Revan, where he played for that first?
I love the style of this, right? It's playing around getting extra resources and what's strong right now, AP being quite strong, and now, hey, how can we play around getting some of these uncontested lines? Warwick unlocked, now able to roll a bit more, and we also get some more resources injected.
Could have maybe considered, I guess not on 29 HP, going for the 20 rolls instead, just sells out of Ixtal, cashes out. And this is the turn where the APM check comes in. Setsuko, usually a fast 9 player. That's where his APM is checked. But now as a reroll player, he has to stabilize this board. He has to use up as much of his gold as possible before the round starts.
Oh, hell yeah.
We're looking for Braum specifically to round out this board. We're able to
We
get
do love a good caffeine.
a bunch of upgrades. We weren't able to, we did get
just barely
the scissors off
it's
there.
hard to have
That's
the
pretty crazy roll
mental
down by
note of where the scissors
Setsuko.
are and what they look like.
Yeah.
All that in one turn. And
Slam
do all
great items
the
here, gonna get our tank
quests,
online
salvage
as well.
items, do everything.
Setsuko's got to be happy this transition, and also the
Sell
Warwick
board.
wrapping onto the back line might even take down this LeBlanc himself and give him at least a lot more HP to work with. We're not going to be able to kill this thing. He might even win the fight.
Slams the Hodge to make sure the Warwick stays alive to try and fight against the Darius.
Okay.
So Setsuko able to survive that one pivotal turn he needed to. Now he has a little bit more time to continue the roll down to stabilize. You can maybe even hit the Jinx 3 early with the duplicators as well. So for now, Mission accomplished.
Problem is, he has at least 2 less duplicators, not too close to our upgrade yet. We will have gold to finish off the game as well. So more power coming through. Six Bruiser online for ready means that he'll continue stacking lifting competition as quick as possible into this late game.
Wow, 3 people picked.
Gilded Steel.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like the hold the line of the prismatic, the prismatic version, but Gilded Steel is very fun.
And Dasik not quite re-rolling, just trying to play around this Noxus as a tempo line, pushing down to level 8. Most players are pushing to 8 here
Set
and trying to
C3
stabilize.
stars
These
the
next few fights will be
Jinx.
very important to what
crazy.
realistic game plans players will
That was
have.
really
They can win these
fast.
fights, they can push to
Holy.
level 9, they can play for the high cap. For the
I feel
E.
like he started
The rest of them will have
transitioning
to
to the
play
Jinx
forward.
board
We
not
spawned
that
Jinx
long
3.
ago.
Here we use
Yeah,
the
last turn.
duplicators. We have 0 gold
Yep.
left. No Warwick 2 is going to be a little bit difficult for that secondary carry, and we will continue to get better and better items as the game goes on. But stabilizing now is exactly what the doctor ordered for Setsuko, because we're also playing around Spirit Link. Obviously, we can lose a little bit more and get a little bit more HP back in our fights, but I don't think we want to play around 1 life in this lobby.
And look at the augments other players picked as well. I think Setsuko understands with 29 HP that he has to win some or most of the fights in stage 4 to have a good result in this game. He cannot lose another fight and be at the mercy of facing one of these Grim Reaper players who go fast 9 and can beat him out in stage 5.
So much explosive growth.
It's very, very true. Koyui is playing a composition we haven't seen do too well so far in our tournament. This is vertical version of Void, but not towards Baron. We don't have the opportunity to go 10 and play around that, so we're just going to play around Kaisa. This is something that was quite good in the middle of the set, and now bringing it here to the Tactician's Crown stage.
If he can hit Baron somehow, that would be great, but
3 gold, level 8 on 4-3. I think he's not making
no,
it to 10.
no, trust. He's
I
gonna
will
make
trust you
it.
on many things, Necra. This is not one of them, unfortunately. The math is not mathing for me. This is one of those spots where you're playing for
Already
patience.
just
You know your
leveled.
cap is low. You know you're just trying to win some of these fights against the greedier players that are trying to go fast 9.
Okay.
Like Reddy. Reddy has already gone 9, didn't have that much gold to roll with, still holding 30 gold now, trying to go for 1 big roll down in his last life. So favorable matchup for Koyui here. If he can win 1 or 2 more of these fights on stage 4, I think his game plan is good enough for a 5th.
8 HP to go, and so he's got a lot to roll, and he's got great AP items, as well as trying to set up the secondary carry in the Volibear that is unlocked also. And there's going to be so much he wants to hit. Is he going to play around Rise?
Yeah, we have to go to Reddy's board now because he didn't roll yet because he was just gone to 9, has to unlock Rise at first, and now he has a chance to roll the 30 gold. He's on 1 life. We saw comparing to Wajin's game last in the game 7 we saw in the tournament, he was on 9 on PvE, but he
Also,
had
I
more
did
lives to
check.
work
My
with,
alarm
so
did
a much
go
more
off
dire
at
position
3,
for Reddy here.
but
If he can hit
I
Rise
simply
2,
thought,
that will
no,
be enough to
I
take
got
over the
this.
stage 4, that's for
and
sure.
I went back to sleep.
Here we go.
And then the
Spectacle.
cat.
I love
Yeah,
that.
Volley 2, obviously a great upgrade as well. Here it is online, and we will be able to reforge some of our items.
The cat
Maybe get
knew.
a Titans or
Yeah.
maybe a
Cat's
one
like,
of the
yo,
other great Volibear items.
TFT.
Volley actually has
Me
pretty good
yow.
AP scaling, so he
Yow.
will do quite well with these items.
Okay.
TFT and definitely not my
This is
breakfast.
not enough.
Won't be steroids at least. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's just
I'm
not
having
enough
leftover
gold.
chocolate from last night
Reddy's
that
gonna
is
have to
on my
hope
desk
that
for
Volley 2
breakfast.
is fine.
Well, here's a good matchup for you.
Having
Mori played around
Champion-
forward
Breakfast
thinking,
of
got a bunch of that gold
Champions,
back.
Red
I think
Bull.
it didn't hit too much on a roll down here.
yeah.
I think we're trying to play around Lissandra, but I don't see a single one.
When's our Red Bull
Zilly, I guess we
sponsor?
have the Zilly.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness.
That was a world record fight. That was so fast.
crazy.
The HP scaling on Volley on his jump is actually
I will
pretty
happily do
explosive
every
in terms of
costume
how
with a
much
can
damage
of
you
Red
can
Bull
do.
taped to my
Reddy,
hand.
reminder, yesterday is one of those players who played Extreme, who likes playing into this high risk.
Same.
He's an underdog coming into this tournament. He told me he does
At
not feel
the
the pressure
Paris
of
Open,
expectations. He said just being here
they
is
had like
already
the
great
Red
news
Bull
for me in my
bar that
career.
you
So
go up, you
this is
like
the kind
do
of
a
player who's
team
more open to
builder,
taking these big
and then
risks
you
to
get
try
a
and find
can of Red
success.
Bull. I
Oh,
don't know if I shared this yet.
I mean,
But
this spot, 8-year-olds were
when,
able to get a lot of extra resources. We're playing
like
around Spirit
the
Link,
morning
able
of
to
the
get
final
a lot
day,
of combat power in fights. He
Mhm.
could possibly
me and
have another life
Val
to work
had
with,
gone,
but it's
and
going
we
to be
did that.
very, very
But
hard
the
to make it back where
guy
he's not
behind
close to any
there
of
was
these
like noticed that I had
stars
all
either.
of these
I don't want to see
stickers,
Veigar
and it was the
ever
gal
again.
stickers.
Get it off
And he's
my
like,
screen.
"Hey,
Mistake of
can
our
I get one?"
players.
And I was like,
The
and then I
Noxus mirror
opened my
matchup here between
pocket
AQ1H
of my
and
bag,
Basic.
and I just
Both
showed him a
have the
stack.
Mel
I'm like,
unlocked.
"Yeah,
Both
can have
still
one."
on the Mel 1.
Sticker dealer.
Yeah.
As a dual carries here.
And then he's
And
like,
both
"Oh,
refused to
hold
reroll,
on," and he
right? They
brings
saw
me
each
back
other, that they're
2
tested.
more
They knew
additional
that these copies
cans,
were gonna be incredibly
and
hard
was
to
like,
find,
"Okay,
but
can I
for
have
AQ1H,
some
the
more?"
items are just
So I
better.
gave
The
him
target
like
staff does so
like
much
10
damage on this board,
stickers,
as well as
and then I just walked away with
to
3
cast more
cans
and
of
more,
Red
possibly
Bull.
gets that radiant item online.
Oh my god,
in
Good
that's
Red
trade.
versus Ryko.
amazing.
The volley
Trading
bear
stickers for
trying to
Red
take
Bull.
down the Fizz, and
You
will
know,
do so.
we need to
Ryko,
make
though,
sure
this
that
is
next
a Spirit
event
Link
we
loss.
go to, we're
Right.
able to
Max
make
value.
more
Yes.
Right.
trades like this.
I believe it when I see it.
Agreed. And I
What if he
have
pivots
I have a
off some of
bunch
these yordles
left.
here?
I probably
I feel
have
like you have to,
200
because there's just a
left.
certain point where even though the Yordle grab bag is
Oh
nice,
yeah.
you pass by. Well, okay, he picked up the Annie, but I was like, I'm really worried about you because you didn't pick up the Annie when we were on your board.
Ziggs.
So are you actually going to make
Why
a
does Robin
pivot
not have
now?
RE2
I
yet?
feel like yes, you kind of just like start getting
It's because
ready
I got
the
here.
roll down is going
Oh,
to be
I'm
huge.
sorry.
One
a
roll
lot of
down
gold.
and a dream is the big thing for Ryko here. He has to find the Annie. 2 ideally it would be a lot of fun.
gonna be
But
level
the
9
Tibbers,
before
too, he has to
RE2.
also reforge this
Oh
BF
my
sword into
God.
something a little bit better to try and find a secondary carry with the Annie. If he can hit Annie 2 here and Shyvana, maybe Shyvana 2, that's too much to ask. It would be great.
Oh.
But I think he's a little bit too far away, too little gold to work with. There's an Annie
Annie?
pair though. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Okay, we do have a lot of the upgrades. We're not
Ignores the
gonna upgrade
Lux.
Yep, we got to try and get one of these 5 costs online ASAP. Continuing to roll. We're paired of all the important units. Here's Shyvana too.
Terry?
Is it enough though? That's the big question.
I think we're about to find out.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
He didn't reforge the sword yet either. Has to go for it now.
Maybe we're just playing around Shyvana items. Instead, we're going to put an item straight onto this Annie instead of also moving the Veigar items.
And facing Robin, who has not rolled yet, so this is maybe one of the best matchups that Ryko could have hoped for. The Ascension will kick in at some point. The Annie still has not cast, now finally does. I think this should be enough to win against a player who has not hit his next big power spike yet.
Man, Robin's going that fast 9 version of Ionia that is really powerful, can possibly win games if you can get all those 5 costs upgraded alongside Set. Speaking of Set, Setsuko taking a big loss and now moving back down to possibly even 1 life left, but no one has fallen out here even at 5-2.
We talked about it for Setsuko, right? With so many econ augments and just the game plan he had set up, he's going to have a hard time winning most of the stage 5 fights. He had to win those fights earlier. Despite that, I think he's maybe only really playing for a 5th or a 6th in this position, especially when someone like Reddy has turned the corner. Reddy was a player who everyone was counting on being eliminated and kind of messing up his transition, but he's done quite well to make it onto this rise board now.
Oh dear, what's happening to
On the
the...
left side, we'll see Reddy versus, I believe that's Daystick on the other side,
That's
who now
a
is
Mel
Mel 2. And so it's going to be so incredibly hard to take
What
that
is
down,
happening to the
where
sound?
Koyui has a much better fight versus Robin on the other side, who did roll it down
Where?
though. All that gold has been spent, and we're wrapping onto the back line.
Wait, if the Volibear casts and gets onto the LeBlanc, and he does,
Is it
Mel
just
might
me?
get killed before
Is it
she
only
gets her
preferring
second
for me?
cast off.
Or-
That's better now.
Oh
So fast
my
on the back line, and it
god!
does do it. And Robin also takes
For a
down Koyui.
couple, for like
The
a minute
Volibear
there, it
so
was...
clutch. The HP scaling from the Morok, but
completely
also just
warped
the extra
audio.
HP you have on the unit to survive the chip damage
gosh.
coming in
I'm
from
sorry.
LeBlanc.
Also, Setsuko
It might have
started
been-
off in our top
might have been
8,
just me.
was looking great, and now has gone 7-7 to start the day.
This is maybe the problem with going for this Jinx board on 4-1 instead of 3-5. Those extra 2 losses and the extra HP loss meant you can't fight for that 5th or 6th instead it's a 7th or 8th. So really not ideal for Setsuko here.
Annie 2 for
He made it.
Ryko. This is the destination he was searching for, able to stabilize on 4 HP. Playing around this playstyle is so incredibly risky. It's going to be all matchup dependent now, and it will be versus Mori and Rise 2.
I don't know if I like this matchup for Ryko. I think this Rise being upgraded means some disaster for this backline.
Neither
They're
Swain got a
already taking
cast.
so much damage.
And the Veigar, I think, is scaled, but has he scaled enough? The Tibbers and Shyvana hanging on for so long, but it's just the Veigar by himself. The Rise is still healthy. I think it's just too much to handle. Ryko turned the corner, but not quite enough. Facing one of the stronger players in the lobby now on 5-3.
Ready facing AQ1H, we also see happening, and it will be the Rise being
barely
able to take the win and push him into top 5 and not eliminate.
That's a lot of even shots.
These last item choices to help
Yeah.
round out the board are so important for many of our players to round out their tanks, their secondary damage dealers. I'm thinking about AQ1H specifically, who doesn't have a third item on that Mel.
You can also see Ready use one for the Slunder 2, just to give an extra boost of damage to try to burst down those tanks.
Shout out to Robin, very quietly has snuck his way into the top 5 already, has still some more HP to lose. I think Ionia as a whole has close to a 0% win rate on this exact variant coming to stage 5, especially stage 6. And every other board that is left looks incredibly strong. 2 Mel Flex players who have hit the Mel 2 as well, or just basic actually, AQ1H still waiting for that one. The Rise pair as well for Ready. If he hits that, he becomes incredibly strong. So Robin is just scavenging placements as usual, that's his style. But this time not on the reroll, instead on that fast 9 board.
Ready, reforging items, snipping them apart, and making some of the best pairs of items we can have to make this board stronger. Where Robin on the other side is, you know, pretty strong, but not as strong as what Ready's board should be with all of these 5-cost upgrades. The set is going to be a huge damage dealer if it's able to do sit-ups first. It is not targeted early enough, and this Volibear is so incredibly dangerous. But the Yone's on to the Rise in the backline. The Ahri now against the world.
It's just too much. This Volibear has been insane, and this set can't stand tall enough. So Robinsox is going to take a bit of a hit, and we are getting closer to determining the top 4, but it still feels like we're so far away with how much these boards are spiking.
And the big difference here is 2 Melflex players, 2 Rise players. Each of them, or one of each of those pairs, has the Mel 2 and the Rise 2 upgrade. The other doesn't.
Do you use
so
scissors
right
on
now,
an
Mori and
artifact?
Basic, they
Or
have
on
their pairs
an
upgraded.
emblem? Does it
They're
pop
winning
off?
these
I know
rounds.
it
The
won't
moment
break
Ready
it, but will
or
it still
AQ1H
pop it
are
off
able
like
to
a
find
remover?
their upgrades as well. It's going to be very close to see who has that strong
not
final
sure.
setup as we get into stage 6. And Robin
That's
just
a good
caught in the
point.
middle, just trying to say, maybe I can just win one of these fights at the very least and land in the top 4.
Well, he's a Silas, so he could also maybe find an uncontested upgrade.
I think he's just really hoping that Dasic or somebody else can take down Ready to push him into the top 4. Dasic's board is incredibly strong with that Azir 2 alongside it. The Melcast coming through does an incredible amount of damage, but the Volibear just does not fall down. Ready is making an incredible comeback and will not knock out Dasic. He has a couple HP left to spare.
And the Renekton aggro drop made it so that the backline was targeted early for Dasic. Unfortunately, his main tanks, I mean, doesn't really have one, right? It's just the Darius with
Okay,
Eventron
I
that's
do
really
need
it.
Dasic to
So
stay
that was
in.
a problem there
Not
for
gonna
Dasic's
lie.
board. I think needs a little bit more frontline.
I think he's
somehow.
got plenty of points. He's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe we get
You can
some more
stack some
items,
to
some more
Robin.
gold, try to finish up these boards. AQ1H can make a massive upgrade with getting the Mel 2 as well as the Senna Lucian 2. We're also taking a look at being able to get that Silas 2 online. Ready needs the Rise as well. And so hopefully you're going to get some additional gold here that can help you find those. Ready has a pair, you just need to get that final one.
Silas 2.
Wukong 2, huge upgrade for the front line. No Rise yet, but still has a few gold left to work with. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to find it this time. The good news for Ready here is that he is fairly comfortable, even if he were to drop out, and specifically Dasic also, but Mori is the one I want to call out, being the player that needs a top 2 to possibly move on and has set himself up with a win streak heading into stage 6.
Big points on the line for our competitors. We're going to see some of these final showdowns as Ready and AQ1H stand off against each other on the left. And for the right-hand side, Dasic is hoping he can hang on.
I didn't realize the Lux hold on Silas
shielded.
shielded.
I mean, Mori has that Rise too that is just
Oh.
so powerful on this patch. But Ready, hoping that he could take down
I don't
AQ1H,
play a lot of
who's lost
Silas.
2 rounds in a row.
Renekton
Yeah.
gets to the
Yeah,
back line.
me
The
neither.
Mel class is not
The
quite
Warden's Fat
enough.
actually
Dasic
does
will
not
be
mean
taken
without
down,
Warden.
and Ready. The Rise is not able to cast. Lissandra all by herself versus the Seraphine. The final 1v1 is lost,
Oh,
and
Ready
Ready,
goes down.
without the Rise 2, could not do it. Both of the players get eliminated here. 3 players
Dasic as
left.
well.
Robin still caught in the middle on a 2-win streak.
This man's just scamming top threes. It's a great way to start the day for Robin.
He hit the Silas, as you
too.
mentioned, Nekra.
Yeah.
With the Warden emblem as well, and the Ascension kicking in. And the big difference is most of the players in this top 5 all had just an abundance of econ augments, but not really much combat, whereas Robin does at least have the Ascension and Legion of Threes.
I do think playing around this Fast 9 variant is something that is very skill expressive, especially when you're like in a fairly obvious reroll spot, possibly for this Ahri. Maybe you can just pivot to this, go 9, and we'll see how it pays off in the late game.
Robin really needed these points as well to keep himself feeling safe. But it's going to be a big showdown as Mori has hit level 10, hoping that this extra unit is going to be enough to actually take down this Robin Song's board. But the Ascension has hit, and so now you're going to be doing way more damage with this Yone if you can actually weave past this big Freljord unit standing in front of you, and the Braum just is not able to get this damage through. So Robin Song is going to lose that fight, and a Q1H
Top 2
on the other side.
He's doing it.
He's doing it.
The top 2 for Robin, I think, is definitely
2-2.
for celebration, especially with how strong the setups look for all the rest of the Fast 9 AP players in this endgame. Silas now unlocked as well for Mori, so triple econ. This is how you cap your board. You have to go 10. You have to fit as many legendaries as possible.
Also, the points for these players. 30 points and 28 points. The 2 players at the bottom of this lobby, and now they are in top 2 position, putting themselves through to the next round.
Can Robin Songs even win this fight? It was very, very close in the last one, but that Braum just was that indomitable force that this Yone couldn't get past. Now the Silas is actually going to be on the right-hand side. The weak side here is this Garen will fall shortly.
The Yone has to wrap into that bottom left corner backline if you want to have any hope of winning it. Braum is all up in Ahri's face, and she's almost taken down here as well, so not the fight that Robin was hoping for. It's really just down to the Silas here, but it's just too tanky of a front line, it seems like, for Mori. A big win for the APAC player. Robin still a respectable top 2 from the spot he was in.
Mori back against the wall, doing exactly what
Robin
they
walked
need to do
yet, though.
to get through. This is their big breakthrough as part of the
too
set.
early
They
for that.
re-rolled a lot in regionals and now showing off the prowess. Fast 10, triple econ, that's how you cap out a board.
Fast 10.
Hey, that's what happened there.
We get dev drop
it's
now,
just
right?
like, oh, okay, the new game
Once all these games are done.
Reroll a 4 cost or just
Oh, probably,
level
yeah.
10, obviously.
I want to hear more about this
We
no
have some players
carousel
like
next
Tetsugo
set.
that had a
Is
wrench
like
thrown
what?
into his game plan, doesn't like playing
They've
reroll,
shown
doesn't
some
like
of
playing
it,
the
if
lower
you haven't
cap
seen
boards, but
already.
put
Yeah.
Destiny into hefty
I saw
rolls
some
that
of it,
had
but
to
it's
and
so
tried to solve his position, but not quite
inherently
able do it
weird to
with
me.
that Jinx reroll.
Have you seen all the... They released all the art of all the gods. It
Oh, I
looks
didn't
like
see that.
Hades. It looks really good.
Across this lobby, really
good.
helping shape and round out these boards.
This was an intense round. We're going to tally up our scores.
I feel
before
like
we make the
it's
first
definitely
cut
Hades
for
inspired.
day 2
I
of
love
the
Hades.
competition here at the Tactician's Crown.
That does
But
sound
also
pretty
a moment
good.
You have all been waiting for. Please enjoy the dev drop for set 17, Space God.
See this.
Dev drop.
Yup.
I'm surprised they did it already.
Long
There's still other
before
games.
The first comp was built. The space gods have watched and waited for their moment. Choose your gods. Your fate is written in the stars.
Matt, what are you doing? We have playtest in 12 minutes.
Oh, my bad. That's a story for another time. Let's play Space Gods.
I'm seeing Samara. I'm seeing Nar.
Alfred and streams missing
Welcome to
it.
Space Gods, the set that
Oh,
will send you
no.
deep into the cosmos.
Dev
Where
drop.
mortals, that's you, strike deals with celestial beings. Space Gods is a set designed for flexible play, with a return to our traditional roster size, splashable units, and an emphasis on adapting to game states that are controlled by the gods you align yourself with. I'm Noemi, the set lead. The team and I are here to tell you all about our supernatural roster of traits and
Oh, blue
champions,
cup.
new tacticians, arenas, and more.
I'll make sure we wait for you to get back to your desk before we start the lobby.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
But what's the point? He's just gonna open for anyways.
Less appreciated. Hey, folks. I'm Philip, lead designer on the set mechanic. In Space Gods, there is no carousel, there is only the realm of the gods. At the start of the game, 2 of our 9 gods will appear, greeting you and letting you know early on just what space gods are contending for power. That's important because instead of carousel, you'll be selecting an offering from one of the gods, and a less powerful generic one from Pengu, who's a god in our eyes, to say the least.
Agreed.
In the realm of the gods, you'll be able to
Pengu,
participate
oh my
in
god,
drama
he
on a
looks-
galactic scale, choosing which god is your favorite. But I'd recommend choosing based on how helpful their offerings are for your game plan. Once you've chosen your god and offering, you'll also get their relic, which represents your fealty and follows you around, letting other players know to whom you've made your allegiance. And regardless of who you picked as your favorite, we've always got good old Pengu to provide a more generic, yet lower power reward, who'll be guaranteed for everyone, regardless of whichever
This is
god
interesting
they choose.
because they're very
The realm
much
of the
doing
gods
the
allows you to power up
picking
the way
sides
you want,
thing.
all while witnessing and partaking
And
in
they've
game of
just done that in
sycophantic
Valorant as
favoritism.
well with
But what's
the
point in picking
Omega Earth
favorites
and Alpha
creating
Earth.
conflict if there's no resolution
Oh.
to our celestial drama?
That's news to me. I
Enter
haven't
the
been in
4-7
Valorant in a
boon
while.
selection. This is
Yeah,
where whichever
I picked it
god
up
you've been
again
choosing the
a
most
couple weeks
will come
ago.
to your board with an armory, similar to the
They did
Treasure
a whole
Dragon of
bunch of cool
Dragonland,
stuff with
except with
the
offerings that are thematically tied to that god's
cinematics and
personality.
choices.
They're boon.
Maybe
in
we
addition
should
to some
swap
other,
the
more general rewards.
Post-meeting ARAMs to post-meeting Swift
Each of our
plays.
gods has a unique blessing they'll grant to their followers, whether
Sign
that's
me up.
Yasuo's, which further upgrades his hexes, or Aurelian Souls, whose boon offers you a selection of quests
cool.
with powerful
Champion augments?
And even after you've picked your boon, your faith will be continually rewarded, with your favorite god returning to their devout followers' boards to provide loot on occasion for the remainder of the game. So many teams came together to make
Love the
this
traits with
mechanic
meeple.
possible. So
Promise
let's
is
get
a
more
meeple.
Devin,
I'm
Miss
down
Drop,
for it,
and
whatever
Fight
it
Isaac
is.
to set
Whatever
our
it is,
to
sign
tell
me
us
up.
more.
When we heard about the realm of the gods, our gears immediately began turning. What would the gods look
Oh, I
like?
like how they went
How many
straight to
should
art
there be?
lead.
What
Art
should their
looks so
personalities
good.
be like?
And how could we pair all of Art's ideas with the design of the mechanic in a way that feels exciting for players?
Exactly. Art took the lead here in deciding which champions would be our gods. We knew we didn't want a lot of overlap with the set's units, and we wanted to use champions that have a distinct lane of personality and cosmic power. One of the first
yeah,
gods the art
Isil's
team
gotta be
landed
in
on
there.
is Soraka. Her illustration is just gorgeous
Yep.
and convinced a lot of the team that this was a great direction to move in.
I was
I
certainly
agree with this
convinced.
choice.
And once we had her look and personality in front of us, the design team got to work on benevolent offerings. For Soraka, that meant HP, both for your units and your tactician.
Yasuo was
Eight
ambitious.
tactician, huh?
Pretty early. He's dark, brooding, and all edge.
With
Yeah.
that attitude, Yasuo became all about skillful positioning, offering hexes that empower the unit on them in spacey ways, with stats, utility, and more.
We
Interesting.
couldn't just have one edgy god with Yasuo. We also had to have Evelyn.
I love Eve because she
I love
represents
this
such a
choice.
powerful player experience.
That's an Evelyn
Being lured in
stan.
by risky
I'm
power?
so happy with
Yup.
this.
Eve offers powerful rewards that may or may not match your board, like completely random emblems.
But our
Oh,
team
yeah.
didn't just work on creating gods for our mechanic, they also created life, with a summon that is bespoke and newly evergreen to TFT, similar to how
A
Koboko
summon?
was during the Inkborn Fables.
I love
Bia,
summons.
the baby, and Diane, the mom, are TFT summons
Oh
that
my
will be debuting
God.
with our Shepherd trait. Summon just Bia
Shepherd
to your
trait,
board at the first breakpoint,
please.
then call upon
Oh
Mama to
my
join, and power up together
Oh,
at the
it's
final
so
breakpoint, if
cute.
you can get your hands on a Shepherd emblem.
Pray to Evelyn.
Me and Tom are
can't
like, yes,
wait.
I will be.
yes, I will be. Yes, thank you.
With Space Gods, we set out to space with a dynamic, fun, and celestial roster, distributed across the universe, but also a trait web that took what we loved and learned from the flexibility and excitement of past sets. So why don't we start out with a trait that almost all our Space Gods love, Space Groove. With their Starlight Boogie, Groovians can enter the groove,
Heck
gaining
yeah.
attack speed and health regen, but each
Back,
unit has its own
baby.
special way to get their groove on. One cost Teemo enters the groove whenever he puts enough Shroom Boom poison on an enemy champion, but he'll need to attack and
Shroom
stab
Boom.
fast. 4 cost Nami tosses disco bubbles at her targets,
4
briefly
cost
entering
Nami.
the groove on cast. And then, there's Space Groove's legendary unit, Blitzcrank, and their pit crew of puppers. Once Blitz falls below a certain health threshold, they'll take a beat to repair. After a top-off of oil and bork bites, they'll re-enter the fight, and the groove, as they passively fire off zaps and create tragic mishaps, uppercutting their target into the moon.
This does mean
Wait,
that Bard
that's
isn't
no
a space
moon.
god.
That's a space disco ball. Opposite to the disco glow is the
Yeah.
light-consuming black hole that the dark
Yeah, they
side
showed him the
glow
one
creates.
yesterday that he would
As
be
you
a
feed your
champ.
black hole enemies, it will empower your units.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
If you're a fan of finger guns, well, you're in luck, because Jin is taking those literally and cosmically. Almost godlike with his ability, Jin's the high spectacle legendary unit of Darkstar, whose galactic finale looks kind of like this. And exploring those stars,
Lol.
dark, supergiants, dwarves, and the likes is our lighthearted Meeple trait. Meeple brings a whole lot of units and a whole lot of meeps, which will strengthen your abilities. Field more meeples, acquire more meeps. Simple as that. The 5 cost for Meeple, Bard, summons a UFO, which stands for Ultra Friendly Object, that'll deal magic damage per second. Deal enough damage, and you might even beam up an enemy unit. All right, Major Tom,
Oh,
let's get to a
interesting.
high-stakes trait that's certain to leave ground control and chaos. Anima gathers tech after each combat, more on kills, and even more the higher your loss streak. You can cash out your tech for Anima Squad weapons to use on any unit. Weapons like Battle Bunny Crossbow, which will fire a cone of arrows
To
at
use on
enemies if
any
you can get
unit.
enough crits off.
So it's not limited to
Or
the
the
Anima
Yumi
Squad.
Bomb, which heals the wearer and attaches to nearby friends upon the holder's death. Anything for chin scratches, I suppose. While they're good on anyone, these weapons, and Cat, often have specific users that they're the best on, like Rocket Swarm on Jinx. And even if you deactivate Anima, your items will stick around.
Oh.
Anima's not the
That's-
only trait
Oh,
using
that's
tech that you'll
cool.
encounter in Space Gods. The Mecha trait will transform Urgot, Aurelian Soul, and Galio into their ultimate mecha forms, granting them stats and enhanced abilities. Once they're mech'd, they'll take up 2 slots and count twice for the Mecha's trait. And unlike our Space Gods, our time is short. So before it runs out, I've got to mention our splashable resource generation trait, Timebreaker. Activate at just 2 Timebreaker, and the trait will give you rerolls when you lose, and XP stored in a temporal core when you win. Once you activate 3 Timebreaker, in addition to its earlier effects, all your allies will gain bonus attack speed. Timebreaker takes learnings from the flex play we love so much in lore and legends. Splash just 2 in early
Yeah, I was
to
gonna say,
fuel your
all,
econ,
this just says Bard.
or use the 3
but it
cost
takes
as the
2 now.
backbone to any 1 or 2 cost reroll line. As you familiarize
welcome
yourself with
back,
the set,
Chrono
you'll
Breaker.
notice many 2-piece classes
Yeah.
and other origins with breakpoints for each additional unit you add. I've covered just a few of our major origins, but in Space Gods, you'll also be able to overwhelm your enemies with baby swarmlings via Primordian, chart constellations of empowered hexes with Stargazer, and deal
Ooh, I like
powerful
that.
signature attacks with Nova. And moving past traits, we've also got a few threat-like units that you can utilize into many end or mid-game boards. Graves, for one, is a build-your-own unit, allowing you to constantly purchase upgrades, unlocking tech trees for
Ooh.
customization in the process.
That's cool.
That sounds
And
cool.
Sona creates commands that buff her allies by telling them what to do and how to do it. Gun Goddess Misfortune will let you choose between 3 unique traits, similar to KO Coliseum's Lee Sin, but as a 3 cost. Misfortune isn't the
Interesting.
only low-cost threat-like unit. We've also got utility tanks like Rost and Tom Kench at 3 and 4 gold respectively to pad out the front line for any comp flexing on the fly. 2 more trade-agnostic 5 cost to end things with, Vex and Shen.
Vex, they had to throw the little
Vex is an
Riftbound
attack
card
speed-focused
in
type of
there.
character that'll slap your foes around without a shadow of a doubt. But with shadow, no doubt.
X is an
While
attack
Shen is
speed
a bastion
carry.
who will tear through
Units
the
meant
allies by
everything.
opening a rift between
Yeah.
enemies and accelerating allies' attacks.
Tank,
All right,
caster,
I've got a playtest to win.
attack speed.
Now over to Valentine to talk illustration.
So we had a very specific style in mind for the Space Gods that shows off a more traditional style of painting than we've typically seen on TFT. There's no perfect blending, but we obsess over things like brushstrokes and texture, and hopefully as you look closer at these, you'll notice those little details too. The lack
Wow,
of
she
perfect
looks
blending
great.
is sort of a
It
reflection
looks
of our gods.
amazing,
They're
yeah.
iconic, larger than life characters. None of them are perfect, but I mean, we kind of love them for that, right? When we were looking at a champion for the God of Time, most of the team immediately thought of Zillion because he's old, he's godlike, he's got a big flock on his back. But using Zillion as our time god would have just been using Zillion. And for our Space God roster, we wanted to elevate existing characters into hyperbolic but flawed godhood. Let me show you what I mean with Echo, the God of Time.
Ooh.
Echo's a tricky character because we already know him from so many different places. Arcane, True Damage, and he's my favorite air-hopping, time-winding champion in 2x KO. So bringing the kid into godliness meant lowering the volume on his emotions in trade of a more stoic, somber, and experienced version of our boy genius. No longer a boy, but still begrudgingly a genius. The way Echo's powers manifest in League is with an after image, allowing him to chrono break back in time. But our god version of him has versions that aren't just backwards in time, but also forwards. We've got Kid Echo in the back trying to
It
grasp
looks
the hourglass that
amazing.
present Echo has control over, while the one in the foreground is an older version of Echo. Then it was adding time motifs to show Echo more as time itself, Roman numerals on the clock behind him creating a halo effect, and circular shapes throughout that are all indicative of time. Meanwhile, the golden markings on his skin elevate Echo to make him feel almost ethereal, while also being natural to himself in his color and style. As you play, we hope that you have time to pick up on the little things like this that make each god unique. Thanks for stopping by. Now I'll bring you over to our other team of artists in Singapore.
She won the playtest.
Hi everyone, I'm João, representing the Singapore team that works on all the cosmetic content you see in TFT. Before we blast off with Space Gods, I wanted to highlight one very special Unbound entering the Convergence for the final patch of Lore and Legends. You've heard of Spin to Win, but with Pengu Garen Unbound, let me introduce you to Spin to Win. Alright, back to our release patch of Space Gods. We've got 2 Unbounds coming for you at the start of the set, starting with the Bringer of Ruin and Darkness. Darkstar Mordekaiser Unbound will unmake the universe. And your lobby if you're lucky, especially with an all-new dual form boon. After reaching level 7, this boon will unleash a full-screen Mordekaiser ult on your enemies. Then there's Chosen of the Wolf Katarina Unbound, whose look and blades are truly lethal. Watch out for those daggers.
That's a beautiful
They look
cat
sharp.
skin, I'm not gonna lie.
Too late. On the cuter end of the spectrum,
Wolf
we've got
chosen
our
thingy?
Chibis, of course. Chibi Star Guardian Syndra Spheres will pile on with the damage. And on the eviler side of things, we've got Prestige Star Nemesis Morgana.
Oh my god.
Pair her with an arena fit for an evil queen. First Star's Lament. Finally, before I fly off, we've got Chibi Battle Bat Zaya making her mark on the Convergence. The only thing missing is yelling, "Feathers fly," as your finisher rips through the lobby. We have a lot more on the way throughout the set, so stay tuned. Enjoy Space Gods with patch 17.1. Till next time.
Alright.
Oh yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the Tactician's Crown here. My name is Makes and I'm joined by one of the
have
set designers here,
lobbies.
Matt Dunn, for the new set Space Gods. And honestly, we're all
You have
so
lobbies?
excited. And I feel like the
Yeah, I
art in
can see
particular
'em.
is something that's really new for TFT and it's gorgeous. So what was that process like for you guys to find it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for sure I would like to shout out
I
our
think I'm gonna
art
do
and
something
narrative teams.
here.
Did an incredible job. They put in
Oh.
so much work into fleshing out our pantheon of gods when it comes to like what their appearance is going to be, what their personalities will be like, and of course the realm in which they reside. It all came together to make something really special, and we're really looking forward for all of you to get a chance to experience that as you play
No,
Set
not yet.
17.
Honestly, I got a little bit of a taste already in the playtest, and I was so giddy to see my girl Soraka in the God list. Can you share with us, everybody that's watching, what is your favorite god and maybe why?
Sure, absolutely. It's really hard to pick one. I think
They
I'm
said
gonna
there were
have to
how
go
many
with
gods?
Thresh for a couple of
9?
reasons.
All right.
Thresh
Yeah, there's 9.
is the god of packs, and Thresh's boons come with a little bit of risk to them in that you don't always know what you're going to get. For example, Thresh can actually give you boons from the other god's pool, along with a little bit of extra
Interesting.
gold on top. But it will be a random one. You don't know what you're getting until he gives it to you. And I like Thresh for a couple of reasons. One is that sometimes it's fun to just spin the wheel and see what you get. You know, a little surprise is exciting. But the other reason is that it can create this really interesting moment where, you know, sometimes you find yourself behind enough in a game that your only chance to get back is to really get lucky.
All right.
And like, when you find yourself in that moment, and you're like, I know it's risky, but I think I need to turn to Thresh, and maybe the old God of Packs
This is
will get me out
silly.
of this one. That moment of desperation is really cool to be able to capture with these gods.
All right, well, there you have it. If you're ever in a pinch, maybe Thresh will save you. I do want to ask about one more thing, that there was some rumors during the playtest of an elusive champion 5-cost that can be found under very specific conditions. Can you tell us more about Zed?
Okay, yes,
Ooh.
Invader Zed. So Zed is a very
It's set
special
2 Zed.
5-cost in this set, in that he
I saw
does
the
not
spoiler.
start off in the normal pool of champions. Now, I know we've been very clear. Our
It
current
works like the
set
one
at
Echo
60
one
Lord
where you have
Legend
to have the
has
augment,
the
I
wonderful
think.
unlock mechanic, but that is the set mechanic for this set. We are not looking to bring that back for
I see
17
what
or
you mean by
18.
the
However, we
Hades
do have this
inspired
one
kind of
augment,
set.
Invader Zed, which
Yeah.
does give you the
Like as
opportunity
much in the
to play
graphics as in like
with,
the whole boon thing.
familiar Zed
Yep.
from the past. Specifically, we're looking
100%.
at Zed as he existed
I posted
in
a
Set 2. Now, when you get
Reddit
this
post
augment,
of all 9
you
gods
set yourself
and
up
their
to
splash
receive a
arts.
copy of them
Yeah, I
in
was
stage
just
4.
looking at that.
But on top of that, it will then allow Zed to
The
appear
Kale one
in
looks
your
amazing.
shop.
I love.
So you can actually star up and play around this all-new unit that was unlocked through this augment. And hope
That's
people-
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to maybe find Zed in my own games once Space God actually launches. But before we go there, we do have a show match tomorrow, starting at 3:15 a.m. PT. And Matt, you will join us there, share more thoughts about the set, the designs, the mechanics, while we watch our amazing players take a chance on the new set Space Gods here live at the Tactician's Crown. So make sure you tune in for that. We're really excited. Thank you for taking the time to share some more teasers on what players might be seeing in the new set Space Gods. We're going to go to a very quick break, and then we will be back with the action here at the Tactician's Crown. for
Okay,
Lauren
so I
Legend.
don't think they're gonna go over them first. Oh! Oh yeah, I forgot. It's just mad. So quickly to go over the lobbies.
Mhm.
I don't know who will watch, but here they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, who got eliminated? I guess we didn't go over because Dev Drop went before games finished.
Yeah, let's see that. So we would have lost Brosif. But did we lose Camberley?
No, did we?
29?
Rip.
Oh, we might have.
Oh, I think we lost Camberley. Oh man.
That sucks.
Yeah, we did. Okay, Weijin is still in, Robin is still in, Setsuko, JRC, Ready, Darthnab. Okay. And Revan is
Yeah, Robin?
currently leading the scoreboard.
Robin definitely put himself in a position that he can keep playing well. He can move to tomorrow, which is good because he was pretty far behind.
Mm-hmm. Alright. With that.
So I pulled up Froden's stream because they're a little delayed on the dev drop as they were talking about it being set 2Z. He was so excited. I'm so glad as a set 2 enjoyer.
Earned less than 10 points. So really
I feel
opening
like
up
we're
the
at
field to those
a
top
point
four
now where
hardwood
probably
tops
most
for them
players
has
didn't
been
even
doing
play
super strong.
set 2. I
On the
talked to
bottom
so many
side,
players and they're like,
18-1-8,
oh, I
Wade
joined in
and
like
Iverson,
set
Robin
10,
Song,
12,
all
stuff like
making
this.
strong
I'm just like,
surges to get back.
miss so
Well, let's
much.
take a look at our standings right now.
Okay,
right
they're reviewing
here.
the standings
Those are
on
the
main.
players that are are eliminated.
Nope.
I believe.
These are
that's
safe.
over cutoff. Okay, we're placed 24 and up. So these are safe.
Go click set 2Z every
While
time it shows up,
kinda just
regardless if I have the
cruising in there
spot.
with YBY1 on the low 30s, and then there is a little bit of a jump to Travis.
And it's looking like 32 points is exactly where that cutoff will be. And a big tiebreaker as we now take a look at the next screen where we see our eliminated players. 3 people losing that 32-point tiebreaker. Li Tuchuan, one of the players we looked at the beginning of this as one of the favorites coming in.
CN definitely hit the hardest here. 2 of their generational new talents in Koyui and CSFX going out in this round as well. It is a really, really tough day for those fans in Guangzhou.
Right? Such a shocker, Juanme. We were talking about how much of a hero he is, how much of a chance he has after winning the Open. Those dreams crushed, hopes shattered, but other regions still have a lot to hope for. You already mentioned it, EMEA. I think APAC also making big moves towards the end of yesterday and this morning.
Yeah, Mori and AQ1H specifically have came back quite strong, and they're sticking to their guns. They're not saying we're going to join the re-roll Gamba mentality. They're actually continuing to hold on to those Fast 9 lines. One particular player I do want to mention is Saye. This is the first player on the top left, and he has been known as a scrim beast with a lot of hero augments being picked.
That's right. Just in the last round, we were watching over there. He actually picked up Zaheen as hero augment.
Okay, I don't think I know much about this mid-feed player.
Very interesting player to watch. Has impressed me tremendously throughout the last
I do not
I think
either.
we keep drawing the attention back to one of the main characters being Wei Iverson, who has made a good comeback. He's gotten 10 points through the first couple games. It is pretty solid. It's put him in a little bit more of a comfortable position to possibly continue his run on here. And it's not a position that he's unfamiliar with. In the second TPC that he won, which is a crazy statement to even say, he actually even stopped stream, walked away. People told him, hey, you didn't get cut after the first 2 games of day 2. You need to get back here. Don't go play basketball. Instead, come play TFT. And guess what?
That's so funny.
We all know how that ended. He ended up winning
It
again.
really
So
is.
back against the wall, Weijin can perform.
I'm glad he came around to play.
Sure can.
I also want to shout out Obo. Sorry, I keep harping on this, Clement, but I feel like Obo has defied a lot of the expectations. There was a lot of talk from other players saying, yes, he made like 13, 14 plays back in Reckoning. That's so long ago. He hasn't really had these breakout performances.
But
I
something
feel like he
about
was a player
the
that
way
was
the
under
audio is
the
passing
cusp
through my
just
mixer
again and again. He's been in
makes
so
the
many of the
voices
O's
so
finals
low
before the
and the
APAC
music
was
so
created, and
loud.
even after, he
Like,
again
it's
and
so
again
strange.
managed to break into those finals.
Did have a lot of fans in the home crowd there as well. He actually studied middle school in China, was classmates with Hong
Like,
Lian.
I'm hearing
They
the
were able to
music.
showcase that in the arena, so some
Yeah.
nice connections there.
But I
We are
checked the
jumping
stream and
into
it sounds
round
normal. It's
9
just
of the Tactician's
to my
crown.
ears.
It's just
For
the
Lord
way
and
it's
Legends.
going
It will be
through.
following this
Yeah.
meeting. We'll get 5 of these one-cost champions on our board, providing some gold, providing some flexibility. This is one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, whenever I see this encounter, I'm just
Hi.
like, Yordle Tom! Because it is kind of easier to get those 4 Yordle tempo play lines going in. And let's see if Obo fancies this. He is typically an Ionia Yone player, really big on the melee carries, but potentially the start here for it.
Yeah, we have a Teemo, we have a Tristana, but we also have a Shen and a Yasuo as well as a Jin, so Ionia
Good.
just looking mighty fine for Obo once again. We have Path of Blades as our Ionia in this game, so something you can think
Path of
about
Blades,
playing
thank you,
around
mate.
on. Not the, you know, spirits where you're like, yes, I'll definitely reroll, but still.
I do want to call that Setsuko did get one of the best 2-drops possible from this. He does have a Scion on his board already, so Noxus being maybe popular across the lobby.
Oh, okay.
Aww. But a Jinx and a Sejuani nonetheless gives you very, very strong direction for Weijin here. We have been talking about how you can play her with that Freljord, how you can play her with just trying to go into that Loris front line a little bit more, and certainly nice to start the day off with that.
Yeah, Dumble with a very standard bruiser opening as well. The Blades works good on Ari because she can get mana regeneration. They're an extra AP from it.
Oh, Saya, we can see on the right side of our screen with these units on board. We already have a Draven as well, so possible Noxus reroll situation. We've seen, obviously, that be quite good, but our first augment will determine a lot.
It absolutely will, and it's going to be silver augments here to start us off. is usually something players are happy to see a little bit of lower impact, unless, of course, the recombop comes through later on. But let's see what our players are picking up. I'm seeing a Jin 2 being made by Obo and Travis here.
Oh,
Also
does
got
get
a
the free
couple
rolls
of
coming in
upgrades.
from a slightly magical find. And as a lot of players have mentioned, it does provide you with that free Bard if you want it.
For Travis, he's not a player that loves the reroll, but Bard can be used in multiple different ways, obviously enabling lots of free rerolls, but also can get you to that level 9 and be able to stabilize with, free rerolls are good on any stage, but, a lot of times we're seeing them used on a level 7.
And this is just such a good start from Saya. He knows that he's ahead of the curve in points. Currently, the cutoff is about 42 for the top 8. He's well above that. So, just going for the max tempo play at the start of the game is going to start unlocking that LeBlanc as well.
I mean, it does start earlier.
Yeah.
And theoretically end sooner.
Well, I would hedge a bet and say it could be Ashe, as we're seeing 2 of them, but we will
Robin
get
will win in 4,
confirmation for
easy.
you on that, of course.
Actually,
If
agreed.
it is Ashe, I think you're not too mad about this one. There's a couple that players just sell.
I don't know how
as
early I'm gonna
ammo.
be able to get up
Ashe, you
tomorrow.
can actually put
It's
on your
really
board and
frickin'
then
early.
assemble a Freljord line around it.
We shall
I feel like
see.
what I've learned from Saya is just play a random
sleep.
reroll line. It doesn't
Smile.
even have to be S tier because there's
Yeah,
so many
but
people that
after
will be low on points and
after
be
cast,
failing
I
on
have
the fast nines for
D&D,
you
so I
do
have to
this.
like
So
be
far,
like
no one has played
awake
the
and
Trinimir Ashe
functional
line unless it was in the previous
to
chapter.
like
After
DM a
D&D,
D&D.
just go to sleep.
And I have to say that
And then
this
just
is one
wake
of
up.
those lines
At
that
like
is
6 p.m.
very
and then I have to
difficult
be up
to
at 6
actually pull
a.m.
off.
Monday.
Usually players only
Yeah.
go for this if they have a good artifact
That's
start.
some good
Yeah.
Well,
Uh-huh.
no artifacts to be seen, but the Quicksilver is one of the ideal items to put on our Tryndamere. But the problem is, when you're playing around this, you don't necessarily want to reroll. You get them on when you level. And so you kind of need to push levels, play around getting that 3-starred, but not necessarily 3-starring other things on your board.
That's right. It's certainly something that Setsuko will need to solve for us. At the same time, I'm looking over at our little right-hand side corner, and Elia is getting a lot of upgrades on those 1 costs here.
Uh-oh.
We are
Is this a page out of Raiko's book?
trying to be a little bit magician-y. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, getting that. Oh, we're going to sell it. So never mind.
All
We're not going to play around Shadow Isle. Instead, looks like we might be playing around Targon Malzahar, which is one of the best rerolls, best performing one from yesterday. And having a bunch of these lesser duplicators online is a great way to start.
And because I found less of my units, I get to keep my loss streak. Sorry, Weijin.
Honestly, I kind of love this from Elia because you already know Weijin is on that Jinx reroll. You already know that players are looking towards Ionia. Noxus for sure someone is going to pick up. So trying to get the direction early and
Wish we
signal to
watched
the rest
some
of
of
the
the
lobby to say,
leftover
hey, I'm actually on this Maltz line, back off. I'm rolling now to try and get them on my board so
Agreed.
nobody else even thinks about it. I can see this work out.
A lot of rerolls established. Now it's Midfeed's turn to see which direction he's going to go, because he does have that table scraps that usually gives you a very strong direction. There is a Draven here as well.
Okay,
Weijin having to go for the
Saya
1 cost there, getting that
probably
bow
going
that's
into
incredibly
Noxus for
important in that Warwick
now.
Jinx line. And so being
had
able to
a-
probably slam some items, and he's
He
hoping to
couldn't
really
buy if he
continue
hadn't
that
invested
streak
in
now, 'cause
shop.
he
Didn't
already
have enough gold for
will
it.
continue to. Looking at the bottom of the screen, though, we get a good picture to see a lot of our players have pretty strong spots here on stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, for Elia, that pickup was pretty big, getting that Leo from the carousel together with a tier. Obo actually going for the spat. I'm curious on what exactly his game plan here is, if we're going to turn that into Ionia or what we're going to do with it. But here is midfeed.
We've seen Loris 2 on stage 2 way too often in these first couple games so
We
so
could
far
have had
today.
a Sejuani too if there was one on the carousel.
That's very
Didn't happen,
true.
though.
Makes this
Yeah,
front line very,
true.
very difficult to deal with, but we don't really have a backline carry identified quite yet.
And Travis is going to go for the Ishtal line. Now, he has played a lot of Mel's that do go into the Ishtal, so I don't think it's going to be a Bard line, more likely a straight high-level Ishtal.
Ooh, 5 Noxus already. Forsyth playing around that level 5 early, and I think that Silver Spoon is great because you can unlock the Darius really, really early on into this game, and that will make this win streak very easy.
Yeah, if it's not broken, why fix it? Noxus reroll definitely reigns supreme still between all of those reroll comps. Travis going to take that loss here. as our players are starting to establish those win and loss streaks. And big question is, between Obo and Saya, who can actually keep it? Are they going to meet? Travis did meet his Ishtal, so now he's thinking about where to go next.
Oh.
Did get the take 2,000 damage off of the opposing Noxious board. Sometimes you're really hoping that you get a decent enough opponent when you have that quest.
Don't run into one of the lost streakers, please.
Obo really hoping to dodge Saya here because they're very strong and we have no items slammed for Obo. We're only relying on our board strength alone. This matchup will be against Travis, so an ideal matchup for them, but this could be a loss here if we get some bad positioning.
Still would favor Obo as one of the items slammed already.
Travis is trying to lose this, right?
Whenever I see a Kiana too, she always fills me with a sense of safety, warm fuzziness.
Unless you need her to get 3 kills.
We also have a Jin too. So I think just on the back of those upgrades, Ubu does meet the eye test here, and he will also meet the win between these two players. Saya, on the other hand, also able to keep that win streak alive. So top and bottom of the lobby, bringing out a little bit of extra money from those streaks as we go into Krugs. We did see a player today already lose to Krugs. Let's not have that repeated.
Saya also
wait, with the Swain
found,
too.
that
with
key
the
unit
Swain.
in the front line being the Swain.
But I don't
this
see...
is I don't know what the AVP
They
from
must
this
not
spot
have
is, but it
locked
has
for
to
the
be pretty
Ambessa.
good.
Yeah, it's an absolutely crazy start from him, and you know he just needs the level 7 on the Nico to kind of round out that composition.
Not bad.
So Saya's looking like he's establishing his foot very firmly into that most dominant Darius LeBlanc line that we've seen again and again. Weijin gets his bow here as well, so good find on the carousel for him.
I want to check in with Double real quick if we can, because
nice.
Sejuani too. Nice, Weijin, nice. But Double had a little bit of a rough start to this day. Truly, yesterday in the interview, he said, well, I'm not going to lie, you know, I was a little bit lucky in my games as well, but it was a great start. Today, a little bit of the opposite, and we're seeing him here also kind of play around the Ionia for now, has the Bard in place just to get a couple more resources in to maybe then later play for a Fast 9 type of board that we've seen so often from Double, but just something to keep in mind as we are looking between Obo and Double.
It's not only that Double started the day a little bit slow, it's also that he ended yesterday slow. It's 4 bot 4s in a row after 4 top 2s in a row. And so it's put him now right down towards the middle of the table, really evening out his AVP of this tournament. So we know he can win games. It's just a matter of now can we maybe get some more high roll spots, please?
You know who I'm content
Just a reminder, he actually
to not
started off with a
see
historical
until I see
best,
them in
31
finals?
points in just 4 games. And so far,
Back
4
up.
games later, still
Yeah,
stuck on 41.
sure.
That's how the situation has been for him, unfortunately.
Well, let's see what our augments are going to be, and it will be golden ones rolling around. Golden Dragon, something players have been really privy to try and pick up, play around that gold to then go into those late stage boards. We're also seeing some extra dummies being picked up by Double.
Saya able to get 4 of these swords from the magic roll. So a lot more items is great for this composition. We do have a Reforger, so we're definitely going to use it.
Yeah, I don't think he's particularly happy with the influx of swords. Maybe the APs or the tiers would have been a little bit more easier to digest on his composition. He is thinking about how he's actually going to reforge at this point.
Yeah, it's not an easy puzzle to solve. Let's see what he does. For now, he looks like he's thinking
Oh,
about
I
it.
didn't realize
Has
there was a
reforged
crowd
just one
behind
into
them
a bow
at the
on the
CN
other side of
arena.
it.
Something very interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that
taking
either.
Forward thinking, now saying, "Hey, I've got my win streak up to this point.
That's
now
cool.
I'm
would
gonna
show
relax
up,
after I
actually.
lose a round because 4-2 is where
Oh, yeah,
I'm gonna get
agreed.
an incredible influx of gold. I'm gonna play around there, play an uncontested line, and see how we do. But for now, saving HP was the name of the game for that. Also, Latent Forge still to come for him, so there's gonna be a lot more power.
Yeah, and what I'm
Yeah,
looking at
if
is
the
Travis,
Ameri
because this
players
man is
were
cooking. He's
also at
going
the
after a
Seattle
potential
RBC,
Vanquisher Mel. That's the
and
most
there was
common
open
line that
seating
we've
to
seen
watch as a
after the Ishtal.
spectator.
But
go.
we'll see if he actually wins or loses. It's going to be
Yeah, I
pretty
think that'd be
pivotal on what he wants to build. Okay, so he did lose.
Because it's either
getting the
like open
pan here.
seating to watch the
Doesn't quite
competitors
yet
or
have
open
the,
seating to
the
like
glove
watch the
for the
co-stream live.
composition.
I think that'd be cool.
A lot of
Yeah.
But then you'd
I
have
don't
to
think I'd
like
on the side
travel
change
for it.
here.
Oh yeah,
But
true.
if I
Go
like
up
lived
to
there, I'd
level
definitely
7.
I'd go there in a
And
heartbeat if I
stabilize
lived
just a
nearby.
little bit more, you can afford to tank some more of your HP.
I think it's a
but
lot to travel
gotta
for
keep in
them.
mind where you are. 5 XP has been fulfilled, so he should get a new quest soon.
even
Vegas,
over
though.
level just to make sure he
I'll be there.
saves some HP
yeah.
going to level 7 here. So he wants to start unlocking.
Yeah, Domino,
the
did you hear
Nidalee,
that
obviously.
Cora's
Yep.
gonna win
And
Vegas
we'll see if he can turn it around.
under
in
the
his
Galaga
carousel.
banner,
Yeah,
and
if
then
he gets one
gonna
glove, his items are very, very good.
I'm gonna
And
proceed
it's
to
going to be
win
a
Worlds
risky
next set.
gameplay from Travis.
Okay, I'm
Here
ready
it
for
is.
it.
Kind of where
Didn't
you
come
need to
from
be. If
me.
you're at 35 points, you're playing from behind here. You know that you're
Yeah,
chasing
it's a
not even
skip
gonna
already.
qualify.
In
Iverson and
progress.
Tetsuko, who are more at the middle of this table as
I
well.
like it.
That's right, Ishtal unlock on the Nidalee as well as on the Skarner as we go into this carousel. There is a Garen that is waiting.
It means
for
set 18 has
players
to be
that
good though,
think
so I
about
grind it to
Demacia line, but I
qualify.
feel like after everybody
Oh, yeah,
looked
not
at the
next
stats
set, the
from
set
yesterday,
after
players
that.
are like, okay,
Yeah, yeah.
everybody's playing
Yeah,
Demacia,
yeah.
This
let
is
me
the
play
big set.
something else.
I get to
that
just
we've
enjoy
been
the
seeing a
Hades
lot less.
inspo, enjoy the art.
Midfeed with his augment gets 2
mhm.
copies of Garen, so this may be an incredible stabilization from him.
Yeah, he's already angling for the Demacia line to begin with, so good find. In the meantime, I was paying attention to Obo's board to see how fast he could unlock that Yone that he's going for. And unfortunately, still stuck on 1 copies, and I don't think he pre-leveled to level 6, so it's going to be a while until he gets it.
Yeah. I'm like
Travis
half
here.
watching and I'm also
So it's
half looking
definitely
at
not
all the like
one.
champs and
Let's see.
stuff for the
Ooh,
next
see.
set got
Alright.
released. All their abilities and
That
everything. So I'm
is
like
risky
looking at a lot of
at
these.
Sub 50.
Well, let us
You
know
gotta
when you
be
find
risky,
something exciting.
Already lost 9 rounds or 6 rounds, so he's gonna lose 9.
Once I get to the
It's
legendaries,
gonna
I'm
put
sure.
him near a 1 life.
Elia rolling here a little bit. Keep in mind he does have
Yeah, a
2
bunch of the
duplicators
sites
to
dropped their
bring
info.
Pump online. Leo 2 has been unlocked, but would really like the 2 stars on the
So
back
Obo
line
still
as
has
well to
this
serve a little
spot,
bit of
which
extra
can
damage as the
make
rest
an
of the lobby is
Ionia.
spiking just that
And,
tiny
right,
bit more.
with the
Same story for
rod.
Saya, still on that win
And then
streak,
Travis
8
still had the
wins now.
pan.
Would like to keep that going.
Does find a Aegis of the
Not
Dawn here, so armor penetration
made
and a bit
yet.
of tankiness. He's holding on to the possibility of actually going into a Demacia long shot line with the extra emblem and just, you know, ditching the Ionia line here. If he doesn't take the Yasuo, we should have confirmation that, yep, he is going to leave Ionia for Demacia, just like Sona did.
Okay.
Wow.
I like lore.
Crazy
Yeah,
lore
I can
drop.
tell. I can tell. That was a great poll. I loved it. Setsuko is the one that I'm most surprised about being in a spot at the top of this leaderboard. Did take crash test dummies, which alongside Freljord makes these dummies a little bit more powerful. He is, you know, playing around some of this more tempo. I'm curious to see where he'll end up, though.
I love this. This is so rare to see, but we have
Master
the
Yi's
extra
back.
early
He hasn't
because
been
of the
back since what,
caretakers
like
as
set
well
3?
as then the Tryndamere, of course. He knows that nobody else will really pick up any Tryndameres, and if he can get something like a Darius in there as well, it could be interesting. However,
That was
I
when he
will
was a
say
3
no
cost,
Legion is
right?
on Jinx, so those Sejuani copies are going to be hard to come
It's
by.
like, that's like the last I remember
I think this is
him.
going to be Fast 9 AD. I don't know from this.
Yeah, because he would pop
He's
his
gonna
heal
get
and
extra gold
then
every time he
do
levels.
extra
With the
true
Ashe, he's not
damage.
going to go for that Ashe
Yeah.
3, it does look like. But the strong items for this, if he can test the Warwick line,
The
it's
set
going to be
2
very
is
difficult for both of them
legendary.
to find any success in this game.
I think he's going
And
for
set
Ashe 3, but
3
not
cost, and I
Tryndamere
think
3.
that was
so
it.
the Tryndamere items are going to be
Yeah.
over to the
I don't
who's that bear called?
think
Volley bear.
remember
Yeah, that's
anyone
the bear I was
Because I
thinking
really
about.
only
Sorry,
remember him
slipped my
as a
mind
Blade
somehow.
Master.
Just level and you get the Ashe 3.
Yeah,
it's been stacking
I
the
think I
entire
remember
time,
hearing
so you
somewhere
just go
before
with
he
that.
was the like
Darius
latest
and the
or like
Draven
the
will be
longest
contested
without
very
having
heavily
been
from
in it.
Saya, so I think he's just holding that.
Which makes
to
sense because
slow
like
people
there's
down.
only so much that champ can
I think
do.
it's a
He
great
doesn't have
strategy in
cool
this lobby.
animations or
I didn't see
anything.
the other Ashe
I have
on
sword, I
single
hit you.
Yeah, he's been hiding them on the bench.
It's a great strategy.
Or like
honestly.
overlapping
And
skins,
for-
rather.
It's going to be very interesting,
Yeah.
especially with all the rerolls in the lobby.
Yeah, 'cause a lot of
Leia
his
being
skins are
one of
all
them
old
who has
skins
great
that don't
items,
have
but doesn't have
match a
necessarily
lot of the
the
themes.
void mod that you're looking for. Generally, you want the Legion Nucleus, which will give a bunch of healing to your board, but maybe we can substitute that with a Hextech Gunblade, not getting the components here.
And his copy count is just not very good. He actually rolled deep, but didn't find the backline. Just as I say that,
There we go.
starting to get
Alright.
caster luck up.
Lots of upgrades are coming through on the right-hand side for all of the lobby, Joe, so we'll need to see if that is good enough.
Was
Also, Augments are
our
right
first
around the
lobby
corner.
prismatic, or we've
Speaking
not
of such,
seen any
Legion
yet?
getting that Jinx in, double getting that
No
Yasuo
prismatic.
2 in, so
Okay.
might be that even though Ilya just got the Malzahar in place. It's not good enough.
I think
to
it was silver,
finally
silver,
stop that
gold, if
bleeding
I
that he
remember.
has
Do you
been
remember, Domino?
experiencing towards the bottom of the lobby.
I wonder if it
Shires
was
also
silver
did
gold
not 10 straight,
prismatic.
did take a loss at the end of
Was
stage
it?
3, so a little bit of gold lost there. Obviously a great spot in terms of
I
HP,
wasn't watching.
but the one to look at on 4-2,
I was
as
watching.
well
We
as
were both
the
watching
augments across
Robin,
the lobby,
right?
is Obo
Yeah.
fully thinking will come through. The comp will be decided. Right now he's on
I'm
an
honestly
Iron
It's gonna
unsure.
all
Fire.
run
Also
together.
has the Mafia plus
Yeah.
one
Yeah.
as an emblem there.
It does
so
start
I
we'll
think
see
it
to
was
blend.
silver,
transition.
silver, gold.
And
You
I
might
want
be
to
right.
call out Wasion here also with a lucky find. The 1% Ornn in the front
Oh.
line. Typically, you're looking for that Braum to round out the Freljord. Ornn, even better, even better. We'll get it.
We'll take it if he comes up, and we'll also take some prismatics as they are going to be
Okay.
finishing out our
I'm
lobby
script
here.
writing.
Trade sector being
Yep.
picked up immediately by Wasion and Ilya, both on that re-roll line.
Cool.
But that's not the only thing that players are insta-picking.
Sweet treats for Obo, meaning that these items will give him some extra HP. The roll down is commencing, moving items very quickly. The APM looking good. This is one of our OGs in the competition, so he's got a lot to do, and we know that he is maybe an experienced player is probably the nice way I'll say it.
He has 6 unique stars on the Demacia so far. Really wants to start unlocking the Galio at this point. Just one copy off. Let's see if he gets it. 4-4. Okay, he has it all on board. Galio unlocked for this round.
Also got the emblem to place on board. We also, oh, look at this for Aaliyah. That is a crazy build on this Leona.
Well, she will be tanky is what he decided as he did roll down with that trade sector. A little bit of a pain point. We already spent a lot of our gold before we picked that prismatic, so not as a lot of benefit from it right now.
Yeah, him and Wasion both taking Commerce Core, which will give rerolls each round to help them round out the boards because, you know, we're rolling down on 4-2 to try to stabilize, but a lot of times you're not going to hit all of the upgrades you want, so we still, for Aaliyah, need to get our backline upgraded.
Yeah, it's definitely a immediate spike option compared to something like Invested, so they want to play the tempo game on this stage. Aaliyah also has used all of his dupes here, which is a little bit surprising to me. I do feel like I'm not sure if he's going to find the backline in time, and if he doesn't get the tempo, then it's actually a little bit of a loss in terms of the augment selection.
Well, speaking of finding, there is a little bit of holding happening between Wasion and Setsuko. I just saw the Sejuani 2 come online for Setsuko on the right-hand
For
side.
next set,
Wasion
Thresh
desperately
is
looking
full
for exactly
Gamba.
that one
Look
copy
at
off, 2 copies away from that Jinx as we hop on
the
over.
way
love-
if you pick
see
if you pick
Ashley
2,
has
so
some
for
life.
God, if you pick
Also
2
Giant and Mighty. The combo of
booms,
augments he does have
like
with
during
Precious
stage 2,
Dummies
3,
and now
4
the extra
carousel,
HP from his
so there's 3
prismatic
options. If
will
you pick
make
one of
this
them at
board
least
very
twice, you
strong,
get like their
along with the
blessing
durability from
at the end of
Yeah.
stage
Freljord.
4.
And so not
And
only
Threshes
are his
every
units
player
strong,
combat
it's
roll a
also the
dice
extra
to
things he has on
random
his board.
reward based on the
300
result
HP,
every single
gathering
round.
a lot to actually unlock
There's
the
Gamba
Volley
every
Bear in a
time.
composition like this as well. Doesn't have the HP items in the front line, so a great pickup on multiple fronts.
Was this the first
And we
Ash
do
we've
get
seen
a
all
glimpse
weekend?
of how
by the way?
Obo's comp is shaping
I
up.
think
It
so.
did roll down all the way to 0 apparently. Not able to find his backline, but with the Galio and Shyvana, still enough to take down Setsuko.
I wonder if
Now
they
needs one
went
more copy of
over
that Kaisa, and
did they go
somebody
over,
that
like,
also
comps
started rolling
yesterday,
after
or
having a lot
comps
of
from yesterday at the top
dear
of the
money come
show?
in from a streak of Saya. Previous round was a loss. This round
If they
a
did,
win,
I
as
missed
he
it
is
because I
looking for
joined
those upgrades
as
on
the
Noxus
first game
board.
started.
We do look on this carousel here
So I
to
missed
see yet
anything
another
before the
Garen
first game.
for our Demacia leaning players, as well as an Ornn and Zillion.
Something interesting to look at as Midfeed takes 2 Zillions back to his base will be double. 50 gold, the only one in the lobby that's level 7. He was slow leveling, playing around Ionia.
Disgusting combination from double. Crash test dummies into hold the front lines there. A lot of extra power for the back.
Make sure we're not behind.
Oh, big shot.
Nice. Very good shot for Wasion. Would of course like the Jinx to come online as well as not going to be able to get just that.
I like that they have their
Maybe
little
fairly
legend on their
close as our
cam.
observers are showing.
Right.
Four.
It's very
Ooh, 3-star
it makes
Malzahar
identifying
for Aaliyah
ways.
also coming through.
Yeah,
Rerolls
agreed.
are starting to hit. Wasion, though, does need to wait another round. We see a Jinx on the bench for Aaliyah. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I like the hold on to Wasion
Full
right
stone
there.
plate
When you are
Leona.
fighting for placements, everything is fair.
That's right. He even had the chance to hold 2, but he's a humble king. You know, he only holds 1 instead of 2. Says that's enough to just keep the odds a little bit lower. On the other side, we are getting a glimpse of what double has been on. So that Yone has been found. Also has an Ornn. Did go into that Ionia that we saw early on, but is losing at least right now.
He has a good augment combination, but not the Ari copies. That's looking kind of dire for him.
Ay, massive hit there, served by Obo. And no jinxes.
The artifact.
What is the artifact?
Could save him here. We're able to put maybe a better combat unit on our board. It will be Death's Defiance, which we can put on Warwick, but we don't have any other items to go along with it.
That is tragic.
Yeah, I don't think he's beating anyone here.
And this is kind of similar to what happened yesterday. He has played 2 games of Jinx reroll yesterday and did not top 4 with it a single time. He said after his stream that, hey, I have just had a very low roll day, especially when he's playing one of these reroll comps.
Double on the other side. He's one of the weaker boards. So many upgrades still yet to be found by him. Waiting a good shot to maybe just take this round, find another Jinx as we go into Raptors. Can he do it? Yasuo needs to fall before he reaches our Jinx, and he will do so. Weijin saved, but only for the moment.
Pretty much faces the weakest player in the lobby at the moment. Gets another 2 rounds to fish for that Jinx. And meanwhile, Midfeed with his 2 zillions, just cozying up to level 9.
The patient gameplay from Double is very interesting. Now dropping down to 2 lives, still sitting at 50 gold. Now 60 gold, as we see on the right side of our screen. He is leveling to 8 right now, and so he's hoping that this can change his fate, unlock possibly that set here, maybe play around set 2 here on 8. There's so much he needs to do to upgrade this board.
We're 40 points away from Brock, is what we're being told. So that would be our goal for Travis. Can he get there, though? 16 HP. Not a whole lot to work with.
He does have the Radiant TG, which is what he's potentially looking for. I wonder what was the last quest that he did take. If he was a PvE round
Me
quest.
personally, I
Can
love
he
to
actually
see
get
it.
it? No, cash out isn't allowed.
I mean, we're kind of close to Italy. We now have a bunch of frontline upgrades for Travis. Looking to stabilize here. Double, now we see on the right side of his screen hitting Yone 2 alongside that. So big upgrade for his carry. But many of our players are kind of low rolling where they're hoping to be, except for maybe our re-rollers in this lobby. And that's where the tempo can really be pushed and punished for those who are going fast 9.
All right, we're getting word that his Nico needs to survive for 15 seconds on the right-hand side. Let's see if she can do just that. But on the left-hand side, Weijin is also fighting for his life, and he has run into Setsuko. On the left-hand side, does have the Lysandra in, as well as the Ashe upgrade that we were talking about. Massive frontline. Sejuani against Sejuani. That's some bristle-on-bristle action as he does go down, and Weijin able to hang in there by a slither of
Nice
HP.
Jinx fights.
Saya's looking like a 1v2 into the bottom side. Can Tarek's ability damage deal enough? Hammer swing, no! Travis takes a tough loss. He didn't find the Azir to lock his Nico in the corner.
Big news for Weijin Iverson, though. We did hit that Jinx 3, which is exactly why we won that round. We have enough damage to do stuff now. It was just not coming through. We have a solid tank. Now we have a solid backline. But Saya is the player that is looking to really, really establish himself on the top of this lobby now, hitting another 3-star upgrade in that LeBlanc.
Travis playing greedy here, knows that everything's on the line. If he's unable to turn it around from here, he is in a pretty dire spot with eliminations coming up after the next game once more. Goes up against Aaliyah. Aaliyah has found so many of those upgrades. This Turgan board is basically online.
Everything is there, and I feel like it's really hard for Travis. He needs to find a way into the backline. Can he get those resets on the Nidalee for the backline jump? But he's not even on the right side, and the Nidalee is getting targeted. Nidalee goes, no, Healing's still there.
Oh, now she's down.
It was so close. Leon is so incredibly hard to take down. Weijin Iverson does take another win, so will be at least a 7th for him, really salvaging his spot in the tournament. But Double taking another loss, now done to 1 life. There are 3 people at 11 HP.
36 for Travis is very difficult for the next round. The current cutoff is 42 points to get into the top 8, so he might be able to survive in another game, but getting to finals is getting more and more difficult by the moment here. Weijin also that last life. It's going to come all down to the wire here. A number of greats on the chopping block. Weijin trying to get his Jinx outside of the Freljord range so he doesn't face the targeting of the Swain. He swaps it back last minute and does get a fake out, so the Swain stun isn't going to go onto his backline here. Is it enough for him to actually win this fight? His Warwick is also out of harm's reach right now.
Oh, the stun coming through. The Braum, after killing that unit, does stun the Kai'Sa in the back line. Jinx is fully ramped up, but gets stunned by the Swain, and so the attacks do stop coming through. As long as the Sejuani stays alive, the Jinx will continue to DPS down the board from Obo. It will now fall, and so will Weijin, alongside Double as well.
Oh,
in mid-feed.
Triple elimination coming through here on 5-3.
Holy
Only
moly.
4 players remain into the top
Rip, that's
4.
a 7.
And honestly,
Yeah.
a huge surprise from
That's tough.
Setsuko saying, yeah, I'm actually pretty comfortable on this niche line, playing around the Ashe reroll. A little bit of an homage to a former set patch here in Lore and Legends, but I'm down for it. I like it.
Yeah, incredible play by Setsuko here. Just straight levels and knows that the Ashe is good enough. And that's what we've seen in the prior patches as well. A lot of times the Tryndamere is actually a bait and not a worthwhile money sink to throw into. So he just transfers the items over and plays a vertical Freljord board while slowing Saya down a little bit as well. Really good game plan for him.
Obo now, back against the wall a little bit, 11 HP. Had such a good start of the game, but the power spike has fallen off a little bit. Will run into Aaliyah. Galio not upgraded by the looks of it.
Yeah, and it's going to be really hard to wrap onto the back line for Obo. But on the left side of the screen, we're seeing Setsuko versus Saya, our Darius reroller in this lobby, which is the comp of the day, but usually piloted by Revan, this time by one of our point leaders in the lobby as well. Seems like this composition is a good luck charm for our players. Will be taking win. And Obo, who played this high-risk strategy, did end up taking down Leona and now taking another win.
That was unfortunate positioning on Setsu's part. Actually, Braum just chased another target and allowed Darius to walk straight into the Ashe. Ooh.
Big upgrades coming in there for Saya and Obo. Swain 2, Garen 2 will help with the problems in the front line. We're seeing a little bit of item movement on the side of Aaliyah as well.
Using Salvage Bin to change our items just a little bit here. Going to go for that Vow instead, which is very, very good on this Skarner. If we're able to get an important stun off, that could make the very, very big difference in this fight.
Aaliyah 19 HP. On the other side, though, Obo on 11 and Setsuko even less. So left-hand side will serve an elimination to one of these two players. Let's see whether or not that Galio 1 can stand the test of time and the arrows of Ashe.
Oh, Leona already down for Aaliyah here, and the Darius is still full HP. Does not look good whatsoever for our German player. Can the Mal's bugs do it? Not really. And on the other hand, Obo, even though he low rolled pretty hard on level 8, still able to take out Setsuko.
I mean, honestly, if you're Setsuko, you're a little bit happy with that fourth there. It's a very awkward position, awkward augments, awkward unit to be handed each time you level up in this game. And starting off the day with 2 7ths, now finally breaking in the top 4 today, he's putting himself in a good position to make his way back into the conversation for that top 8.
I like that you said this is the Revan comp. Is it like other players cannot pick it?
Nope, they can't anymore. He's claimed it.
I will say, every time Revan goes into a game, he just all chats it. Before even the Ravens show up, he does.
That is very funny.
It's the psychology game.
I will say that has not worked in past Tactician's Crown, but we'll have to see whether or not it can continue working. From everything we've been seeing thus far, it was all right. Let's see what our players are now picking up as last upgrades. Warmox for that Scion to be a little bit chunkier, buy some more time for the triple threat on the Noxus reroll. And Leah has tried to build a second tank there to also help out his Leona.
The Leona positioning has been probably the biggest problem for his composition because we're trying to play around triple gargoyles.
Yeah.
It makes it very, very awkward. The real fight, though, will be on the left side of our screen between Obo and Saya, the reroller versus our risky player playing around that forward thinking. Going into Demacia long shots, not a composition we see win very many lobbies, and so we're going to see maybe even why here. We're trying to take down this Darius in the front line. The Demacia has ramped up, so a lot of these resistances are online. The Stag Ship reaching into the backline. The Taric refusing to fall. The Swain stun coming through means Obo survives another round.
Yeah, and the way he built his composition is a little bit more stronger against the Darius 3. You have that stacking AP damage from the AP Kaisa in the corner that just locks onto one target. So he was able to take that one down. But Saya, we knew he was kind of chilling in the last round, wanted to level on interval, still had 50 gold, looking for a potential Shyvana, but now we'll settle on actually adding another one of the Quick Striker.
Yeah, help out your Draven a little bit to try and serve some more damage into the backline. Ideally, Obo on the other side is sitting it out a little bit. Could have rolled here. Says, no, I actually want to go 9 instead. If it comes to it, goes up against Aaliyah. Somebody is going to get knocked out here.
As the Galio comes through, so does a lot of the CC. Obo versus Elia. Will it be the re-roller? Will it be our Demacia long shot player? The static shift, being able to reach the backline while not having to take down the tanks, is going to be a lot of damage. But the Kaisa sniping down each of the important units on the side of Elia. Great result from him. Top 3 will set him up quite well for our next game to avoid a cut.
Very nicely done by the positioning on Obo's side. He was able to turn the front line coming in from Aaliyah and then reach the back line directly, avoided the Leona, and pushed straight for the back row.
And very similar to Double, Aaliyah had a really great start of the day and a little bit of a valley towards the end of yesterday as well as this morning. So getting back into those higher placements, a really good sign for him after a rougher start and trying to come back here in a big way. But let's see how Obo and Zaya square up. Does the Noxus reroll take it all, or does Obo have something to say here with his Kaisa now that he's level 9?
I am rooting for every single non-Darius LeBlanc composition in this tournament so far after. I do absolutely detest just calling for reroll comps.
I mean, the last-minute swap of the Swain may have been the big difference, able to get a big stun off onto the other side, and it will be Saya taking a dominant victory with, guess what? Darius LeBlanc, Draven reroll, taking a first place here and really pushing themselves. They were already the top in this lobby, and now
It's some pop-off games yesterday.
Listen, guys, you can be hate watching.
It was on the 10th Street Lulu too, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't care.
And
but
now
Saya
he's on my
is
radar
not
ever
a
since
reroll
then.
Only player. We've seen time and time again how creative he is, how open he is to a lot of different lines. And even in this game, I don't feel like he was locked on that Noxus reroll from the start. He just got a lot of copies and said, okay, man, if you're dealing me those cards, I might as well take them.
And it's just a testament to the true depth of the CN region, a true crouch to crown player. We've never had any competitive experience from this player before, and it's the first time he made a TOC regional. Now he's sitting at day 2 of the TAC round with 23 points amassed in just the last 3 games.
And listen, there's another player that isn't quite couch to crown, but is all the way from Galaxies to now. Obo taking a 2nd place there, really now putting themselves in the conversation to be one of the favorites going to make it to the finals. Os might just be on top.
Os is on top. That's exactly what you're trying to say. I'm happy to help you there, CLE, because it is a region that historically has overperformed and has been underestimated again and again and again over the years. And Obo is just yet another player that shows that you can never underestimate them. But let's have a look here at another lobby where once again we're seeing Reven on top, and he is not playing Noxus reroll.
Nope, not at all. He's playing actually a very hard to execute comp. He's level 10 now.
Yeah, and we do, I think that was the Silver Scrapes coming out, a large amount of gold going into both of the players' pockets right here. It's going to be a test of APM. AQ1H already level 10. Can he make the comeback? He was very low in the standings.
Ooh.
Finds the rise too. Silas also 2-starred just in this round as well. He's got full items for him. Can he outposition? The Silas fights are always very high variance because it depends on which ability he does choose to steal.
The Darkened Staff on this Rise 2 is going to be very, very scary. But as we watch the Silas and see what abilities he does choose, we'll see if another big stun comes through. Instead, we're going to be stuck in a tank and fall down to the Rise instead. The Volibear on the backline trying to do their best, but the Rise v Rise matchup, it's looking like Reven, not on Darius reroll, might just take another game. We have a couple more fights to go. Don't worry. We can see how this one ends up.
And Revan does not have the Galio 2 just yet. He still can upgrade this board further, whereas AQ1H doesn't have a lot of chances to do just that. We were also holding a couple of Lysandras just to be funny, because we of course know many of them are on AQ1H's board as well, but in comes the Lucian Zenat 2 on the side of Revan, yet another upgrade, and no more gold for these players to spend.
Just so amazing. Revan, definitely not a one-trick player whatsoever. Making it work on the... Okay, I
mean,
know.
come on,
I need you both
He's
to
played it 6
stop.
times.
I need you both to stop. Come on.
I mean,
He can pilot something else. That's just my point.
And one of the highest cap boards possible in the game. Playing around level 10, playing around 4, defender in the front line, playing so many different regions, Demacia, Freljord, Ionia, and that's just the ones I can see on the screen that he's playing around. And so it is going to be very hard to beat, and we're seeing the power of this board right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for AQ1H, his secondary carry is the Sylas, and we've seen the Sylas kind of evaporate again and again in these fights. He really needs to find something like a GA to help him stay alive in front of that Lysandra.
Let's see what he can find, what both of them can find, actually. But Revan, so much HP still to work with. Even if he should lose the next round, he can take it a little bit further each and each round, giving him another shot to get those upgrades. So that is going to be something to keep in mind here as players are getting those extra units. Here comes that Lysandra too, as Revan was holding these copies just to mess with him a little bit. But in turn, he gets the Galio too.
Another upgrade for this already level 10, really upgraded board. I'm not sure if there's much that they can do, especially because it's a mirror matchup.
Big TG find here for Revan. He's thinking about it. Oh, actually goes for even more MR.
I love this. This unit is going to be doing so much damage because Galio's ability scales off the magic resist that he does have, and this has about as much as you can get.
That's right. Plus, that extra defender emblem helping him out as well to be even tankier than multiplicative scaling is the word for that. But here could be the last matchup between AQ1H and Revan as he tries to claim yet another lobby in his favor. First player from Spain to make it to the Tactician's crown. And yet again, he wins out first place.
We know that 66 points is about the cutoff historically that it's been. And this guy's already at 61. I'm doing the math. That looks pretty good.
That's pretty insane, I will say. So thank you so much for taking a look with us together at this extra lobby as we were waiting for them to finish out. I like Silver Scrapes. I think it's so fun to see whenever that extra gold comes in. So that's pretty cool. And we are, of course, going into one more game before that elimination does come in.
Yeah, a lot happening across all of our lobbies that really set up our players to know how they need to play in this next one. Clement, going into this game, how do you think that your scores and your points really determine how you play?
Well, I really think you have to pay attention to who has what points in the lobby. That really decides their play style, and you can gain tempo information off of that.
Well, we do have our sideline reporters on our balcony, and Patches Panda and Necra are there to tell us more on what exactly has been happening in our other lobbies. Guys, what's going on?
I'm so glad that we got a chance to showcase that final showdown for Revan, because how we got there is kind of crazy. We get into the lobby, Bin Bin locks in with the no scout, no pivot, Noxus board. So what can Revan do in this thing? He can't play Noxus reroll.
Immediately he says, okay, I'm playing Ahri reroll. But as the game went on, he found a better and better spot to play into more of a fast line. First thinking about Demacia, and then thinking about the highest cap possible with Rise. I'm as biased as you get when it comes to cheering for Revan. I was still a little bit doubtful because he was playing mostly only Darius, but now I am a true believer. He's played, I think, the hardest cap in the game around this Rise. He, I think, played it perfectly, had 90 HP going to stage 5 and cleaned it up at the end.
It was nice because he was also able to be a bit greedy in terms of the HP and the gold that he generated, so that he could actually roll, get the Galio 2 and all of the other champions that he needed in order to take that first place. So you can see the pop-off there, likely that he's going to have locked in a spot, but there were a couple of players in this lobby that did not fare so well.
Yeah, we had Dasic and Ringo in particular playing around. Demacia long shots. Ringo could not even find the Garen 2 because it was so contested as well. He went 8th, but Dasic, a very clean Demacia long shot game into a 4th place.
While we ended up seeing, of course, some APAC dominance with a 2nd place in the Revan lobby, we also got a chance to follow the action in the other lobby not shown on broadcast, and that is where we saw some true APAC dominance holding hands in 1 and 2, where both players needed to have a good finish in order to keep the next stage dreams alive.
Especially YBY1, one of the fan favorites. He went level 10 with Ionia, playing around Yone, playing around Set later on as well. 2nd place for him. Lee Sao also playing on the same exact line. Both players were playing around Yasuo 2 in stage 2, and both kind of the Wild West showdown. Who's playing around the Yone Ari, but both instead push levels, a 2nd and a 3rd for both of them, so good results. And Mori, the big winner in that lobby.
Mori is very exciting because this is a player that he's at his first Tactician's crown. Don't know how much expectations were really on his shoulders when he came in off of a good performance at the APAC Regional Finals, but still comes in as a more unknown quantity amongst the likes of AQ1H and YBY1. 2 players, of course, that we're looking at as strong favorites coming out from the APAC region. But they have something to prove in this particular tournament. Both of them made it through from winning a TFT Pro Circuit Cup, but they didn't do so hot at regionals. Neither of them actually making the grand finals, so I think they came into this and said, all right, low in points, but we got to turn it around, and this is a style that APAC is very well known for.
And that's the 2nd Fast 9 AP game we see from specifically Mori today. If he makes final lobby, I think he's starting to become one of those players we have to be scared of in terms of trying to win in a checkmate form.
That's going to do it from us. Really great stuff to be able to show you what has happened in the other lobbies. And I'm sure you are all just as excited as us about seeing APAC in 1 and 2 across the board, except for Revan.
Well, I mean, Clement is just smiling. He's looking at you teary-eyed as you guys tell this story of APAC dominance. Clement, how you doing?
I'm feeling pretty fine. There's still a chance for 5 of us to make it. On the other hand, for Americas, it's looking kind of dire. A lot of people slipping out of the top 8 rankings, as we heard in the reports here, and we're going to get a closer look right in front of us.
Alright,
yeah, I
let's
mean,
go over scores here.
I don't know. It's not looking ideal. Weijin is really far behind this point cutoff, which is 44 is where
Rip
so many players
Weijin.
are right now.
That's right, and we will need to see who can come out
44
of that
needed.
44 bracket as we turn the page and show you everybody else.
I think
who's also sitting
YBY
on
one's
that 44
also out.
marker.
Like, even if he gets a
It's
first, I don't
huge
know.
Bar
Would
of
be enough.
players from all
Robin's on
regions,
the.
lots of
I mean,
Americas
if Robin
in
goes
there,
first, I think
but,
he's
Double
good.
also finds himself right
I
there.
think second
Kinda
he's
crazy how all of a sudden it
probably
comes down to
through,
one
but
game
it's
for so many of these players, especially if you're
bit
stuck at
iffy.
44. You know that, hey,
I don't know,
if
there's
get
just so
top
many
4,
people
I'm
at
most likely gonna make
44.
it through. If I
Like,
bottom
it could
4
go a lot of
again,
different ways.
It might be the end of the road here if I have bad tiebreakers.
Yeah, and it's kind of amazing that Double now finally slips out of the final top 8. You know, he had a very, very hot start to the game here, and unfortunately for EMEA, there are some dangerous signals. Travis also will be mathematically eliminated just because he's already 8 points from the cut right there. So yeah, it's you know, it's tough moments for a lot of our top tier competitors.
And there's been a bit of a CN comeback, right? We saw a lot of players eliminated in the previous rounds, but hey, we got a couple players that are at the top and are really carrying the bar for the region.
Yeah, Saya, Lee Sao, definitely up there. We also saw a really good game from Han Xing earlier as he was piloting that Ishtal line as well in one of the lobbies. So we'll, of course, keep you updated on all the lobbies here as we are going from game to game. There is one more to happen before that elimination does come in, and many of our players are looking to finish that one big with that first place. So we'll try to lock on to these players as we are going to be moving into our next lobby soon.
And with this format, there's cuts all the time now. After this game, 8 players get cut. After the next game, 4 players get cut and 4 players advance. So someone like Revan is looking to set themselves up well for that cut, and players are really, really trying to escape the bottom. They're just trying to get in front of the other players that are chasing them. You know, when a bear's chasing you, you just can't be the slowest.
That's right.
That's what they're trying to do right now.
So the story goes as following. If you're out camping, you don't need to outrun the bear. You just need to outrun the other campers. That's what you were trying to say, right?
Exactly.
So that is what our players sometimes will also need to do. I'm hoping they can do just that. But honestly, guys, I don't know. We've been in here for like 3 games now during this day. I feel like it would be nice to mix it up, get a little bit of a triple prismatic going, a rise encounter, a little bit of pizzazz, you know?
Yeah, I think for high variance games, there's just more ways to get to that first place instead of gambling on just a straight level 10 game plan. So if you're on the cut, that would be a good idea to have. I feel like I want to focus on the players that still have a mathematical chance to have things in their own hands, and that would be Robin Songs with 41 points. We talked about the cut currently being 44, so if he takes a first place, he can still make it in. But for other players that are lower, I would say like Wajan Iverson, it's really not up to him anymore. Even if he gets a first place, he needs the rest of the field to suddenly all do very poorly for the chance to advance to be open to him.
The biggest comeback of the day is definitely AQ1H. He has come back from being on the brink of elimination coming into today and really, really has worked himself up. He had 27 points coming in. He's already got 21 points on the day. And so hot streaks, sometimes they tend to continue, but we know that going into this lobby, 48 points is not going to be completely comfortable.
We're getting Robin's lobby.
You know, if we go 8th, you could be right on the tiebreakers.
So
the Robin stream today?
Mathematically,
is Ringo sitting on that 40 marker now with a first place, a little bit of luck, and maybe some good tiebreakers. There could be a chance for him to still
I think anyone below YBY1 is definitely out. I guess Ringo's tied with them, but yeah, I think Milo and Down is definitely out.
I really like what Ringo is doing. He's checking.
I think Robin can get through with a first or a second,
so he can.
And then YBY or Ringo probably need a
because,
first.
You know, they're just going to play whatever they want to, and who he can actually reasonably contest and take out if need be.
And he's going to know that he has
and
to.
then if you're one of the ones on 44, you can't be the. You have to beat the other 44 players.
And if you go first, you have better tiebreakers as well. So, you know, it's 2 good things coming together, but changes your playstyle significantly.
And Ringo had a really tough run into this tack round because he was sick. We saw him with the forehead pad in the previous days. So not really living up to the expectations that we had for him. Now finding himself in a very tough field. In the meantime, AQ1H, he is a Hong Kong resident, so very close trip for him to Guangzhou. He's very accustomed to all the food and everything, feels right at home amongst the crowd. I think he's starting to warm up just to that offline situation.
Honestly, I'm really excited about that. AQ1H, for me, coming into this tournament, was one of the players I was looking forward to. And while some of the players that I was also looking forward to already find themselves eliminated, he certainly still holds up what I see as like the true form of APAC, where I love watching their gameplay. There's a lot of creativity in there. There's a lot of flip-floppiness, which can be very entertaining.
I thought we were
try
closer
to go
to the
for
game
these
start.
big wins, and sometimes they make it there, and sometimes they falter. But AQ1H on the former.
We call him the consistent wolf. Unlike Ironbog, that is more flippy in first or 8th, he's always looking to rise his floor, and because of that, his favorite composition is usually something in the void line. You can play the Kaisa, and if you can't hit the Baron, it's okay. You can play level 9 into Zig's flexibility as well. A lot of Belveth into his playing pool too. So I think it just goes to showcase that even if you're in the same study group, there are a lot of different variations and strategies coming through as well.
Yeah, he may be consistent, but today he's been consistently top 3. And so going first, third, second, great spot to be in with the momentum going into this next game. We see the wonderful stage for our CN and APAC representatives and those at home that need to really put some good games together. Royal specifically is someone that is their second time at the Tactician's Crown, which we usually see as a bit of a buff to these players at the 44-point mark. He knows top 4, that is his aim. And so I'm curious what the game plans are going to be for these players because of how dire some of the situations are.
That's right. They're getting ready to go into that game. You can see how they approach that differently. Some of them, of course, playing from home, some of them playing from our location in CN. And we're going to be taking a look at whether or not these players can get out of those brackets that they find themselves in, as they are going to find themselves in that lobby soon. But I feel like today, in comparison to yesterday, we've been seeing more and more breakout niche comps. We've been seeing more players trying to go for something like a Baron, but we've also been seeing more players trying to go for stuff like the hero augments or even the Caretaker's Ally Ashe that we just saw. And we're going to see now Tahm Kench encounter.
Lots of gold being thrown into this lobby. I just want to say about the situation here, if Revan types in all chat that he's playing Darius, I'm going to let him do it. He already has 61 points. If he takes a first place, for most of the players here, it means that the bottom can't catch up. So if I'm AQ1H, if I'm Dasic, I'm happy to just let him get that line.
Robin Song's in this lobby, 41 points. He's one of these players we look at the Americas as the most consistent player for the Americas. You know, doubles that for EMEA. Robin Songs is that for Americas. He has made 4 out of the last 5 Tactician's crowns, has performed quite well, made a final lobby alongside that, and now might even have the opportunity to play his comfort composition in that Targon Malzahar.
Yeah, found that early Malzahar. Certainly always a nice
Gold
direction
Ionia,
if
by
you
the
can
way.
get that dropped early
I don't know
and
if they
try to
said.
get other people to stay away from it. But we are going to be hopping over to Royal, one of our 44 pointers, 8 of them on the current standing leaderboard in total. Many of our players holding on to Ionia for now. So we'll try to update you on that as soon as possible. And it is going to be Path of the Prosperous for our players.
Okay, so this is the fake Ionia path, basically.
said
A lot of
it
people
too.
will start with Ionia because they're
Yeah,
getting the pairs, but they can
definitely.
pivot off quite easily.
I mean,
Make
now
sure
it's
to
the end
get
of
a
the set,
higher
but
cap,
definitely would have
especially
liked
on
that
the
as a
Tahm Kench
rotator.
encounter.
Yeah.
Across our lobby, we're seeing a lot of Ionia being
Don't
held.
worry,
We're
next
also seeing,
there's a
good
version of
amount
Hacker that
flexibility
came.
being involved, and also
Or
Ringo
admin.
making 10
Admin is what it
gold here,
was.
playing a little bit of the greedy playstyle, knowing
Hopefully
what
they
he's
have a
for.
way
You
to
know what
show
that is? That's a first place, so more
because
gold will be
that
an
was one where it was
excellent
different
option
for every
to help
player.
enable that plan.
Oh.
Does kind of hurt to see the Nico there. You know, he
At least the
might
trade,
have
I
wanted
forget
to
what
go
trade it was,
into
but I was
that,
looking at some of them. It sounded
Ishtal line. And
like
for
admin,
Ringo,
where it
he
was
is a player
you
that
pick
really
cause and
excelled
effect.
on Ionia
Yeah.
Yone melee lines. This is the big question. Can you go into a non-Darius LeBlanc reroll line? Because the rest of them aren't usually first places.
Well, I'll just do you one better. We find Ishtal Expeditionist for Bin Bin, and we go into Ishtal because we are trying to avoid the bottom 4 placements for many of these players, and Ringo is the player that really needs to flip it. So I'm not sure if in a gold subscription lobby that Noxus line is actually going to be good enough.
Yeah,
I like that
so
point about how
that's
the
what I was
lobby
kind
is
of curious
so
about, seeing
changed
that
by
the
the current point
encounter is
situation.
gold
A lot of them have
subscription
to go
and
for
the
high cap
Ionia is
boards
gold
and the
is
Tahm Kench
gold.
encounter, which means that the
Do we
Ishtal could save a
feel
lot of HP. So
maybe
that's a good line selection for
inclined
Bin Bin.
to go
One player
Ionia if our
do
augments
definitely want to
aren't
draw
like
attention
in
to will be
an
Robin
economic
Songs. He's probably
position?
one of the main characters in this lobby, having to play some
Potentially,
desperation along with Ringo. He is playing around.
you only
that
go it
Malzahar.
if
it is
you
going
have,
to be
like,
a lot of gold injected through
already
the Tahm Kench
start.
encounter.
I don't think it's something like you want to look to go necessarily towards unless you have the. It's just not like Ari so strong. I know 2 players got Ari
I think we
orb
have
drop.
no scout, no pivot from Ringo. If I'm
So I feel like
reading
if
the
you're not one of
icons
those 2
correctly
players, you
here,
don't
it
even
is.
look at
I think it is a
Ionia.
lock on the bottom right there.
Got
It's
him.
one of the
Probably not,
hardest
especially
compositions
with the
to
Ari orb drops.
play
for 2
correctly.
of them.
We have seen even pro players fail at this constantly.
Yeah, you can see
No scout, no
that
pivot.
there is certainly
Yes,
nothing
sir.
on his board right now to not get locked onto something. He doesn't want looking for those higher
What are we
cost
no
units.
scouting?
While we wait for Ringo to assemble
That's
Who knows?
no
exactly
scout, no
correct. We're
pivot
not
line,
scouting.
we
We're
will
not
try to hop through the
pivoting.
lobby and give you a little bit of an update.
Please don't fight
18 which we
Robin
saw
again.
picked
The
up
number
in
of
his
times
first
I've seen
Piltover
this
emblem, and
happen.
Milo, same augment selection, picked up an
no.
Arcanist emblem, so just to let you know where those players are standing.
I would definitely say, looking
right,
across
they
the
didn't fight
lobby,
each
there
other.
is a reroll line that is unclaimed. And a reroll line that we've seen win a lot of lobbies, and that would be Darius, LeBlanc, and Draven reroll. So for Ringo, he might be risking it all for that strategy.
Yeah, I think he has to because AQ1H has staked out the Jinx line, has already found the first copy, slammed the bow. Ringo did have a Gwinsu's Rage Blade waiting on his bench, and that typically signals towards that line, but he might need to go in towards the Draven instead.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, No Scout, No Pivot was introduced when family was still a thing as a trait, and Lawrence
I haven't seen
Wing
anyone
is
play No
kind
Scout,
of
No Pivot,
family
so I don't even know
in
like
the
what they're
current
looking
set.
to
So it does
necessarily
make
play.
sense
It's
that
crazy to
still
me.
works really well with the No Scout, No Pivot, but I agree, Ringo probably won't have a good shot at that as we are moving through those stages. We do have to keep an eye on our lost streakers. There's a little bit of magician movement happening there. Boards being sold, boards being put together, and Robin definitely needs
No
to
Scout
kind of
Noxus.
respect that No Scout, No Pivot might just mean that there's also no units.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but the players are pinging on 2-3.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you got to deny this carousel, man. If you deny, he's out. Let's do it, okay? Hold hands. And I have to say, strategically, that is completely allowed, okay? No shifting momentum. You're doing this for your best outcome.
Yeah, and I think GD Royal is playing the opposite strategy of so many of our players. Playing level 5 already, playing around an extra item through the Darkened Staff, so much extra damage, really wanting to cement their win streak alongside Dasic, who's going for a similar strategy.
Let's see, Carousel does roll around. There's a
Draven
Jinx with a bow.
Oh.
Ay. Somebody's going to be
now
very happy to
Robin's
see
the
that
one that's
AQ1H rubbing his hands right now as we speak, probably. But Ringo will take this Draven. You cannot deny it.
Robin's in a good
Sion already
spot.
on board as well. The stake in the claim has been made. It will be this reroll here, and I
He's
really
got
like this
GG
strategy.
Nashers
Knowing
already
what you
from
need to play
Malzahar.
around, playing around one of these rerolls that can help stabilize you later in the game, risk it all. But the problem is, I think a lot of people might be holding these units later on into the game.
If you take someone out of the pool, they can't overtake you, so I can't say that's a bad strategy. I'm pretty sure the pings were for Ringo. For that Draven. Because the unlock is just so impactful and the extra gold you get early into the game. I'm glad he does find it and gets himself a chance to play the line properly now.
Could match
Well, I think the
up
changes to No Scout, No Pivot
Robin
make this
there.
strategy possible because now you don't have to have
Unless
the
they
units on
face
the
each
board
other the
to
first
get the
round,
extra advantage.
but-
So you don't have to necessarily play around the one cost like it used to be in previous sets, but instead, we're going to open for it. We're going to play around these 3 costs. As soon as we hit level 5, the Darius will be on the board and we'll be off to the races.
Assuming you're
And the
watching
good news
Robin,
as well as another change that did come in with No Scout, No Pivot is you can put units on your board in the PvE round. They won't get locked, so Ringo has a chance to beat the Crux is what I'm saying. But yes, AQ1H did end up getting that Jinx with the bow, a really premier item unit combo for him here on that Jinx line. Was able to slam that Ginzu's immediately, runs into Reven, and I will let you guys know, I'm not seeing him go for Noxus reroll, so we're going to get yet
Ringo
another
won?
lesson in the masterclass.
Yeah, he fought Robin.
Okay, yeah. Did Robin?
Approach to the
Okay.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I had said that, but my
this
mic
build
was
going into
muted in
Demacia
Discord.
Lux, and you can flex into many different
Like,
lines from that
huge,
point onwards.
like
He's gonna
huge
play
for
the safe
Robin
top four
because
game. I
save
really
3
like this from
HP.
Revan. You're already
Yeah.
ahead.
And
You
then you
don't
can
need
play
to
real
push
board
even
the next
harder or
fight to
go for
potentially
Seraph.
kill a unit.
Getting Failure in already, providing a lot of extra combat strength.
Because
hoping that
once
he can
he's
put
out of the
together a
pool,
good
you can
free
like
streak
play
here.
units
Doesn't have
to
any big upgrades in the
like
front
try
line,
and kill
so
something.
not a very
Yeah.
terrifying board where GD Royal is doing the opposite plan of putting everything he can into this win streak, but Dasic doing the same. Well, GD Royal already lost his streak, so Dasic now hoping and facing against the Ixtal Expeditionist player, it's going to be a good setup for him.
Yeah, we really need to check what Bin Bin has been doing, because he had Ishtal very early on. 4 rounds
72
in,
full on pins, not that
being
bad.
able to get a quest. So I wonder what it could be. There's
So-
a chance it could be lost streak.
So his first quest was have 10 of your units die in player combat, which is essentially like lost streak because you want them to die to try and assemble that quest quickly. So we'll see if he reaches it after this round, but it might just be that he should have assembled it now.
The problem is there was an open forder, and so I believe instead of doing this in 3 rounds, he may have had to have done it in 4.
Yes.
And so he will have the next option here. Lose 3 in a row probably would be my choice there. Not exactly sure if he did do that. Nope, earn 5 interest because that can work on this round.
Oh, true. He's already saved up, and it is the Tom Kenshin counter. Good call out right there. He wants the 1-turn quest unlock.
Yeah.
70 shards, really good too for 1 round.
You kind of make up for the fact that those lost streakers griefed you a little bit now that you can get that 1-turn turnaround. So really nice there for Bin Bin to try and get that down. We'll be able to achieve it as we are moving through Krugs. I'm kind of staring at the bottom right of her screen because the there is a player in this lobby that has lost to Krugs before, but it looks like it's working out this time around. And Ringo will also be able to field a board and defeat them.
Full 5 loss streak for Robin. Plenty of gold to work with. Let's look at the next quest. I think it was... oh, it's definitely leveling.
It has to be XP, yeah. He's dooming.
Bin Bin is going
All the way
to
there this
be
turn.
insane.
Nope, has to sell some units just to buy a little bit more. He's level 7 and can't even afford to put a 7th unit on the board.
270 at
gold
3-2.
here on 3-1, but level 7.
Now just get forward thinking next turn.
This 3-2 augment.
You don't
though,
lose
is
any
going to be
gold.
huge for his direction for where he ends up after this Ishtal cash out.
Yes,
Oh, and Ringo does find most of his critical units right here. Dar is already found.
A Royal with a
It's be about HP management now, right? We're gonna need to find our important units. We're gonna need to get better items is probably where he's at right now. And we're really hoping that maybe makes you cold and summon some prismatics here, because it could be a big swing for our players.
Maybe this is the 3-star 5 cost game.
To get us somewhere. I like that we're seeing some creative augment picks, like no scout, no pivot. Let's see what's
Thousand
behind the
Kasha.
next door for our players, and it will be silver augments. Now, is he going to click
This is
Dumbify? And
silver.
the answer is no.
Ooh. We have a strong start here for Royal. Restart mission is good if your direction is lacking. But in this situation,
Building a team, pretty standard for a lot of these players here. And then Dasic with the branching out and the Reforger. This is going to be very interesting to see what he gets. Slayers is typically something you reforge.
Bin Bin wins the
I'll just
game.
phrase it like that.
it's really hard to play around that unless you're going to play around Bel'Veth and Ambessa. Put that on Ambessa
feel like
instead.
that's likely,
Looks like
yeah.
we are going to
Is that
reforge this. We'll just keep
malicious?
it on there for now.
We've seen Slayers work
Placebo
out
effect, no?
in a
Which one?
Yone line.
Bin Bin.
Bin Bin.
On who?
You can kind of play
It's
around
placebo.
this mystical Yone
And
Slayer
his
board.
quest is loot 7.
However, that is not on this
Okay.
Ionia, so I feel like that's not the idea he has in his head.
And he's got 5 Ishtal, so
He's
you just
healing.
HP
stack,
back
heal
while
up,
playing
and
Yeah.
get a
Ishtal as Spiritionist.
670
This is
cash
really
out.
early to have that in, and
6-7.
it's because he was able to level to 7.
Don't
And
even,
now, keep
please.
that online, and now he has to lose 7 in
I'm
a
begging.
row. This is such a risky playstyle, but he's got the great setup for it.
Yeah, I really like his spot. I think he's probably going to be a win-out player because the lobby was so weak across the board. If you look at his HP, still in the high 90s. Of course, he does have Expedition there to buff
Added
that
that one
out
for you,
as well.
Catherine.
So
Thank
there's a
you.
very high chance that he will get a good cash out. You're usually aiming for the 625
And I
for
got
the
you.
Radiant items.
Of course.
Yeah, definitely going to be happy about that, and like you mentioned, we'll heal some. Now, let's quickly check in with Milo, because he picked up that Legion of Three's Arcanist emblem early on, and usually Arcanist emblem is a really weird one to play around, because if you want to play Arcanist,
Oh, it's a 2-star
you
Malzahar.
kind of don't really fit this emblem because you want to have the unit. So he is currently thinking about what to do, is kind of looking at the Malzahar line, but we know that
I don't feel
Robin
too
is
good
playing
about
that one,
Robin's
no?
spawn.
Sometimes you can just play this for
Hold on.
tempo. We're just playing around probably what
Not
we
this
hit.
time.
It's going to be really difficult, though.
I don't think
No.
Robin is on the line
I
anymore.
think going to Malzahar. I think he's going
Oh,
into
he was just
Lux,
over to scout
Demacia.
the board. His-
And I don't think
Dasic's
has
on
the
top
HP to
side,
play
so-
that.
Good. All right.
And Basic
Don't
has
worry.
a Kaisa?
But it looks like Robin might be even pivoting out of that again. We'll definitely have to check in with him after this because he's lost a billion rounds in a row. It does
Okay.
look like the HP is now down to 35 for him. And so we'll want to see where he ends up after this carousel specifically, because 3-5 is a big point for many of our players. And often
There's a Lux.
realize there.
Robin Waka Lux, let's go. That was the forecast I was calling for, and it does show up with an AP.
Demacia spat.
Oh,
Instead, he's
okay.
going to go for a spatula. He might be cooking.
what is that? So you can
Demacia.
see it bottom right, lower tier. You think he's going to Demacia for the Lux, but then why pick up the spatula? Just to make it a Demacia emblem?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll probably
All right.
make a Galio
Fair
or a little bit sooner.
Yep, really helps to unlock Galio earlier. We already have this Lux line. We could also consider pivoting to that Lissandra as well that he has online with the Demacia. So tons of options for him. The problem is when there's tons of options, sometimes nothing becomes obvious.
It is pretty easy to overgreed on this situation here. So he's going for the long con game, basically, a higher cap with the potential Galio rather than saying, you know, I'm just going to chance a Lux 2 earlier on. And I think, actually think about it, it probably is correct, right? Even if you have the Lux, second Lux, you're not going to get the upgrade completed anyway. Going to just be playing around the Ahri. Oh, so he just hit the Ahri too as well. A great shot for him.
Absolutely.
That's
and you know, I low-key
better
like
for
that
him.
Ringo and Robin are both on game
the
plans
Ahri
where
too.
they're losing pretty hard. Because that messes with Bing
Yeah.
and his
Ideally, he
install
wants
plan. He
2
wants
good
to lose those
losses.
7-player combats as
think he
soon
wins
as
this, though.
possible. A, because of player damage or little legend damage
Yeah.
rounds
Oh, that's
up
huge.
through
That's
the stages. And B, because of course you
Okay, so
want to
insane.
try and
wants
assemble
one
your board as soon
more
as possible. Maybe get another
loss
question
and then
if you
send
need to. And
after
so
Yeah.
Roland hates to see these two just straight up losing on very weak boards, but there's also not much they
Because I
can
think he's
change
in a
right
spot
now.
where he
Oh,
just
if you're
needs
a
so
Bidbit,
much
if you wanna
gold because like
lose,
his
you
board's
can
kind of
lose.
not
There is
great.
nothing that is
Yeah.
stopping
But
me from making my
so
board
it's like
as
you want to
weak
just
as
complete the
possible.
10 streak,
I
get
do expect him
an
to
infinite,
have those
just
removers,
infinite gold,
and
quick
if he finds
8,
like the
get
fourth copy of
everything.
a certain unit, just throw it on there.
He did win around this stage. And
That is
so
true.
Yeah.
only on a 1-loss streak is making it very difficult. But for Ringo and Robin, who are both our players on the lowest points in the lobby, they're both playing a very, very risky game. Ringo's roll down here as he gets to level 7 on neutrals will be a one to keep our eye on, but we need to also watch what Robin ends up playing.
We will keep an eye on that. For now, we're seeing Dasic
I
continue
imagine
the
we'll
100
take
HP win streak.
a,
And we are getting word
Wolves
that
or
Binbin actually
4-1
won
split screen,
against Ringo.
and that would make sense.
So, well,
You
I'm
are
just
correct.
saying somebody is
Yeah.
unhappy to see these two in the lobby, but right now he has been getting 2 more losses in. So good news for Binbin.
Nice.
Let's hop over to Robin as we need to make something happen after
Robin's
this
streak
round.
ended.
Robin's gonna risk it on 4-2.
That's 6 gold.
And wait. Oh, he's gonna wait for
But
4-1. Oh man,
having
this
the
is
extra
so
life.
risky.
Fine.
Very risky.
He has
Ringo
so
is
much
rolling
gold.
down here on level
Who
7.
did he lose?
We
Or who did he
saw
win
a few
against?
upgrades come through for
Mm.
Robin. Just gonna sit and wait it out.
I think
See
so.
where
Yeah.
the game takes us.
or
Very, very risky. Milo
AQ.
also.
I think
sitting
having the extra life is
below
honestly probably
level
better
7.
though,
Kinda
because
also roll
Binbin's
down
gonna
here for all the 3
kill
costs, but
everyone.
After Ringo did.
That's
so
the problem with
importantly, a lot of
this.
the copies have been taken out of the pool.
Yeah, we have to see.
Oh,
Robin
that was
or
not a lot of
Ringo's
gold
roll
from
downs. This is
gold
a
sub.
pivotal moment for them. I think for Robin, he probably has to do it off interval. Instead, it will be Ringo now.
Ooh, not even LeBlanc 2 yet. We do have.
He's sacking
now the
one
copy,
more.
But what are we going to put on our board as the last unit? Shyvana is a great option.
Okay.
Skipped it.
He doesn't have the unlock for the Kabuko. That's why he has to put a secondary
Oh.
copy there. Oh wow, this is so risky for Robin. He knows his
Wow.
point situation and he is set on upgrading on interval. He needs that 8 gold. Ooh, I'm not sure about this, buddy.
Well, he's also getting an augment in the next round, so that if he picks fast means he has a little bit of extra
Oh,
time
God,
to
oh,
try and
gosh.
make something happen here. He just knows the situation he's in and the fact that he needs to win out big like you're mentioning. So a lot of action coming his way, picking an augment, then leveling, then rolling down, assembling a team. Let's see if he can do it.
1-round stabilizations brought to you by Citadel Robin Songs. Can he actually do it? I know he has been a DJ in the past, so
Oh,
I hope
okay.
those fast fingers are still with him. That was a very ballsy move to just hold on to all of his gold, make sure he can make the most out of it, but the units aren't showing up. He needs that Lux, he needs that Garen.
Ooh, Annie's a great addition to this board. It's going to be very expensive to get online, though. We don't have the Galio on lock, and so that is going to be one of the most difficult parts. Oh, Darius 3.
That came out of nowhere. Okay.
We did have 2 duplicators from
Yeah.
our second
Oh,
augment.
true.
I was checking if we sent those as well, but that should help in stabilizing Ringo, who's also
Holy.
only on 22
So
HP.
I think
many
this roll down for
indicators
Robin
over
was
here.
Need
not
to make a
great.
big splash
Yeah, not
right now.
great.
Milo will put on some pressure on the rest of the lobby now that he's found that Malzahar 3. And Dasic on the other
didn't
side,
put
still
in-
streaking,
I guess
100 HP, could just knock down Robin a peg.
This
Couldn't
is
put
exactly
it
what Robin
in.
wanted, though. He is one of the weakest in the lobby. Dasic still sitting on
Annie.
50 gold, aiming for that level.
Yeah, he
9
went back
most
and forth with
likely.
it.
And so, gonna be a
I don't
win
think
for
you could sell
Robin
this
here,
Ari
as
for
long as
it.
Kaisa doesn't do something crazy.
Yeah.
He
He's
kept
gonna
trying
have
to find a
another
way to
round
put the
figure it
Annie
out.
in though.
And more importantly, this round should unlock the Galio here, so a big stabilization point, cutting it very close. Still critical rundown for one of our most popular players in this tournament.
Okay,
Everyone
and
wants to
yeah,
see the
now
Robin
he's-
walk, but will
now he's
Mortdog
at
favor him?
7.
Well, first he needs to favor himself. There was a little bit of a tweet
and
he was
Galio's
sending
out.
this
So
morning saying, cue
we
the
turn
clown
around
walk.
from 17,
I'm
right?
not doing well
Right.
at the world
He has like
stage,
no
but
tank items
maybe,
though,
maybe he can
and no
find his
Annie
way back
items.
in
I
here.
don't
He
know.
was able to make it to
This
day
Annie
2,
is so
avoid the
useless, I
first
feel
elimination.
like.
After this game, another one comes for him. Needs to get there. Checking in with AQ1H, one of the point leaders throughout this lobby, and
Milo
he has
2
found
off of the
himself
Zoe
a nice
3.
little assembly of this Jinx. Is, however, still a couple of copies short, so we'll try to just slow roll his way into the 3 stars.
And Milo on the other side has so many lesser duplicators to work with and has one of the upgrades, but not the other 2, and is still winning rounds. So great sign for them. Robin will be facing off against our no scout, no pivot player on the other side.
That's crazy.
Winning
Robin
the
wins
round.
that.
So important there.
Yeah, you see
Critical rounds again and again as he's facing a very difficult situation without his upgrades. Is there anything here for Robin Songs?
thinking about the Emblem Avenue, but does not want to go there. Already has won the Demacia spot. Needs a little bit of combat strength as well to try and get his board of the ground. Probably going to make the redemption, I assume, here with that belt to try and get a little bit of tankiness into his board.
A very interesting carousel with a lot of open pans and spatulas, so there's a chance that somebody could make something out of it and just go into a big vertical. Might be Royal who did opt for one of those spatulas. We're going to be taking a look at the 2 bottom HPs in our lobby. So this lobby is stage 4, and you take 7 base damage right here. It should be very difficult for any of them to drop, basically impossible for Robin Songs.
Annie back on the board. Now Demacia emblem onto that Tibbers in the front line. And so we are going to be leaning heavily into this Arcanist line instead. And on the other side, though, is the composition that he has played so often, but still the duplicator sitting on bench means that that board has not spiked yet for Milo. So Robin, once again, getting a matchup that he probably should win with the style of his board as long as he's able to take down this Leona in the front line. And on the other side, Ringo is running over boards with this Darius LeBlanc reroll.
Well, he's running over Bin Bin, to be specific, and he is actually happy to be run over in a weird way of turns of reality, because that means he just finished out his quest.
He's going to go for more?
What did he take?
Oh my goodness, this might be
20
the
rerolls.
biggest cash out we've seen on the stage. And now Brock coming through on level 8. He already has 2 of them.
Just gonna roll down and hit
Well,
Brock
he
without
has to
cashing
roll the
out.
shop 20 times. That is something he can easily do as he is getting that Brock online. A greedy but extreme play from Bin Bin.
Yeah, he's going for broke right here. He is, again, 4 points away from the potential top 8 cutoff here. And he's still relatively healthy. With the Brock, he should have the stabilization he needs right here. Good items as well.
This is
Keep
crazy
in mind,
from
yes,
Ben Ben, I'm not
he
gonna
is
lie.
only 4 points away from the lower edge elimination, but the next one is right after that next game, and so getting yourself the extra points you can certainly is a good approach to this game, and like we're saying, is going to stabilize here a little bit as we go into PvE.
He also has the Darkened Scythe for his board, which is really, really good onto this Brock, especially if he can get the upgrade onto it, because the amount of base AD that this unit has is incredible. Okay. Finishing the rerolls.
Bit of a contest on the Annie here. Let's see if Robinsons can actually find that. That will be his main carry, but as we just saw, Bin Bin holding on to 2 copies.
Big problem is now we're playing around 1 life for these guys, where we know that there's someone like Bin Bin in this lobby that can absolutely have the craziest cap that you can possibly have in this set.
Definitely a scary proposition. Let's see whether or not No Scout, No Pivot can actually contend with this. It is certainly a really, really good upgrade for this reroll comp, but he needs to get it off the ground as well to at least stand a chance, but here comes that cash out.
700 cash out. Let's see what he gets right here. Double Radiant items can immediately make a Brock
GG.
2.
Bin Bin can't lose now.
Yeah.
Well, he won the game.
Okay,
in theory,
so Robin
right?
second.
Unless something else crazy happens. and it's looking
needs to just never
pretty
fight
dire for
Bin.
those who are
Bin's
at
in his
1
pool.
HP. Ringo needs to dodge him for as long as possible. We have another artifact to come through as well. And now the rest of the board
And he
is not
fights him.
upgraded. It is this Brock versus the world, but thankfully we have a lot of lives left.
Rip.
You know who doesn't? Robin Songs on the other
Okay.
side.
I think this is probably the best time to run into Bin Bin before he has also
Yeah, I was
found
gonna
those
say,
upgrades.
it's either right
if
now
you cannot
or
beat him now, you
never.
won't
Never.
stand
And
a
it
chance
has to be
later
right
on. And the
now,
way
I
matchmaking
guess.
works,
my
you probably would have preferred
I
this.
think you might be
However, Robin
Oh,
unable to do it, still hangs in. What am I telling you about that stage damage? So Robin very happy right
Okay,
Problem
second
is,
place
he
from
actually
one.
needs a first place
Easy.
to even come back mathematically.
Easily,
and
right?
I don't see getting
Yeah,
the
we'll
first place over
definitely
Bin Bin at
never
this point. So
roll into him again.
it might be a bittersweet moment for Robin Songs that he dodges it a little bit early and gets to get a couple more
I think he's also
placements,
weaker than
but
half the lobby still.
Bin Bin is basically the reaper of the low point players in this lobby.
Well, he could get away with a second place. That would put
remade
Robin on
the
48
two-star
points
Ari
exactly. If he's
two-star
lucky with the cutoff, we've seen
Can
that
we
cutoff move
survive
by
to-
1-2 points before. I'm not
we're
saying
not-
he's
oh, okay.
safe, but I'm saying there is a chance, and we'll need to wait until all games are finished to know whether or not there is a possibility of him making it through on that
No
second.
Lex too.
So he will need to keep on trying.
It would just take some crazy matchmaking.
We're just like, we don't have
no
tank items.
doubt. Robin
Yeah.
facing a very strong board on the other side right now. AQ1H has a bunch of his 3 costs upgraded. The Annie, though, is going to try their best to burn the backline, and the Galio will stun. The Lux, though, unupgraded, not
GG.
able to do enough damage. And so
Rip.
Robin Songs not only falling out of this game, but out of the Tactician's crown.
That's tough.
Really cool board coming in from AQ1H, actually using the Vanquisher emblem and just taking the Nautilus because it was open.
So I should have stayed
no
asleep.
good situational
is what I'm
awareness,
hearing.
flexing in more of the Warden as the front line there.
Nah,
And yeah, just
He
going
started
back
off
to that Robin
strong.
Songs point, you know, I think a lot of us had hope with how strong his start of day two
Yeah,
actually
he was definitely
making a comeback.
open to go into
Making
Malzahar, and
jokes on
then
Twitter,
somebody hit a
you know,
bunch of
being
mouths
jovial
and
about the
played
entire
it.
situation, but
He didn't really have an
unfortunately
out.
in this game, it
Somebody
just
had
wasn't
the
enough. The lost
2-star, I
three
think, on,
contests,
like,
no reroll spots to
Yeah.
default to.
And then
It's
he didn't hit the
unfortunate.
upgrade because nobody was
Yeah,
angling for
but
Malzahar, and
there
then
is
Milo
another
hit it out of
board
nowhere.
Next to this Noxus No
Forced
Scout
him
no
off of
pivot
it.
that will try to throw rocks in the way of
And then
Brock, and that is
you
David's
can't
board. He is
playing like
angling
Logic
level
is so
10 to
hard when you
try
have
and put
somebody
up a
going for
Baron
like
to
Brock.
maybe contend here. For now, he will get a devastating loss, as is expected. But you can see he's sitting on that 50 gold right now. But hold on, Ringo, is he actually going to go down to the Malzahar reroll?
Royal falling down as well as Ringo. We have 2 eliminations coming through, and both of those players were on the edge of defeat there. And so that will mean for them also, Royal could have some tiebreaker possibility, but a 6th place is almost just, it's really close to being almost sure to be out.
Yeah, and Ringo was one of our TPC winners as well. The more I thought about his line, the more I realized that he actually couldn't unlock the Kabuko. So your best board on 7 was not in reach due to the no scout, no pivot. You couldn't remove the additional bruisers or invokers afterwards. So going into that line is actually a little bit less
That Baron v
efficient
Brock
than
in the
it
end.
might have could been.
Yeah, a little bit awkward to navigate for sure.
Oh, I
as
would-
We are
if-
looking towards Milo and
Dream
Revan
with me,
because
right?
we haven't checked in with Revan in a little bit.
Because my
and
pick'em
we
is
know
three-
that he's been
3-star
playing
5
around those
plus.
Archangels.
I'm just-
Previous
I was
game,
praying
he
we
was
would just see
piloting a
one
Rise
each
board,
day.
and I'm happy to
But
tell you he's doing just that
either
again. He says, I
today or
worked out, I
tomorrow.
got a first place. Why
Wait,
not
did you
play
say you
around
picked
double
to see
Archangels
3?
Rise once
I-
more?
I
So
was-
that is
okay.
what he has won the previous round on.
I
but
just thought
we're just
maybe.
going to watch this Brock smash one more time.
This Dark
You're
Insight
crazy.
is doing so much
No, yeah, that one was
work.
crazy.
It is
Because I
doing
really did
an
think, like,
incredible
we
amount
could
of
see
AoE
one each
damage.
day.
As soon
I'll
as this thing
flip
jumps in,
3.
it just
No.
slices up the backline. When Daisic was
I
playing,
think we've
he
seen
all
a
throws
total
hands
of
up in the air,
2
like,
in
"What is
Worlds
this?
ever."
How am I supposed to beat this? And the answer is, you probably can't.
It uses your attack
But what
damage
if
every
it
4
was
seconds.
3-star
and,
Brock
Brock
against
is one of those
3-star
units with
Baron?
no attack speed, but massive
That
amounts
would
of
be
attack
crazy.
damage. So
That would be
perfect fit
so
right there.
spicy.
Probably the strongest unit that we've seen so far.
And then 3-star
Oh,
Galio
stack
pulls
up.
in all
We have a
3-star
Baron as a
Demacia.
challenger as well to this Brock, possibly. And there's Baron 2 in shop. This is something like we saw in our Paris Open. We
Oh,
saw a
Baron
very
2.
quick Baron 2 online. And for
Saves
Dasik here,
Dasik?
maybe he's hoping that this can make a run for first
Maybe,
place.
yeah.
Yordle Baron.
Yep, that's the
Yep,
hope.
yep.
That's
I
the
don't-
dream.
I don't
We
feel
were
like they
talking
got
about
any
how awkward
smaller.
the Slayer emblem is. Well, what if Baron was a Slayer? Because then certainly he could
Does it
try
only
and
get
slay
smaller
that
if
rock.
it
But now
has
AQ1H is going to find himself on the other
Yordle
side of
active?
this mighty Baron Nashor.
Probably.
And that
Maybe.
should
Or is it
only
just smaller and
one
can't
way. If
tell
it
because
doesn't,
it's so big?
I'll be very
Maybe
shocked.
it is smaller.
Can he stay alive? Needs to kill 5 units off the board. Doesn't look like it. And is going to get a perfect knockout. Unfortunate for AQ1H, running into some of the strongest players.
Ooh, Milo down as
Oh.
well. So
But he gets a
Revan.
lucky 4th.
So
Guys, don't look now.
Rock, Rise, Baron. Those are
Oh, yeah.
3 top boards.
Also, Revan now has his 9th top 4 in a row.
Well.
He is absolutely on a tear. It is insane.
Jesus Christ, Revan.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Bin has really set himself up well to win this game. It
Revan's
seems
a
like
beast.
it is
Revan's winning
pretty
worlds.
well established in that way. And Baron is going to try its best to do this here, but we already know that for Revan and now Dasik, they are secure through this cut.
Yeah, I really want to see that King of Monsters fight. Perhaps just once. The Baron 2 versus the tricked out Brock.
Baron 3, I'm down. We can
go.
give it a try. That's the one way to beat this Brock.
You love seeing those extra
Can Bin Bin get
4-star
back to
barrels
100
popping
HP?
out on the board, summoning the void.
Ooh, Galio 2 for Revan. Giving
Revan's just
himself a
vibing.
fighting chance.
Revan's
look at
just
him.
vibing right now.
He knows he's going to have to maybe even just take a victory lap next game with the way he's playing.
Look at him dancing.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the groove on.
Well, we are going to be seeing the matchup against the Ghost board between the Baron and the Brock. That will give us a little bit of a taste of whether or not it's possible to take down a board as mighty as this one. I'm not sure there's a world.
That Brock stomp is just absolutely disgusting as the rocks fall all across the 2 boards. But wait, on the right side, Brock's shadow does go down. Maybe Dasik has a chance? Could be just the Ghost
Okay,
board.
Revan takes an L.
The good news for this lobby is that all of them are actually through this cut. And so there is plenty happening and people trying to upgrade their board. Bin has so many copies of different units on the bench. I believe
Bin,
that is
5
5 of each
Brocks.
of them. But it will be a lobby swap for us.
Yeah, we're hopping over
Wait.
to the other lobby where a lot of the players are still
Okay.
fighting for contention.
So we've just
like you
abandoned
mentioned.
that
All
game.
3 of our players in the previous lobby are safe, and despite
Yep.
the boards looking mighty fine and mighty precious, we need to lock
Okay,
in and
Wait,
see
the
this is what I like
main
to go
broadcast?
for
Yeah,
this
the main
Completely
broadcast is
lobby.
abandoned that
A,
lobby.
Punching Mori, YBY1
Interesting.
and Darth Map
I think it's
still in
'cause
here
points,
in
right?
a
Because
spot
math.
to make it through. Hunching should be
Yeah,
safe on the back
but-
of making top 4 here with 40
Yeah, I
Yeah, it
would-
feels weird.
but the
I
other
wouldn't have
side
like to
expected
know.
main
could
broadcast
still
to do
be
that.
in trouble.
Although,
YBY1 was just a hope and a
I imagine
prayer. He
they'll
does
have
have
to
an
come back
11
and
win
recap.
streak. He has a very low
Yeah, I'm
point.
watching
Even
the
if he
end
wins this,
behind
it's
me
not
with
guaranteed that
Throwdown.
he moves through.
Yeah. Well, because
Silent
that was
2
one thing,
for
because
Hunching
after
here.
Robin got knocked out the
YBY was a
Aston
very
Frodens,
strong
they were even like, should we
Demacia
swap
board.
to
We
the
look
other
at
one?
that
And they're like,
Emerald
nah,
Monster
let's
Terror
watch this one
board.
finish
This
out.
board is
Because they're
very,
still
very
like
tanky, as well as having an itemized Galio in the back
some of
line.
the other like
YBY1
I don't know.
needs exactly first to make this work.
he's still on 5 Brocks.
Very slim chances coming in for him. Let's see if Hanshing has some of those sneaky maneuvers for YBY1. If you're playing this composition, you want to find those chances into the back line.
And
Looks
Bin
like
Bin
YBY
lost.
is
They
going to be
6 on
fine with his
3.
lucks in the left corner. The Yone doesn't touch him whatsoever, and Silas doesn't get the stun down.
Ooh, and it will knock out Hanshing on the other side. Darth Noob and Mori, a big fight between them because they're both at 44 as well. And now Darth has taken that win. Mori is out, so he's really in danger of these tiebreakers as well.
Yeah, I mean, 49 points could not be enough, could be enough. It all comes down to where that tiebreaker sits. We certainly know that a lot of players will cluster up around that bracket, but you can see in this lobby as well that a lot of those 44 pointers are in the bottom 4 here. Ready, Raikou Mastery, JRC that was on 45, so that means they're all going to be moving down and maybe just cluttering up the bottom 8 so that even a 47 could be safe. We'll need to see whether or not YBY1 is able to lock in that 48 against Darth Nup.
A lot of it is going to come down to the positioning right here as we see backline damage going through. Can it actually wipe something out? It does. The Lux managed to take out the secondary carry into the Lissandra, but the Rise is still the main carry on the board, shutting down the dreams and hopes of the best Vietnamese player.
Again, 47 could be the cut for this. So there is a chance that YBY, who has a few firsts to his name, could get through that cut. But Darth, now knowing exactly what he needs to do, he said, hey, I need to get top 4, but why not go for top 1 this game? It's exactly the Darth Noob style that we're accustomed to over in the Americas. He has some TPCs. The one he won specifically over in EMEA, he got that first place in the checkmate format to push himself to the Tactician's crown. And now
Yordle Baron OP.
Played a lot of that first play style once again.
Meanwhile, Dasic versus Bin Bin.
Beautiful Luden's
Basic
Galio.
takes
We
his
just saw
fifth
the
win in a row
jump just
here.
kind of decimate the front line coming in
And
from
Bin Bin's now
YBY1. And
down to
YBY1
18
is
HP.
only on that Galio 1, lacking a bit of that front line presence.
Not only that, he's also lacking the upgrade.
I
on
can't believe
Resilient
Bin
too, so a lot of
might not win
potential
this game.
still open, still unable
crazy
to
thought.
realize
Be
that
able
is
to
it
see
good enough to maybe try to take down the board. Does not
That's
get
why I'm like
Lizandra
kind of
with
shocked that they
Lux ult,
swap
and that
lobbies
will
on main
be
broadcast
potential
because it's supposed to be the
as
more like, you know,
elimination
casual
goes
audience and
in
stuff. I feel like it's
there,
weird to swap
and
mid game.
We'll take him out. Darth not
Especially when you got a
taking
hyped
a
like
lot of
Brock
damage.
swap
P.
back
Baron.
right now.
47 points. There is a
Also,
world. I'm telling you,
like they
there's
could
a
have
world where it's
recapped
possible.
this.
I mean, the
Yeah.
walk, you see the smile on his face.
Okay,
This
I'm
guy
happy to
plays a
see
standing
the
desk.
Darth
So if you're ever
smile, though.
wondering why he's
Love
walking
that.
back and forth, that's why.
No, he's actually just
The little
copying
grin.
Rob.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. It's the celebration would be the Darth Noob
thank
sit.
you.
That's
Really
right.
modding.
Yeah, the opposite of what Robin would do. And so fantastic showing by Darth, who started off the tournament really well, struggled a little bit in the mid, but when it mattered the most,
go back.
he's able to come out on
Go
top
back.
in this game.
A lot of it is
They're
going
not
to be
even gonna
coming down
watch
to
it. They've been fighting
tiebreakers. That's got
forever.
Tons of 47 pointers
When did
across the
Revan
board
die?
here,
Like,
so very
beginning of stage
tense
6?
moment as we do the calculations for these players.
Bin got so
Again,
much
YBY1
HP
has never
through
finished
5
beyond
East stall
ninth
for a
place
while
at
and
the TAC
2
crown.
dark in.
You know, unfortunate first for him.
That's right. We are going to need to crunch those numbers. Some of those lobbies are
they not
still
gonna go
ongoing. We, of course, don't know what the final outcome was
Oh my
between
That's
Bin
crazy.
Bin and Dasic. I'm quite curious about that one, but we will need to try and do the math
let
first
me
before
pull
we can
up
tell you
Froden's
where the
stream.
cutoff has moved. Has it moved at all? Are we on
Oh, wait, no,
47?
wait.
Are we
Okay,
on
okay,
48?
okay.
But let's take a look. We're actually hopping back into
Still
this
going?
lobby, and that's
Yes,
why I
it's
want.
still
This is so
going.
cool. Dasic has found a way to at least defeat Bin Bin once or twice.
Well, at least we get to see the best of both
Dasic-
worlds. We get to see the incredible action
now
happening in Yellow
now
Lobby and
they're
come
missing
back
contacts
to the
that he
battle
went
of the
on a-
Titans
on a
here.
4
Brock
win.
2 versus
Yeah.
Baron 2. This is the
They've
pinnacle
literally been 1v1
of
for all of
set
stage
16.
6.
Okay, come on. There's no way a
Yes.
700 cash out Bin Bin can actually lose
need a
to
Bin
just
Bin
a
1
regular
unit
Baron
loss
board
for
fight.
my
Not a
7-2.
regular
It's
Baron,
not a
though. It's a
regular Baron
Yordle
board.
Slayer IE Baron. This Baron has been buffed. He knows how to fight, and one rock will not
I'm saying
stop
this
him,
purely
is
for my
what he's
pick'ems.
trying, but there is nothing that will hold for
no.
Dasic, and
No
it will
3-star
be a
5
second
cost.
place. I would have loved to
No.
see those wins.
A very, very similar story to Darth Noob, though. Bin Bin at 44 points was aiming for a top 4 placement and instead goes straight to first.
52
Definitely.
total for
That was
him, so he should be
crazy.
jumping into the safe
Yeah.
zone right there. Great game plan, spotted a lot of lost streakers, knew what he had to do on the
Alright.
Ixtal. I love watching big cash outs.
Honestly, I feel like that was a very special treat, this one in particular. Very, very nice, but we just had a lot of really good boards in the last couple of rounds, and Bin Bin just showing once more that sometimes you need to be greedy to make it all
Question
the
is,
way.
was that enough for
And,
YBY
we
to
are, of
advance?
course, only looking at a small slice of the lobbies despite
at
that extra hop we had
40.
in there. We always want to know what's happening in the other lobbies that we on the broadcast didn't get to see. Do you know what? That's exactly what we have our sideline reporters for, because in Patches Panda Necra, you guys have been watching this lobby, the other lobby. There's a lot that has happened. How are our players doing?
Oh, we got all the lobbies. So actually, where do you guys want to start? Which lobby would you like to hear about? The one
Okay,
that you
one we
missed,
didn't
or like
see.
the one
The
that
one
wasn't
we
on?
didn't see.
Lobby
okay.
C.
Okay, let's actually start there. So the story about Lobby C is that we had double Setsuko at 44 points. Obo also very close to that cutoff at 46. And Aaliyah still not out of the woods yet at 47. So Got to start there at the players that were in the middle of the table.
Yeah.
And some bad news for Setsuko fans. He did end up going 6th in this game with a Demacia. Kind of an AP-AD mix with Lux as the main carry. Couldn't quite make it work, unfortunately.
Had those long shots teched in, but I think just the tempo of the lobby started to push him out of landing on something that ended up being really good. But if you are any of a fan of the rest of those players, then we might have some good news for you.
Okay.
I saw you
I'm listening.
head in hands
I'm
there.
listening. At 47 points sounds scary. That's all I'm going to say.
And you're right, but if you
What's
were double,
crazy is
all
that
you needed
YBY
in this
one
game was
got knocked
a
out.
top 4. After Double's impressive start in the first 3 games of yesterday, he had a little bit of a slump in the back half of day 1 and the start of today. But he was able to turn things around, a 3rd place in this lobby with,
That's
can
like
you
a one
guess what comp?
tiebreaker over.
Is it going to be Noxus Reroll?
It is!
It's
Ding, ding.
A world in which Double has learned from Revan. That's where you find consistency on this patch. But he played it with Spreading Roots. He had a very interesting setup with a long shot emblem on a Draven as well. Just fighting for a top 4 in the end, and he made it, thankfully.
Aaliyah as well, playing around Spreading Roots, ended up putting together a pretty interesting board, including Slayers and Freljord AD Flex. And Aaliyah ended up in 2nd place to Saya, put in 1st with a Jinx reroll.
And we saw Aaliyah playing a Draven 3 yesterday where he just had one Darius 1. He said, you know what? I'm going to push levels. Kind of a similar game plan here. No Draven 3 in this case, but showcasing he's one of the few players on the patch who can actually find success on a Fast 9 AD setup, which you've seen so many players fail at and end up in 7th or 8th.
Is there anything else you guys would like to know about?
How did Darth Noob get in that spot in that game?
Oh, so he had a 10 win streak on Demacia, and he skipped stage 4 entirely. He said, you know what? I'm playing for Fast 9. YBY1, for example, had a really interesting spot where he was the opposite. He played Ixtal into Demacia, and it was Darth Nub, 100 HP coming to stage 4, YBY1 with 25 HP, and they kind of started meeting more and more towards the middle as the game went on. But I think Darth Nub couldn't quite know where he was going to cap on stage 5 in particular. He was kind of all over the place in terms of where his cap would be.
All right, guys. Well, that's it from the Sideline Report. Thank you so much for keeping our eyes everywhere and keeping us updated. But we do want to take a look at the standings and see who's actually eliminated on the back of this, because, of course, not all of them can make it to the final day. And a lot of these players were on low points, and it is the 47 break point.
We're seeing some of our American favorites drop down here. Academy Wasian dropping down all the way in 24th, alongside Robin Songs. Also Travis down there at the bottom. We knew that was going to be the result there, but a lot of EMEA was surviving here, and only a couple APAC dropping out.
Yeah, one of those will be Midfeed, actually dropping out after those last 2 games of the final top 8 edge. However, we do have Mori also from APAC making a strong running straight towards the top here. Royal slipping down once more. And, you know, there's a lot of APAC players that could potentially make it in these last 2 games. They need to cross the final hurdle.
Revan at the top, though, continuing his dominance. Saya, another
DK.
first place. That is 4 top 2s in a row.
We don't talk about
Yeah,
that.
Saya and Isao are certainly players to watch as we move on through. But I
think you
quickly
came
want to
like
shout
literally
out
15
Jason
seconds
and Aaliyah here. These
late
guys are
to
best
seeing
friends.
how Robin's
4th
doing.
and 5th in the standings. Nearly
don't know.
similar scores there towards
He just got
the end,
knocked out
both
this last
finishing
game.
with the second
Yeah.
place
It was
on
such
this
a
4th game. Has to
difficult
be
game
just
for
a
him. I had a
nice
lot of,
little
I feel
story
like,
we have to mention here. TFT,
because I had
you know,
his
as crazy as
POV
Brox, Barons,
up
there's also
to for like every
We are gonna be
game.
going
I felt like
to
all
a
of his games
short
were
little break, and
incredibly
then
rough.
we'll
Like
be
I
right
feel like
back with more games,
he
more
didn't even like play
revelations, and
bad.
more action here at the Lauren Lake.
Yeah, he
Legends
just got
Tactician's
eliminated just
Crown.
now.
So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
He had some good comebacks, and like I feel like every game he played was an uphill battle, which is kind of rough. But that 17 info's out. Robin posted his playtest game and said, "I'm out."
There it lobbies. Now we can see the last 2 lobbies. Okay.
There's only 2 more games?
Yep, just 2 more today.
CTG still the chance? European rep?
Yeah, you.
I think I'm definitely rooting for Darth Noob.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe I shouldn't, because everyone else I rooted. I like Darth Noob a lot, though.
Yeah. If we already cursed Darthnub earlier in the season, surely rooting for him now doesn't hurt.
Agreed.
Dang, so sad. JRC also went out on that last cut, and so did Raiko.
Yeah, we lost a lot of America's players. Setsuko through tiebreaker though, and ready. So we kept 2 alive.
And Reddy, looking at these scores. Okay. Today.
His day 1 was really good. His
Yeah.
day 2 looks pretty mid, but it's just like coasting off the day 1.
Yeah. Day 2, if
So-
we finish strong for Reddy, I'll be happy. But I'm really concerned about Royal, like as a threat. The same thing. Those yesterday scores, pretty nice.
Yeah. I think Revan's locked in. I think even if he goes 8-8, I think he qualifies. He's so far ahead.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends. We are in the midst of our competition.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, but I think Saya's definitely put on quite the performance too.
We have caught 16
Yes, I
competitors
definitely
from
think
our
Saya was someone that wasn't on my radar until, I mean, like score-wise, probably like midway through yesterday. But after we saw
going to make another
their
cut
play,
after
I
2
was
games.
That's
super
right. It will be
interested in
a
their story.
sandwich cut. So this time, the top 4 performers are cut, and the bottom 4 of the
Yeah, those
standings. Then we
scores are
have that
crazy.
final, super exciting game 7 with just those 8 players remaining.
And that does mean that the cutoff points are going to be top 4 and then top 12 for the players to kind of remember. It's kind of hard to wrap your mind around this one,
See what
but
they're
we have
saying?
been using this new format since set 15.
I like that we've all landed on sandwich cut.
It's just the easiest
It
to
makes
understand.
sense, right? Because you're promoting 4 players, but you're also eliminating 4 players, and there isn't really a very, I don't know, good way to explain that otherwise. It could
Do you like
And this
how
precisely.
Make
they
sure
present
that
this
the
as like
that
game
last
11?
lobby, everyone is still in full contention to make it.
No.
To have those 4 remaining players that will make that day 3. So I think it's the best.
I think
possible
I
way to
do,
make it for these 3 games.
because
that are
points
remaining,
don't
where
reset at all.
Every single game is extremely exciting.
Yeah, we don't want players that are already guaranteed through to kind of dictate
Oh,
the
the
fates
other
of
hosts
other players
today
as well. So I
are
think it is
Domino and
probably one of
Clara.
the best changes
then
that we have done into the
Captain.
format. And it does mean that everyone will be playing for different things in these next 2 games, especially for
Right
our 3
now,
players that have already
everybody in
exceeded
our
16
pool
points.
is
They
in
can play some
this
very low risk.
man.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Where we start
They're
to
all
look
here
at
in
the
my heart.
numbers. If the elimination point was just 47 points, we expect that is going to be about
Yeah,
you know, 8
I
or
think-
9 points.
I think
higher.
in the
So you can do the math
context
on that point, and then
of
similarly for the players that want
separating
to end up
day 1 and day
promoting
2
out,
to
you
finals,
are looking around that 70 points to be
it makes
the
sense.
make or
to
break. That's how you get
refer
out of this, so
everything
you
to,
don't
like,
have to play that
the
last
12
game of the day.
or 13
And I do
games
have
before
the
finals.
historical numbers for us here.
But
It will be
I
68
think day to
in 12
day,
games to auto-advance
like if you
to top
cop in
4,
today and
and
you're like,
66 points in
you're
13
like,
games if
what
you
the
want
heck,
to make
they're
the
on
finals.
game
So
11?
those are kind of the
I
general
wouldn't know if
areas that
that's
you want to aim for.
game 11
It
of
could be a little
today
bit
or
lower this
game
time around
11 of
because
the weekend.
certain players, like Revan, have dominated so much.
Yeah, I don't know a
and
better
kind
way
of
to nestle
collected
there.
so many
Because
points
I think,
just for
even,
himself
like, if you say
across
day
these first
2,
days.
because of,
As
like,
we get
there
ready
are
to go
different
in our
turning formats.
next
Because if you
lobby,
say day
this is
2,
a very
game,
interesting
what,
one.
5?
Heavily impacted
I feel like
for
my first
APAC and
assumption is
CN,
that
as
points
we've
were
got
reset.
3 APAC players
Yeah.
here.
That's how a lot of
Looking
turns
at
are.
Royal, that is at that
So if I
end of
join
the
and I see
cutoffs,
game
and then, of
11,
course, the
I
rest
mean,
of
I watched
APAC
enough
actually
TFT to
towards
know
the middle
they're
of the
never
table
playing
to
11
avoid
games in a day
elimination.
to be like,
Wanna
okay,
highlight
cool,
the one
it's
player
points
you
carried
haven't
over
talked
from
about with those regions
yesterday.
already from the Americas.
I could definitely see it as more
I
like,
talked to him before this tournament started. He's a unique player
if like
in
doesn't
the
follow the
regional
scene as
phase of
much,
this set because
it's like
he played 2 games of Ace
that instant
and won those
like
2
knowledge
games,
just from
and
knowing
he
that
told me
may not be there.
if the situation
So maybe more
arises where I
confusing.
need a strong first
But I don't
place,
know a
like
better
he
way
needs
to
here at
like
47 points,
necessarily
we could potentially see the
solve
Celestials
both
Yeah,
the
in
ends
the
of
communicate
that.
that.
course, and that would be quite a way to wrap up this game 5.
There is somebody that's hoping to get a first place
Now
though
that I
for a
know.
Because I
different
feel like I
reason.
have
That would be
to,
Saya.
I have to check
If
a
he
lot of
goes first
tournaments
again
to
in
see
this
do they
lobby, he
reset
will
or do they not.
something unprecedented
Any
in
OCE reps?
TFT
Obu's
Tactician's
still in,
crown
right?
history. That would be 4 first
There's
places
3 in
in
this
a
game.
row on the world's global
Uh,
stage. That would
I
be
forget how you
crazy.
pronounce
He's like, double, I'll do
H1H.
you
Was
one
it
better.
Achi? I think it's Achi.
8-8, a 32-point run
And
coming out
Royal.
of a player that we haven't really known
I don't
much
know
about, just a
where
scrim god
necessarily
coming into
APAC
it.
where they're all
And I do
from
want to
though.
remind everyone that the
Obu
Western
is
players in the previous TAC round were also non-TPC
Australian or New
players as
Zealand,
well,
I forget
with
which
lesser
though, I'm pretty
profiles.
sure.
So it's just so exciting to
have-
see
Because I know when
how deep the
OCE
pools
was a
really go.
region, he
Especially
was
from CN, I think
he
we
stole one of
almost
the
every
NA
single
spots
TC
when we were
see
combined with
that
them.
one player that breaks out internationally in a huge way and kind of sets the stage for the
Yeah, so
talent that's
TFT
coming
now
out of
is
the
just
NC
4
region.
regions. It's
CN
combined
has
into
always
all.
surprised me,
It's
especially when we have had
America, so
2
it's
different
both North and
qualification
South
methods on the
America
mobile as
instead
well
of
as
just
PC
NA.
circuits.
Oh, I
I
thought
feel
it
like
was
it's
You have
always been those
EMEA,
players that come
so
out
it's
of the
yeah.
JOC, the mobile
So
version,
Europe,
that
Middle
really
East,
do just surprise
Africa.
everybody. But I think you have to
Yeah,
be just
APAC
impressed
doesn't say, and
with
then China.
where CN has kind of
APAC's
ended up as a
everything
region,
else.
and hopefully they can start to turn things around.
I'm pretty
After
sure
the
though
win
that
at the
Obu
Paris
is.
Open with Huamie, I think
I
that
think
opened
he's
up a lot of
Aussie.
conversations again as where does
See if
CN fit as a region for the rest of the TFT world.
They
Wiki
definitely
has
don't
it.
want to go on a 10-set drought. It's been really rough for EMEA. CN doesn't want to go down the same path. It's been a very long time since that triple TAC
This is
crown
what happens,
dynasty
DK,
from
when you
set
leave
5
TFT
to
for 2
set 7.
years.
Good news for 2 of the regions that are populating this lobby, CN and APAC. Scuttle Puddle means lots of resources. This is where most of these players shine, trying to get to Fast 9, having so much gold to work with to assemble the strongest board.
But I think
possible
because
on
I
that
forget
stage
what
5.
set it was. It was like set like 4 or 5 that
Bin is coming up
Obu
with
stole.
one of the
Like it
best
was
early carries
the
that we see
world's
right
reps
here.
for
Of
NA
course,
were
it is gonna be
Obu
Sion with
and
the chance to unlock
Socks.
perfect items to go directly into the LeBlanc. He's already vibing and smiling to himself.
Unless I'm thinking
on
of somebody
stream.
else.
He knows what he
With
found.
when it was socks.
Oh, but please no
Yeah.
more scout, no pivot.
It's the same player that actually
me
picked
see
it
if
up
I
2
can
games
remember
ago
what
as
set
well.
that
So he
was.
is
Oh, you were
no.
right.
happy to follow
on
in
Australia.
you know, Revan's
Probably.
path of enlightenment, apparently playing so much of this Darius reroll this tournament.
Everybody's gonna have their eyes on that composition, just because it really
Galaxy's
has felt like a surefire
championship.
way to
Yeah.
accumulate those
Oh,
points.
so set 3.
At the
Yeah, who
same
else was
time,
there
I
from
feel
NA?
like with
From
this
NA,
amount of
we
resources, is that
have-
really a composition?
Like I
that
think
you
it was
wanna be
just
aiming
Socks and
for?
Obu.
We've seen players
Go
winning with it,
higher.
right?
Yeah.
I think it's the one three calls that
OC
has
and
the highest
NA,
cap
Socks
compared
and
to Luna
Obu.
Miles and Jinx even. There
That was
are
that
many,
was when
many wins on this
Bobe
Darius reroll
and
line.
Panda over
And I
there.
do want to mention that Bin Bin coming from the JOC has a completely different way of using the Darius. He actually mixes it with the Vayne, with
And
the
They're gonna need
Voltorb.
Akali,
TFT
Yeah.
trivia,
with
and
the
I will win
Vectors.
every time.
Very off-meta compositions that are not what we usually expect.
We'll see from Obo. More of a, I think, standard play in the last few games at least to survive these cutoffs. Last
If only I could put all this knowledge to real use.
No,
Ruin
no
King.
pivot.
Show me the
Hey, this
Giga.
is real. This is real
Oh, okay.
you.
Aura farming would be the Giga Chat move, but skips
Does
over
it
that
pay
one
for
as
my
well.
rent though?
No.
I guess two
No,
trick for
no.
easy early game.
Okay, another Scion player unlocked. You do
Mm.
have fairly good items to get into AP as well with the Nashers and the open rod.
A
And Reddy
Scion
says, you know
too?
what? It's time to do the magician, sell the entire board, and see what comes. Maybe gonna Bard roll to try and get some direction on 2-3.
It's tough though because you've got Li Cao that has the hefty rolls. You've got AQ1H that does have the shopping spree, and so a couple of players that are looking to have those rerolls opened up from these augments. But on the flip side of things, Bin Bin was like, okay, I'm gonna lock into an artifact or hunching, saying I want to go a lot further than that. Go maybe fast 9.
For me, the best augment selections here, just
I
because
wonder
of
with
the high
mittens.
resource
I wonder if
amount,
there's
has to be
certain
Royal
comp to
with
try and
that
angle with
savings account. And
mittens.
of course, Saya, who has a very easy way to get to level 9 with that birthday reunion. Their tempo is going to be great to hold just directly into those fast 9 compositions.
Especially
like I
Royalty goes
heard
into
about it
Demacia.
in a
It's very hard to
video, but I don't
contest,
remember who
especially from
said
this
it.
position. He's going to have the savings account proc probably on.
I mean, the
TPD
Baron
on
looked pretty good
3-7.
with it,
He'll be
but I
able to
don't know
roll
that you
down
can.
most likely before anyone else for the Garen 2, for the Lux 2, for the potential Zillion as well. So anyone contesting him is usually rolling a turn after that, and there won't be as many of those units in the pool for that roll down.
We want to see a big game out of Royal at 47 points. With Reddy also at the cutoff, he ended up going for the Legion of Threes. We saw the Slayer's emblem. Where do you feel like that can go to actually get you that second place, first place?
Yeah, I don't know where any of the other APAC players are. I think Achi is Taiwan.
I think that the Noxus lines are probably too contested. The other line that has been working really well would have
That's
been the Archers,
hilarious.
because you have the Loris and you also have the Sejuani that are 3 costs.
I would say he can consider playing
I love
around
that.
Arione,
I love how
Slayer
we're
+1,
watching it.
or
Oh
even
my
going
God.
from Speed into the Yone Slayers line that we see a little bit less often with the +1 here as well.
It's legal.
Wait.
Like you're making
Freljord
a decision.
reroll. Pull out the old
like you're
Ash and
DC'd or
Tryndamere out of the
anything.
bag.
You're only
Yeah.
impacting your own game.
No, but you.
I
what
could
if you go to,
see
like,
it being, hey,
Slayer
you can't
Volley
leave cam because
there,
it
you
could be
actually
like,
get the
oh, you're
vertical
going to check
Freljord
stats in
online
another
after going
room
for
or
the
something.
reroll.
Like,
My
clearly it's
understanding of the
not,
comp is that
but
Ash is actually the main carry
I
right
could see
there, so
technically
it's
there being a
harder
rule
to
you can't do
Where
that.
Ash?
Yeah, I
There have been
could
some
see that.
Velveth Freljord innovations,
I don't think
in
they
the
would
last few patches,
penalize
but
them
I'm
for it
still
though.
not
If
a
that
big
was
believer
they're
on
just
these
like, hey, don't
ultimate
do that
lines.
again.
Yeah.
Yone Slayers is as spicy as it gets for me.
Oh, AQ1H back
It's
to
like
his
Robin.
tricks. He's
Robin
going
checked
straight Baron.
tactics.tools in
went
his
to level
first
5
game,
already.
like in between games,
Bard
and they're like,
unlocked
you
here as
can't check
well.
that between games. It's like, oh.
It's really hard to stay ahead of lobby tempo to be able to push to 10. Obviously, you're going to have the help from Scuttle Puddle, but usually this is where you can start pairing double econ augments plus Scuttle Puddle to essentially be almost like a prismatic econ.
There's 2 other players that have already also pushed to level 5. That's going to be
Yeah, Reddy,
AQ1H
he probably rolled for
and
Bard.
Saya. And so I'm curious, like if you're running into each other, like we're seeing here from Saya and
A lot of the
AQ1H,
full
goal was
open,
to
like,
keep this
Lost
win
Streak
streak.
players,
One of them
so
is
many
gonna have
people
it
are playing
broken.
Bard.
Very
Like,
tough for
we'll see at
AQ1H.
Carousel
The
how many
front line
have
from
it,
Saya is much more developed on his
but I
end.
would bet that's what
And
it was.
obviously, IE, not exactly a great item for AQ1H on the cog.
And with Scuttle Puddle, the idea is you can either play just full lose streak, get infinite
Maybe.
gold, go 9,
I would have.
you know,
I would have
early in
been so
stage
funny
4,
to
early
see
than you
if we
would
just saw
otherwise,
his
or
feet
use
hanging
that
off the
gold
bed
because you know you're
with
getting
his
a lot
head
more
in
of
a
it
pillow.
TPD round to push levels very aggressively and you know get to those level 7 unlocks.
A
in
quick
particular in
screen,
stage
mental
3,
reset.
maybe even on 3-2,
Yeah.
for example.
All right, Bin Bin and Saya have maintained,
2,
or at least
3
started to
bards
put
out
together
there.
a bit of that win streak. You can see that the Noxus is unlocked for both of them. So who will
Yeah, Reddy,
actually
Lashao, and
keep their
Achi.
foothold in it?
Big carousel.
Free
for
rerolls,
Lashao.
free
With the hefty
Bard,
rolls,
makes
maybe
sense.
Still a little bit open without items.
And
connected
then
to the
Lost
loose into what
Streak,
line he wants to play
hefty
into.
rolls,
Finding
definitely
a Jinx with
go
a bow
Bard.
on this carousel could
Yeah,
be the
I
direction
think-
he was looking for.
We have 4 players currently in the
They all
realm
make
of
sense.
Noxus,
I think
Stardust,
every
LeBlanc
player,
lines.
good spot
This
to go
is
for
gonna
it
be a
there.
very interesting game. I think it makes sense for the players at the top to semi-contest this as well, make sure the tempo is slower. But Reddy, I think, is the one that I'm most worried about. He's
I think that's
most
the issue
locked
that
into the
Robin had
reroll
last
line
game that
with that Legions of
was
Threes.
full open and Lost
Can he
Streak, and like
actually
normally you
find a
want to go for
pathway
the Bard, but
into
because
that line
I
without
forgot
that
who
much
it was
contest?
that
It's gonna
had
be a
the
very
no
difficult
scout,
thing.
no pivot
Call it the
Noxus,
Revan effect.
that he couldn't roll for Bard, otherwise it would
Seeing,
ruin his streak.
Need for a 4 loss here from Lisa. He's on a 3 loss right now. Are there any
And then that's why he had, like,
Pinwatchers in
no
this lobby who
econ
might
and
wanna break
rolls
his streak,
going
sell
late?
their entire board? We'll find out as this next round comes through.
That's the thing about being 60 points, right? I feel like a lot of players just look at your spot and like,
Just take it.
Yeah, yeah. You're through, you're through.
So I'm hoping to keep the win streak online. It's going to be up against Obo. There's been quite a few people that actually have tried to unlock this LeBlanc early.
Atacon on Atacon action here. Bin also going into the Noxus line. Obo dabbling into it. Saya will move out of it, but it's such a smart way to just transition and slow everyone down.
And we see a lot of this Noxus, but you have to remember, Darius 3 seems like the evident, very strong line to take from this, but it could still be Malflex, obviously. It could still be the more traditional Scion unlock into the Volibear Freljord line in stage 4, into eventually going into Freljord Rise as a way to cap as well. So it's just a very strong AP combination in stage 2 and 3, a front line with a Scion and the back line with the Blanc, but it could still end up in so many different ways.
Hanxing seems to be catching the tailwinds right here. Already 2 copies of Zoe. Understands that the lobby is going to be very reroll focused. So just holding on to those and staking his claim.
Saya and Bin want to keep these win streaks, but they're going up against each other, so one of them will lose it. This is going to be a tough one. I think that it's also kind of hard to tell because you actually have a almost fully itemized LeBlanc on both sides.
Oh, it does look like the Scion 2 will win it for Saya. The rich just get richer.
So close.
Okay.
I thought maybe another Melio cast might have done it to actually knock out the backline, but yeah,
Fight
Saya's
RNG,
gonna be a big winner
split
with this
damage
one.
between the
And
two.
if Saya can continue this win streak until he's able to push levels for TG from Birthday Reading, that's really big. That's the next little resource spike to try and maintain maybe a 10-win streak even in this game.
Oh, when did
Looking
this
across the board, it looks like Reddy is making his way back into Noxus, and a big thing to point out is Royal actually snapped his loss.
Did he get one off Carousel?
So that just is going to slow him down quite a lot. A lot of players obviously
had to have
playing
come
with
from Carousel,
fairly
right?
weak
Yeah.
boards, trying to spike on
to.
3-5 instead, or 3-2.
Oh, I was completely gold blind.
Gold injection though coming through from the Crabs. Like that's a lot of 3-cost champions that just dropped.
Draven is going to get leveled up, starting
Not awake enough to remember getting spat.
Oh yeah. I've literally had the same game in 3 different
There's an
screens and I
early
missed it still.
Darius unlock as well, so putting his foot forward in terms of what comp he wants to try and lock in. AQ1H, I think, quite smartly.
Yeah, I have this one in 2 screens, and then I have the other lobby.
Path with the AD,
Yeah, I have the
with this
other lobby
being so
on the
AP-centric.
TV behind me.
I think we saw long shots surprisingly being one of the most played comps yesterday. I think it's, if you can play into it and there's not many Demacia AP players, you have a very stable game plan.
Back in
And
just
it's looking
one
pretty good
moment.
right now with a Vayne pair here for AQ1H.
Yeah, I do love this pivot from him as well. This is why he's willing to slam a lot of the Infinity edges. It could go on the Baron, but hey, if you are gifted the Vaynes early, that's also a terrific carry. And we actually have seen this Demacia Longshot being able to go 1-2 if you make it to the Ziggs carry. There is a late game cap out scenario.
I feel like we
It's
haven't
not
seen
just a top
any
and top 4 comp.
Vayne Kaisa
AQ1H is
today.
Level 7 on 3-1. So it's what we were talking about with Scuttle Puddle. You can either go full greed, full fast 9, or you can
think
use
this is
the
the first
gold
one.
to just play a very aggressive and strong stage 3 around the Kaisa unlock, around the Rift Herald unlock. So AQ1H expected to win streak most of this stage because of his play.
Another gold augment. Unsealed from Steel looking pretty good.
I didn't realize he went 7. He got Rift Herald and Kaisa on 3-2. That's crazy.
Ooh. Spreading roots.
Whoa, pretty good hits here. Vanquisher +1 and the Freljord +1. So I think this is now maybe leaning much more towards the Freljord Invokers LeBlanc line in stage 4 and leaving the path potentially open for Reddy to play around the Darius reroll.
But what about Bin?
Oh, he's playing your favorite unit. Vygar.
He does have the death cap.
I will say the meta in JOC is very different. Their meta is you get Darius 3 and you play whatever backline your heart desires.
That sounds like a good meta to me.
It's going to be tough for both players to be able to actually go for the 3-cost reroll, and so really, this can't actually be a big R game. You guys are pulling my leg, right?
I didn't say anything. Clement might be pulling your leg. I am staying
Clement's
well
pulling my
away
leg, right?
from this drama.
I do not know the JOC meta, and Bin is actually set on just playing what he's learned from the mobile circuit. They do have different mechanics and different shop odds as well, so it's kind of hard to expect what he will pull. But for Reddy, he got a gold orb into a Noxus, which is great for that composition. It means you can play Noxus 7 while rolling down.
Oh my gosh, a 10 Noxus game for a player that needs so many points. It is Scuttle Puddle, so think about the items and the components and things that you can get out of the crabs.
If he gets one more emblem, we might be on our way. But making it to 10 is the hard part usually in these setups, unless you use a Galio to
Oh,
trick your
but
way
you
into
have
it.
so many crabs to get gold from.
If you survive until you get all that gold, it's all potential, Necra. But looking at the board here from Obo, he is level 750 on 3-3, has the 4 Invoker, 4 Bruiser online already. So I think the game plan is pretty clear here. We talk about the dangers. He's on 59 HP in a 5 loss streak now. He has to stabilize. He has to navigate to level 8, especially in a clean manner where he can make it to 9 for that Rise unlock.
I have to say, he just got the luckiest Reforger hit right there. Starting with Vanquishers, a little bit hard to see where that goes. Invokers, it is straight up the Freljord alley. You can even pass that on to the Rise later on, or you can drop the Anivia, a 1 cost you don't really want to be hanging on to.
Obo's been a player that has really excited me because I think we think about the longevity that TFT has had, and Obo, it's been a long time since we've seen him. Dating all the way back to Galaxies, he was there at the first Tactician's crown, and now he's made it back after 5 years.
Can I say it now?
Yes.
I feel like I can say it because the embargo is over. He might be a space god.
True, true. It's just so cool, and I think for him, especially after you end up doing so well at the regional finals, you're excited to have the chance to prove yourself here at the TAC crown.
We have to look at the Lee Sao roll down right now. He's got an 8 loss streak, has to stabilize this. Is still sitting on H-stall on the board, so hasn't cashed out the quest yet here, but I think he knows he has to send it here. He's playing for the Jinx line. He has to at least hit some of these frontline upgrades. A very early send on 7 is a pretty good hit. No Jinx, pair even is maybe not the ideal. I think he's gonna
I wish there was a way we could see what the H-stall cash out is.
And then go for
There's so many of these like that and traits and encounters that are just hard to see from spectator.
Yeah, this is actually a very rough situation. He would have wanted at least to get one of those 2 stars online. The good thing about this is he does have the Brahms early, which typically rounds out your composition on 7 very nicely, allows you to get the 3 Freljord in.
He also has the crash test dummies, which you could see be the perfect thing to stop that damage for at least a couple seconds, but it's not going to completely pay off for this fight.
It's a really good combination with the hefty rolls because you do get the extra HP as well. One of the most favored augment combinations, especially with Freljord in as well.
So this has to be the cash out for H-stall on whatever quest he's on. Otherwise, he's in very deep trouble considering he's on 23 HP playing around a comp that is not necessarily the highest cap comp with Jinx Warwick. Okay, it is a cash out. 320, not too bad for some extra resources if you 4 costs come in, and now the big roll-on has to come through. We need to see an incredibly stable board for this next fight. He cannot lose any more HP at this point.
Positioning first and then figure out everything else later.
Wow, he's incredibly patient, to be honest. Taking his sweet time with the positioning.
Ooh.
Knows that he will
Fast
get
and
the
clean,
roll.
though. Gonna itemize the Warwick here, the first unit he's hit over that Jinx, and now we have to see where the matchmaking is. He is facing Reddy, who is still on Darius 1, so that should be a win here for Lee Sao, and he can finally stop the bleeding.
I don't know if Reddy, is he really going to go for the reroll?
No, I think he's going 8.
Yeah.
Darius 1 here, the fact he's still level
He's
750
holding
on
the
3-6.
the Mbessa?
Yep. If he hasn't already killed off the Mbessa for the Melt unlock, or like preloaded it, he'll do it now on PvE. And I think it's a good call from Reddy. I think you can still get value from Legion of 3 from the Emblem, and the 3 costs are going to be in your comp anyway.
And this is where Royal should be cashing out already, getting the extra gold. We'll see what line he actually decides to take. We were angling more towards the Demacia. Oh, gold earned. Oh, okay.
In the other lobby, Darth moved to Gold Destiny and got Magic Roll from it, and the Magic Roll gave him a Fawn.
Yeah.
I think it's smart to roll a little bit here.
What a high roll.
Confident and cocky as you can be as a player, it's hard to maybe do so much on just one turn when you are relatively low on HP after the 5 loss streak. So keeping it humble, rolling a little bit on PV.
We've all been there. And it's just a lot to have to manage, moving your items, actually buying champions. Maybe you've ended up actually loading things into your team planner so you know what to buy.
Oh, even it gets an additional cash out here. First copy of Garen coming online. Really needs the Lux or Lysandras.
kind of awkward items can't really make a good third AP item for the eventual Lux. Has to keep rolling here, I imagine. Maybe he wants to greed, but
Wow.
that is a ballsy move. He is on 47 points, so he does need to take some amount of risk in these next 2 games to survive the cutoff and make it to that Game 7.
I think he did some scouting. I mean, you could roll a little bit deeper, but you saw that Obo actually did hit the Lissandra too. So how many copies are realistically left for you to actually 2-star that? Maybe you do wait, you do get greedy, and then you go to level 9 and roll.
And there's no guarants out from AQ1H yet as well. AQ1H is still 7, so maybe this was the time that Royal could have really pushed for it. But I guess he's waiting until the 4-2 augment. If he hits some kind of econ, he can maybe just push directly to 9, gets the Galio unlock in the first place, and just plays for the win out instead.
Unsealed for Steel would... Oop, never mind. Rolls it
Just rolls
instantly.
once, he's like, nah, I'm picking Spirit no matter what. It's
Fair
time to
enough.
roll.
Give yourself as much time as possible to actually do the roll down. So he's selling off those critical pieces that he knows he doesn't want to have on the board for later. It's going to be a find of the Shyvana, so that's pretty nice.
Doesn't buy the Annie at all is very interesting from this position when he has not even a single Lux yet. So really interesting, risky plays here from Royal.
Yeah, he actually skipped over the Lux completely, just not even taking the unit. So it does look like he's going to end up with some Freljord Rise board. At his position, I kind of understand that.
Oh, it's just like, you have 21 HP. That's the thing that really scares me.
Necra,
Yes.
you see there's a Noxus emblem?
I do.
You see there's another spat?
I sure do. Is it going to happen?
It's up to you. You're the caster blesser, apparently. Let us know when you decide.
For Ready's sake, I hope that he gets this Noxus 10 online. I really, really do.
That is the entire game plan. Obviously, the 4-2 augment pickup is angling this direction. He is level 8, 46 gold here. He's on 54 HP, so relatively healthy. If he can kind of cheese his way through this stage, win some of these fights on this 8 Noxus board right now, it becomes more and more realistic. It's obviously tough and difficult to make it to 10 in an attack round lobby where everyone is trying to build the strongest board possible, but it's not impossible from this position.
I like the small detail of hiding the spat on one of your units. Of course, your augment kind of gives it away.
We haven't heard a ping yet, Clemens, so
Yeah.
it's working, you know?
True.
Exactly. Last game, 2-3, ping's already going down. This time around, good hide, good hide.
Let's just say Necra has better vision than all the players in this lobby.
Where are my wards? All right, we got a Mel unlock. Litzao on last life.
Uh-oh.
15 HP. No Sejuani, no Loris. Cannot find the upgrades necessary to actually get this board online, and several copies of the Jinx are missing.
Malicious into losing that last fight is definitely not where you want to be. He is on 60 points, so one of the players that I think can get an 8th here and not feel too bad about it.
I don't know.
Takes an 8th and then goes a top 4 the next game. He still has a pretty good chance of making it in, but this game barely looks salvageable. He needs some great hits.
back.
We got some rejuice.
Welcome back.
Thank
A
you.
couple more coins to go, but as we look at where everybody is in terms
How are
of their
we
board
looking?
progression, it's still just
Oh,
gonna
11
be hard to
HP.
imagine that this board is going to be able to stack up.
There is that sword. Where are the pings? Come on, guys.
The first place for Saya
Does
would
Reddy
break a
want the
T-Crown record of
spatula or the
4 wins in
sword?
a
That's the big
row.
question.
Oh,
Oh my
interesting.
gosh. No, he's not going to get it. What if he just...
Oh,
they're going to leave the
That's
sword! No way!
pretty crazy. Reddy's
Oh, no.
also, or not Reddy.
AQ1H.
Revan's
Okay.
playing
You
to
got
break
the
the
vision,
record
the
for
Necro
most
ward
points.
Oh,
I think the
okay.
record is
Right there, as
73.
you mentioned earlier, Clement,
Oh,
if
wow.
Saya
Oh my
wins
God,
this
okay.
game, it would be the record for
He's got
wins
6-7
in a row.
right now.
Wow.
I said that.
Or
We'll
you
summon
said that.
Catherine
Not
back.
Clement.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Azir 2 is a birthday reunion hit for Saya. A bit more of a damage carry now after the
Azir
buffs
2.
on these last 2 patches. Does stop the LeBlanc immediately. You don't really have the ideal items for the Azir. He's more of an
Hey,
attack
thanks for your
speed,
patience. I'm
auto-attacking
back.
AP carry.
See?
I had an unexpected yet
Should be good enough.
appreciated
to, win
visit
some fights here in stage
from Aunt Flo.
Yeah, I think it's just a holdover. This composition is
Fun.
very hard to play with Freljord. You need the Nasus, you need the Seraphine. It's probably just better to go for
What'd I
the
miss?
Rise in his spot and wait for that to come online.
Oh,
In
Royals
the
on
meantime,
11
serviceable
HP.
carry.
That's
will
exactly what I said when I
pulverize
got back.
What Bindin has for a frontline.
I was like, ooh, 11 HP.
This is just an interesting position for Bin Bin. I wonder.
Also, in the other lobby, Darthnub hit
core,
second
you can't
augment,
really
hit
go
Gold
to level
Destiny
9,
into
and he
magical
doesn't have any
roll
upgrades.
into
He's
the
stuck
Fawn.
on Kindred
Jesus.
Senna.
He is playing an innovative Kindred Senna game with
However,
AP
he had
items,
Aura
which is
farming
not
Ornn,
sure
so
if
it's
that's
not
where I
really
wanna
in the
be.
best spot.
Lisa does his first big 3
Like
cost
crazy
upgrade.
high roll to Gold
The
Destiny and
Loris
get a
comes
free
through
Fawn.
Still 2 off of the Jinx, 1 off of Sejuani.
Okay, yeah, I'm catching
Looking at
up
his
on that
matchmaking
right
before. I mean,
now.
15 HP should be 2 lives still on stage 4 at least, even if he loses here.
And I do have to call out Royal. He did go straight level 9 in order to get the Rise online like I predicted, but that
Oh, and
was
in that
unfortunately
lobby,
not the play to
Setsi
stabilize.
and
So he goes out
Darth are
in
at the
8th. Had to
bottom,
take a
running
big
out the
risk,
bottom right
respects
now.
to that play there.
And from that kind of position, it's very likely to go 8th again, simply because you are just playing into this coin flip style that you kind of have to go for with how the points shake out.
Yeah, it's very tough, but 48 points is going to be mathematically pretty hard to get out of that elimination zone. So now we turn our attention to the players that are doing just a little bit better, have some higher hopes of staving that off. The Jinx is going to be doing some good work here against the Skarner, and
I wonder if
the
there's
Loris
any unit
certainly
like
helping
this
out
Jinx
against
next
that.
set.
So while that Loris makes its way into the back line, I think
You
this
hope
is
that
going to be
there's
a
not?
good win for Li Cao, but you still
No, I
have
said I wonder
to
if there are
actually
any.
put together
Oh.
a couple more of those as you get closer from getting eliminated.
That's funny.
And Bin really just does not want to
Fiora's a
have
5
these
cost,
two
and
items
she
on the field.
has on
Consider it kind of
the
utility
that we've seen in
units.
the old
He's
days
very good, but
of
he's not really
she'll win a
very all by
1v1
himself. Ideally,
every
stylish,
time.
but we're just
The
so
like
far
Devil
away
Teemo
from that
had or
happening when
Dragon
10
Manta
HP is
Yasuo.
well.
I was looking at
for Bin Bin,
some of
so
the Reddit
things have
comments,
not
and
quite
so
turned
many
out the way
people
he
are like,
expected
"That is
coming
the
into
most
this game.
broken passive ever. They're going to have to
meantime,
hard nerf
Josiah
this unit, do
chasing
all this." I'm like,
after
we've had
the
this before. It
TAC
wasn't
best,
like
4 straight wins.
that's just another. There's
do you
so
guys
many
wanna guess
players
who
that have not
also
been
had 4
around
straight wins
for
in the TPC,
that
holding the highest
long to
record?
just think that's the most
Fun
broken
trivia
thing
time.
ever. It's like you
What,
rarely
1-1?
see it.
No.
Title?
No.
Ironbog?
But
That's
when you
actually
do,
pretty
it's
high.
pretty hype.
Oh.
Just wanted to throw that trivia out. Currently the highest record for just the regular season.
We got 2 Noxus emblems online.
How
2
much gold did
for
he get?
Ready.
Still level 8.
Oh.
Hopefully he has 100 gold to work
Wait,
with, or
we
I
can
might
hit
be
10
worried.
here.
76.
Okay, that's good enough. I'll take that one.
47 currently is the lowest points. If Reddy could pull it off, it would be the saving grace for
Okay,
Americas.
first of all,
as
I
they have
do
lost a
need
lot
Reddy
of
to
players
pull it
here.
off.
I know
actually
there's the
do.
weight of the region waiting on him. It does look like he has enough gold.
Yeah, I think at the very latest 5-5, maybe earlier.
It's really impressive because this is Reddy's first Tactician's crown. Made it to his first regional finals for Lore and Legends, ended up making it to the grand finals, which secured his spot here to compete at the Lore and Legends Tactician's crown. Somebody that's kind of been the underdog, kind of like the dark horse of the competition, since he has been playing TFT for a couple of sets now, but this is the one where I don't know, you kind of like hope for the newcomer. He's got a bit of that beginner stuff.
A good loss here, Mel Pair as well. I will say, before we get too excited for Ready, I believe in the Americas, Setsuko did go 6th with 10 Noxus
He did
in one
lose
game. So I will
after
just say it's not an insta win. The cannons are not there from Bilgewater with the Noxus line. There's a window of time where you can't quite do it, but we'll see if Ready can win all of these fights. The key thing is surviving until the Atakan goes drain mode and just wipes in everything.
Yeah, it takes 10 seconds for that to happen. Looking across the board, we
Noxus.
haven't really seen that super high cap, maybe 3-star 4 cost or Bilgewater line that could throw a wrench into Ready's
But will
game
we
plan
see
here.
anything
So I do
crazy
expect
like
him to be
losing to
able deal with
Jinx?
most of these boards. I haven't really
Well,
seen a
there's no
very
Jinx
quick
on this
win
board
yet.
So at least not for
I
now.
think we saw, especially Jinx, locking into the Atakan early. It is what has been a loss sometimes with this 10 Noxus.
Especially if she has like crit items, then the Atakan is certainly getting burst down before it gets the cast off. You saw how long
Goodbye,
that took.
Bin Bin.
Bin Bin though, down and out. Han Xing, Li Cao, both now on their last lives as they are hoping they do not run into this Noxus 10 board.
Hansing does have Ready in his pool. This is going to be very critical. A couple placements saved.
That's good
Very
for
smart from
Darth
Hansing.
Num
Sells
that
the
Bin
Mel,
Bin
wants to
goes
play on
out
the Rise
here.
instead because there's so many players playing around Mel. It's just going to be harder to hit that Mel too. Can't quite find the Rise upgrade though.
Waiting with bated breath as the Jinx from Li Cao is actually going to go up against Ready's Noxus 10. Can this Jinx actually get the target onto the Otacon and stop it from casting.
The Otacon does take a while to come out onto the board there, finally getting the 15% damage off the enemy board, but it's very far away from the Jinx. I think it's going to make it to the 10 seconds. There's not enough burst damage here. And there we go. Ruin across the board. The Vortex of Hate takes Lee Sao down to just a sliver of HP.
Han Cheng also going to be out here. The AP flex not working for a lot of our players who decided to opt out of the Darius reroll. Instead, try and find their way to those level 9 boards.
There's a Void Spat. Unfortunately, nobody has gone into the vertical route. I was thinking if you wanted to, if you were AQ1H, you could try to actually tech it in, but it's going to end up just being emblem fodder. But that you can kind of see here, Lee Sao goes reroll. Everybody else taking a different stylistic approach, hoping that they can actually make it to these big 2-star Fast 9 carries.
It's been a while since we've seen Obo's board here, checking in with him. 7 Freljord, 4 Invoker. Most other lobbies, this should be enough to just straight out win the game.
Very cool board here. With the 7 Freljord, the Freljord towers will have board-wide stuns when they do get taken down, so really interesting addition with the 7 Freljord you don't reach very often. Plus a Shyvana too as well, getting a lot of the extra HP here.
I like the Silas. Very cool, but still not upgraded, and you're going into Reddy's board. And so, well, the Mel 2 now actually at play. I feel like this is just going to be another tail, but maybe Obo is the best test.
A lot of units being taken out quite early, but again, you need to focus the Atacon as much as possible, and it's not going to happen in time.
It's all about HP preservation now.
Oh,
just trying, wow,
we're
we timed that one,
brothers!
Clement. And especially in a lobby like this, you have to be cognizant of when this is
Hello,
going to
Laura.
happen from stage 4.
Hey,
Stage 4
how's it
that's
going?
coming.
Hey.
Good, how are you?
Play for less greed and play for more rolldowns.
Saya just hit
Good.
level 10.
I'm doing
So
alright.
Saya is hoping that maybe
I was
level
watching
10 is
the
going to be good to at least
stream.
secure a second
Yeah.
place. That would
Are
guarantee
you guys taking a
his
break or
spot in
something?
the grand finals on Sunday. So
No.
that's what you're playing for
Just
right now. If
watching.
you're Lead Sao, get as many points on the table as possible.
Oh,
You want to
okay.
hit that 68-point threshold. That's where we expect the promotion point to be. But Lead Sao up against Obo, maybe this is going to be a matchup you can win.
See if the Volibear can sneak onto that Jinx once he does get his cast off. The Braum is holding on for as long as possible. Volibear is now targeted by the
I
Jinx.
think
so he
that's
has to
about to go out in
probably
the
spell
other
defeat
lobby.
here. We're seeing Lissandra now, the backline carry. The Shyvana still holding on, but the
90
Jinx is starting to do
points,
so much damage, and there's so much more HP
That's
thanks to the
upset,
hefty rolls on
52.
Lee Sao's side. He's scaling into the late game.
Yeah, really good item.
How's our boy
building from
Cambly
Assassin
doing?
Explosives of Freljord.
That's what I want to know.
That stops the
Huh?
second.
Got out
from
yesterday?
stunning your units,
Wait,
allowing that fast
I thought he had
recharge
made it to day
now,
two.
I think AQ1H has run
Really?
out of leeway.
He
here.
made it to day
Four
two,
wards,
but I
full
think
tempo.
he's
Or last
already out.
Reddy's
last
playing
round
whack-a-mole
of
now.
cuts.
Everyone's just trying to
Yeah.
dodge Reddy. Like, please
Yeah.
let me not see the 2 swords next to his name coming into stage 6. Just one
What
time,
sword
Lord Dog.
This
Yeah,
is where you're like,
Five knobs
you kind of
out.
wish that you could run away from the Tactician's
Setsu
damage.
goes 26.
Oh, that used to be the case. You could delay it.
Ah, I
It was-
know.
it was terrifying.
Cisco's board is really strong.
Okay, AQ1H gets the rise unlocked. And we will also be able
Revan's
to
also
check in
on a
on
four
Saya,
win-
who is
four
able to
win
go
over
that
there.
level 10. With the Shurima
Okay.
units in, he does actually
Two
get the
Revan just
rise,
wins.
but he still has a
Revan's
bit
gonna
to
break
go
the
before he
record.
can
He's gonna
actually
break
upgrade the
73.
rest of the board.
Yeah, I think
One of
so.
the worst feelings
Rise
when you
2
hit
also
your
for
max
Saya,
cap board
looking
and
pretty
then
good.
you see Reddy's in your pool. It's like
The only
all
thing
that
that
work for
might
this.
stop Revan
Well,
from
at least
breaking
you're
the
guaranteeing
record
yourself
is
potentially a second place.
if
Obo does
he's
have
not
Reddy
gonna
in his
play
board.
in
Only one
like game
sword.
7.
It will be Lee Sao against
So,
Reddy, so the one reroll
if he
play
like
here,
has
the
one
Jinx,
bad
who
game
we
next
talked about,
one,
maybe a match that
doesn't
can
have enough
favor
points. Like if
the
he goes
Jinx killing
8th,
off
he'll
Icon
still
early.
advance and
It
qualify. He
bonds
won't get to
next
play
to
another
Jinx.
game to get more
Kind of
points.
potential.
Timer's ticking, but the lock-on is way too late. There's still that radiant
Oh, look at the
Warthog.
So
Warthog.
America's is not doing too hot.
Lee
We've
Sao
got like
taken
3
down.
people left.
Unfortunate matchmaking there against
Yeah.
the boogeyman of the lobby.
Dang.
Reddy
Yep,
holding
Jinx not
down
enough
the
to
fort,
beat Otacon.
holding Kaisers as well to stop any kind of 3-star 4-cost shenanigans on his bench.
Honestly-
AQ1H also going down with a long shot game plan. Only 2 players now remain.
And it's the historic 4 streak versus the historic comeback. Can Saya actually find an answer to this? I actually thought there might have been a chance if he was able to flex a Damasha onto his board with the execute, but with his current units, it's all about stalling, right? Shurima, Freljord, Yordles, all of those are just kind of slow stalling traits. Not really what you need against Ready.
Yeah, it's still going to be a Lissandra 1 and a Volibear 1 to go up against this huge Otacon. There's going to be a lot of targeted damage there on the left side of the board, so when the Otacon comes in, maybe you're able to strike it.
It's also a big
Sayo's not going to hit his 4-win streak.
Stuns on that top left corner. The Otacon is still holding on for dear life. The drain comes through. The units are sucked in and Ready with a huge performance in this game, just dominating the lobby.
I want to see if Saya does something fun. He can't win on a standard board, so he is selling everything. He is going to go for the 3-star.
Wow, Ready really needed this first. That's really good.
The Azir is also going to be uncontested. You could try to go for the Rise, but you got to start selling these units.
Fingers crossed, I'm not going to jinx it.
Already skipped an Azir, and now is starting to buy them. It's a very hard APM to do this all in one round, and you're so far away as well. It's unlikely, but you have to try something. You know you're losing regardless otherwise. So no record here from Saya, unfortunately, but at the very least, it's a huge comeback.
Yeah.
He's nowhere close
one
to
America's player in this
Yeah, no.
Let's just watch the
But he had
at
to.
the end. Ready knows
But there's no other way out.
Revan went to a 2 health right after I turned away. He's gonna...
And what a great performance.
It's not Acel, but I'll take it.
From bottom of the standings to 56 points now. Wow, what a way to make a marker and just hold the region on his shoulders. So many American greats just fell down in the last cut. Robinson's gone, Weijin gone. Ready, on board, at your service.
Oh, that's just so exciting. And we're going to get a chance to actually showcase some of the highlights from the other game. In fact, actually, maybe just completely go in because they are still playing. Here are the big players at hand. We got Dasik, Midfeed, and Aaliyah that are going to be towards the middle of the pack. But it's Mori who is sitting there at a 4-win streak, hoping that this is going to be the big clutch moment that he needs.
And this is kind of a lobby setup we've seen time and time again today from Mori, leading the pack, coming into the late game, playing around these fast 9 AP boards.
What's going on with mid?
In this case now, again, a huge HP gap, 58 HP for the APAC player.
Yeah, this is something that
also, if Revan goes 8th, he won't break 73.
He did play a lot of rerolls, but he's definitely not a reroll only player. Found himself very strong on certain lines like the Ishtal, and he does a very, very good Freljord Invoker as well. Unfortunately for Aaliyah,
there's still one more game, right?
Caught
by
the
I think everyone's still
sending the Freljord
in it.
Volibear back,
but it's going to be difficult for like Setsuko.
The Rise is still up as well.
Yeah,
this is an angle, a comp
Double's definitely
a lot of regionals to become a Mia champion, lifting competition into Freljord Rise. So he must.
Well, because they only cut the bottom 4 because we're qualifying top 4, so it's like not a cut. So I think like everyone's still in it.
Midfeed being able to take the win over there.
I get you.
Mori still has 73 gold.
So it would just
we haven't seen what exactly he's playing, but looks like he's just biding time with how much HP he still has.
That's why I really like this having one final qualify 4 from each end and have one final. Like that a lot.
He's been clutching it up on these. Well, it looks like it's fast 10. He has 70 gold to work with. What's going on with this guy?
And this is the strongest version. After the nerf to Sylas and Rise, you really want more damage. And what players have been doing is they've been flexing the Damasha back into the Freljord Rise line. It does give you that execute, so it deals with a lot of those bruiser type of carries a lot better.
Fascinating to see what Mori.
Did they release any more like videos today about the next set?
Yeah, the dev drops out. All the info's out on all the different stat sites and everything. You can go see all the channels, trade everything. It's all out.
That's
the embargo's
exciting.
up too. A bunch of players
on this Braum.
Release playtest.
Freljord showdown, but I mean both players are level 10. Aaliyah has Know Your Enemy, so maybe a bit of an edge going in his favor.
But Augment he didn't pick, by the way. Just Destiny gave that to him.
see how Galio can impact this fight. Flying in at exactly
Look at the volley
where
there
it
as
needed to be.
well.
Oh no, volley jumps the
Oh
Galio.
my god, the perfect
Big jump.
from the volley bear onto the backline. Lissandra and Rise both taken down. A good win for Aaliyah to try and even out the HP in this lobby.
Midfeed, though, takes a win against a ghost board, so this is quite close. About 30
There's a
HP
Baron.
for
Keeping
everybody.
hope alive.
Everybody's level
From
10.
Europe.
You get a level 10.
They have your favorite augment, Necra, as well. The Golden Dragon, a.k.a. Dragon Armor.
Listen, they do. I think the Mogul's
And
mail
Big
is the armor,
Baron.
and it just is easier to say 2 words than
You're
3.
absolutely right. It's much more intuitive.
But regardless, wow. 2 Freljord Rise boards. 1 vertical Void board with the Baron. Everything is upgraded on this Void board, essentially.
What
so
if
it's
Golden
gonna be a pretty
Dragon is
epic
always
showdown. Volley Bear on the
Baron
left-hand
angle?
side.
I feel like every time
Fight
we've
to
seen
the
somebody
G20
take it,
10.
they've gone
Let's
for
see
Baron.
if, I believe it's Aaliyah on the top side here can get some executing power over here. It's really good against these high HP units.
Like the Baron, but he's trying his best. The Kaisa is also going to start ramping up there with the Rage Blade as the Baron is going to hopefully try to unleash a cast, but it can't. This
The
Rise
very
is just
close
too
by.
powerful.
Not quite enough, though. I think the Baron has met his match here from
I can't
the
tell this Baron unit. Sometimes it just like destroys
Let's
fights,
see.
and
I
sometimes
don't know. Maybe you're
sometimes
able
it
to
just
turn it around
loses.
some way. I mean, you're holding on to these
Some
earrings,
fights
but for
would think
what?
the
To
opposite.
unlock Silas to put on your board?
I
You
feel
only
like it's
have
so
one
item
less flex
dependent.
slot, right, with the Golden Dragon as
Yeah,
well. It is
I
one of those
agree.
That's
things.
true. I wonder,
The
do you
items
ever
are pretty
actually
good,
take
though.
out the
Yeah.
Mogul's mail to fit a 10th champion on your board?
If you have a reforger,
Yeah, it's
probably-
I
not
saw
the right
that
way.
one game
It's very
yesterday
good.
where they hit like Baron 2, but
They
it
have, like, a 2
wasn't
plus 5
enough
cost
and they
of
died.
9 plus
It
per
was
Yeah,
like
they went
and you
out
wanna
like
just
6.
Gamba your
Yeah.
forger in the
Why
last few fights of
not?
stage 6.
so sad.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
that's
ready,
not
right?
there, not
I'm
this
feeling.
time,
I think
but
it was
Midfield is going up
yesterday.
against another Rise.
I do favor Mori here. I believe he has a higher captive board with the Damasha in. Sorry to misspoke about Aaliyah's state. And we do see the execute coming down from the Rise onto the front line, but wait a minute. Okay.
It looks close, but the Rise is just pumping out damage, and Midfield will survive for one more fight. The hope is still there.
Wow, Aaliyah, though, is on a tear. It's very difficult to tell these 2 boards apart since you're still playing around the Rise. But I guess that Galio is kind of a difference there.
And both Mori and Aaliyah have the more impactful last item slot available on the Lissandra here. Shyvana too, no items for midfield, but really that's all you can itemize at this point. So a little bit further ahead after this carousel for the Freljord players.
I do think Aaliyah actually has a slight advantage in the head-to-head matchup. He does have the Targon in, which does slow the damage down, makes his Volley Bear much harder to kill, and also grants him extra MR. That's kind of the difference between these 2 boards. One's Damasha and one has the Targon in.
Wow, actually, we saw Midfeed get a Silas. So there is, I guess, an opportunity there for you to put it in at some point.
The Minecraft
but
editor.
You would actually have
Yeah.
to just remove
Watching TFT.
He has not done that.
Not a good set of rolls for Mori onto the top side here. He really wanted a Hex Tech Gunblade onto the Silas.
wow.
Let's see if the tank items works out enough for him.
And the Volley Bear was the impactful unit last fight for Aaliyah. This time not jumping into that top left clump, so potentially this could swing in Mori's favor. The Volley Bear is still left alive, dealing damage. Rise is still relatively healthy, but it's going to come down to that very last moment. Aaliyah
Not
does
quite
get
enough.
taken down a notch as well,
No.
now in his last life.
Wow.
Midfield won.
Still alive.
This Rise unit.
Can't believe how close
Right.
to the
Yeah.
wire it's getting between these last 3 players.
Last time to position here. He is going up against Midfeed. So a couple things he needs to pay attention to. If Midfeed does have the Silas on his board, grouping up for stuns is very dangerous, but also quite hard to avoid for him.
And this positioning mirrored on either side, I think, is what allows the Volley Bear to jump into that backline. So you have to sacrifice somewhere with the positioning.
Is going to be Baron straight onto the front line. Let's see where the Baron goes. It is going to start on the weak side, chomping down a lot of those units. I believe this is favorable for Midfeed, what he wanted.
Volley Bear is also very far away from the Kaisa, so should be able to scale slowly into that late game of the fight. The Baron has burrowed. He's now potentially in danger, but can also dish out a lot of damage onto the backline now. Kaisa's being targeted. The Baron's left alive. He's able to clutch it up here. Midfeed is going to win this fight, knock out Aaliyah, And now it's Baron versus Mori's Freljord board. APAC 1 and 2 again in this game 5.
Let's go, boys.
Cool.
Really good positioning by Midfee there. You could see the difference between the last couple of fights. He does go onto the weak side first and then has the Baron stun into the big clump, keeps his carries alive from Volibear, basically checking all the boxes that he needed to.
But with Aaliyah eliminated, this opens up a couple of champions for Mori to pick from. The Volibear 2 now online. There's not really anything else that I think we can do here for Mori. And in fact, now I recognize it. Midfeed is holding Silas's so that Mori can't get a Silas 3. What? There's 5 copies of Silas on this guy's board.
You can play the Silas. I think Silas is a good cap for the Void line as well because you have Kog'Maw to kind of link it over. But I'm not even sure Mori is thinking about Silas 3. Maybe he is though. But I think I would read that actually Mori is defending against Midfeed.
You have some gold to work with, so you're right. Maybe you do not put that in, but Midfeed still has the Mogul's Mail, so you
HP is
are
not that much
limited
at
in
this
the number
point,
of
to be
spots
honest.
that you can actually fill
One
on
fight
your board.
diff.
You're still at the Wukong 1.
I picked a 0 3-star 5 cost on my pick.
I need a 7-2 game. I don't know if we've had one. We've all had a 7-1.
Actually, as a 3-star 5 cost?
Yeah, it does. What could be the final fight, though, here from Mori. If he's able to eliminate Midfeed now, he's able to win this fight. It's a 4-win streak for Mori. It's looking okay, but the Baron's still alive and healing. The final 1v1. Lost. Midfeed gets taken down.
Incredibly
Mori,
close. Yep.
for the 3rd time today, at the very least, maybe more, wins a game with this Fast 9 AP Flex, this time with Ryze.
The little
So
Star
cool.
Guardian
What a
sprite.
close fight.
It's
It
so
came
cute.
down to just
It
a
is.
I have
couple
that
of
same
HP
color scheme when
on
I
those
use
units.
when
But
I
it
use
is
that
going to
legend.
be Mori that ends up taking
I changed
it.
to that
And
arena
yeah,
also.
what an amazing player. You talk about players
As
that
you
have
should.
kind of the weight of the world on their shoulders. Mori is the only Japanese player that is a part of this Tactician's Crown coalition, and it's cool to see Mori show up in this way.
And he's keeping the Japanese lineage alive. They have been present in every single TAC round from the start of time all the way down.
True.
Zeta's not here. Reject's not here. Another hometown hero steps up. Didn't have a very good TPC, but showed up at regional, showcased everyone how to play Darius LeBlanc in scrims, and now he also shows that he has some other tricks up his sleeve.
I think Mori had a record day 1 in regionals where he had 43 points, if I'm not wrong. So we know that this player, when he's hot, when he locks in, when he feels confident, he can do some spectacular stuff as well.
Talking about records, even though Saya didn't break the 4 consecutive wins, he can still go past 72 in 12 games, which is the record that has been set by Setsuko and Dasik in the past.
Well, we got a chance
My
to
cat
actually
is
catch
making a
the
mess in the
final
kitchen.
moments of the lobby shown off screen, but
course.
I want to know
Alright,
more
here we
about
are.
how we even got there. So that's where we turn to CLE and Makes to catch us up to speed.
Yes, thank you, Desk. It was an incredible game, and as we saw in the final section of this lobby, there was 2 Ryze players, but in fact there was 3, and one of them ended in 8th place in that lobby, and that would be Double. He was
So yeah,
you know,
okay.
2-way contested. It really didn't work out in his favor. He wasn't able to
Arth
stabilize.
looking
Ran into a Ryze 2
okay,
on
Setsuko
5-1,
looking
and that spelled
okay.
disaster, leading him to an 8th place.
A little bit unfortunate, but of course,
Yeah,
you
I don't
can
know about
see the
Setsuko.
other
I don't think-
players in the bottom 4
I don't think he's
standings
gonna make
there,
it.
Yeah,
one
that's
of them
when
is
we
Revan,
ended and I
who
saw him at
for a
50. That's
change
when
took a
my
5th place,
brain was
but
starting to
we
to
have
think
confirmation
in math,
that
like
mathematically
if he was likely
has
out.
made it to day 3
I mean, if
already,
anyone goes
and
like
that means
first,
not only will you be seeing
like
him
they're
again
in,
tomorrow, that
except for
also means
Royal.
he's got his
Royal's
TPC
out.
spot back.
Setsuko
Yes,
can
that's
go first
all
and
that
get
was
through.
on the lines. That's what
Go
matters
first.
But it's gonna be
for him
rough because he needs to go 1-1.
the relegated TPC spot, and he's done it. We were saying it
Same
as
with
a
Double.
joke.
Just crazy after
This is the clause
Double's
I don't think
performance
they ever
yesterday.
thought they were going to have to use of the, hey, if this guy doesn't happen to make week 2 regionals and then goes, maybe we'll give him the top 8. If they get top 8, then they can go back to TPC because they prove that they deserve it. And Revan has not only done it, he's done it in style. He is absolutely dominating and might actually also break that 72 mark that was set
leave
previously.
you
He is on a record pace.
on the big.
Very
I'm gonna
exciting.
go check on
Thank
my
you so
cat.
much for catching us up and
Alrighty,
also
good.
for breaking the news. That is very much worth noting there. And congratulations to Revan. Panda, you must be pleased.
I am. Step 1 of the content plan has been accomplished. Now we get the first Spanish player to ever make an attack round, potentially also winning.
Cora, have you had a chance to like read through all the traits yet, or no? I just assume no.
I read through a lot of them, not all of them though.
Is there like a particular one that you like? I'm just curious. I really like the Dark Star one.
Because the first step was getting into TPC. Then the next step was actually staying in there, winning a cup.
I think the ones that just like interest to see, there's just not enough info yet.
And now he's just taking
Yeah.
kind of a detour to make
Like
it
Arbiter,
to
because
the
it sounds like
Tactician
admin's back,
page.
but I'm curious
Right?
what the
So
different admins
in my
are.
book, he's filling all the content pages.
I love it. Well, we're all smiles over here for
True.
Revan as he is able to reclaim a spot in the TFT Pro circuit. CLE makes, thank you so much. We'll be hearing from you a little bit later as we get ready for
Set
the
2Z's
next
back.
game. Before
That'll
we
be
do
fun.
that, though, time to
I would click
update
that
you
every
on
time.
where our players sit for their points. At this point in the competition, we have 16 players left. If you are in the 13th to 16th place, you don't want to be there. That's where you really want to avoid for this next game.
And we can see no one is actually mathematically eliminated just yet, but of course Royal is going to be the closest one out. You can still catch up to 7 points. There are some very, very weird niche scenarios that you can come back in.
And some players can still make it if they're able to get those really, really strong performances in this next game to survive.
Revan and Sai are doing incredibly.
Mori, first time into the top 8 so far. 3
Can't wait for Revan to go 8th so he doesn't break the record.
Imagine. That's a real script right there.
APAC was one of the regions that was scaling. They had a little bit
And then Saya goes 7th so he also doesn't break it.
But now it feels like they've really hit their groove. They're figuring out a way that they can make it into that grand finals. So exciting to see 3 players so far make it into the top 8, but it's not over for everyone else that's still in that top 16.
And we did kind of expect this from APAC as well because a lot of them are traveling over to Guangzhou. Obviously, the CM players are going to be more familiar with that sort of setting, all the food and all the
lights, the cameras.
To hear Frodan saying, "Does America suck now?"
Getting acclimated.
Oh no.
Kinda are washed, it feels like.
Doesn't it a little bit?
A little bit.
We didn't get final lobby last set.
Acquire in the 12 games.
Oh yeah, that's right. We didn't have anyone.
True.
But regionals as well is from Enzo in EMEA back in set 8. He had 80 points in 12 games. That is out of reach, but at least the TAC round record, as you mentioned earlier, Clement.
Alright, I'm not picking NA at all next set. See if I'm the problem.
I have to feel like
No regional pride from me.
Right? As long as
Yeah, that's it. I'm sticking to my EMEA picks.
I'll stop saying
famous last word.
CTG EMEA only.
Caster curse except for Panda and
I am just zen, moisturized, in my lane, hydrated, not trying to say anything about Revan.
I will be patiently waiting for the game update from CLE Mix after we conclude
Ethical
game
10
number
Noxus,
12.
agreed.
But it's going to be very exciting. Both lobbies waiting patiently before we get started because this one is make or break. Everything on the line. Bottom 4 eliminated.
I like
Top
Make's
4
just
moving on
hanging
to
out
the
over
grand
there.
finals on Sunday where that Tactician's crown is waiting for someone to cement their mark in TFT history. Let's dive into it. Saya,
All right,
one of
we're
the
in
players
it.
that we are definitely keeping our eyes on to be able to break that point record, but there are a lot of other competitors that after that game, like Ready, for example, have given themselves a pretty good shot to actually make it into the grand finals too.
And for a lot of these players on the bottom of the point totem pole, it is about finding those alternative win conditions, just like Ready did. You know, there are a lot of game plans that can be blocked. You're hoping for a lot of prismatic openings that can allow those maybe World Zone or Trade Tree win cons. Alternative win cons can allow you to avoid being just griefed by holding units.
And the estimated cutoff for the bottom cut after this game is going to be around 58 points. And for the top 4 cut will be 65. So keep that in mind depending on what player you're rooting for in this lobby in terms of what kind of placement, what kind of game plan
I
they
guess
have
it's
to
not
develop
crazy,
in this
but
game
considering
stage
the
to make it
lowest
run.
in this
So
lobby
we
is
saw
48.
Saya pretty much mathematically guaranteed.
Yep.
So we're going to really be paying attention to Ready. Hanxing, Binbin, and
Yeah, but
Obo
it's because
as the players that need that top 4. That's really all
I mean,
that they're
the
looking
3 at the
for.
bottom
Even
are
AQ1H with a
probably
really
out.
standout game
Yeah.
could potentially get his way into that
There's
top
a bunch
4
at like
cut and just
54,
make it directly and
55,
skip that
so
game 7 altogether.
like
This
one
is a
of those
player,
players
Connor,
will
who
be
started
out
off
too. So
very low in the point totals today, so really strong comeback from AQ1H, a player who came up into the attack round stage in a big way on his first debut and is coming back now.
Yeah, a lot of players did have him in the S tier rankings. AQ1H, day 1 was in the 17th to 19th range, moved up 10 rankings after just 4 games, going into the final top 8. And I think he's one of those players that, because he is in my study group, after day 1 is just like, you know what? We really need to study these EMEA rerollers. Something's up with them. It's working better than expected.
Oh my gosh, does Saya just pick the fun option and go Ishtal Expeditionist?
Yeah.
Yes. Let's go.
Let's favorite. I like this from Saya.
He's
Where's
going for the
Callie?
I wish you could get like a prize for beating the record. I guess it's the legacy points, but also it would be cool if there was something that they could, hunt for, like an achievement.
I feel like Setsuko should need to give you something.
I do believe the points, the tiebreaker tomorrow, even if you don't
Setsuko
win,
should need to
that
give
is,
you
if
something.
you
That's
somehow, tie in
hilarious.
second or third for the prize pool is going to be total points in day 1 and 2. So that could end up being a pretty big prize. I think that's going to be enough for
Fair
Saya.
enough. That's a couple $1,000 difference for sure.
Oh, Hanxing with a very good start here. Actually, one of the strongest reroll augments you could hope for, and just given to him by Destiny with extra econ.
One thing to consider for this game, Prismatic Finale, is our encounter. Certain comps really benefit from having a Prismatic on 4-2, so players have to work with this information already. They have to consider what it is they want to try and play for in this game.
Yeah, there's a couple ways you could go. You could fish for very strong combat augments that fit specifically your composition, or you could go for a huge amount of econ, something like, just getting the 50 extra HP, growth spurts.
Let's be honest, players are just thinking about the Call to Chaos. No matter what comp they're playing, they're just like, yep, it's time to gamble.
There it is. Are open.
Obo's going for...
yeah, that's why the
magician starts
Ishtal player couldn't choose lose 4 or whatever, because there's always 1 or 2 full open.
To survive the first cut, can't make it from the top 4 cut, so going to try and play a relatively clean kind of 3rd, 4th angle in this game.
And Binbin also just making his intentions clear right here is going to go for the lifting into most likely the Rise composition. We have seen this quite a lot from our players. I will say there are 2 current full open forters in Obo and Lee Sao. Them running into each other could determine how their economic fortunes shake out.
And Lee Sao does have Stars Are Born, so I'm very curious to see what he ends up doing with this combination of open forwarding and Stars Are Born. Maybe he wants the Bard roll and find the right 2-cost upgrade as well.
Yeah, I think this round for Obo and Lee Sao are going to be critical. So I'm going to see if their boards, what they find during that roll down for Bard.
Will be Bard roll as well for Hanxing here. Makes a lot of sense with Hefty roll. You get the extra roll from the Bard himself.
Okay, is leaning a little bit more towards Damasha long shots for Obo.
Has a Cho'Gath pair, has a Kog'Maw 2. Could be a Void line as well.
Oh.
Ferretti just vibing with the best 2 costs you could get. Very strong power because nobody has a front line. You can reach the back line quite easily with Rek'Sai.
Do we see a Void game from Reddy after the Nuxus 10 game?
He's just the level 10, the fast 10 player. He skips fast 9. It's a new region
unlock.
altogether, the Ready region.
That would be a cool augment to have to craft around. If a player is just like styling on everybody, going level 10.
Every single game. Where's my ace roll though? That's what I'm looking for.
True.
It's very interesting for Reddy here. He's so strong, hasn't slammed any items yet. So would be forced to slam some kind of awkward items for the Rek'Sai 2 he has now. So has made it as far as these first 3 rounds with just that belt slam on the Rek'Sai for now.
Maybe you could make like, well, at least like you could make something looking at the carousel.
Is it a Rek'Sai reroll game?
On this.
We actually have seen that.
I know it was Brosif Stark Tech coming into this tournament.
The Slayer Rek'Sai.
He also really liked the Ophelia's reroll, so seeing 2-cost reroll does not surprise me too much.
It's the America's philosophy. If you can reroll, reroll. Don't play macro. Too hard.
I was thinking about the BF sword for maybe a Sterex Lamp, but it is on a 1-cost. Opts to go for the cloak instead here.
Do want to see what the Ionia path is going to be, because currently Lisa and Obo both trending towards that Ionia line. Interesting enough, Lisa actually not going to go for the Bard role. He's just straight up putting some Ionia here, so that leads me to believe it's potentially just Econ.
I don't think they said the Ionia yet.
Got Stars Are Born, and he was waiting to actually kind of pick something, but decides to
I don't
walk
think
into
so
the
either.
Yone.
Okay, so we're going to have basically a samurai duel at the end of this. Obo and Lisa both going towards this. This has actually very interesting been one of the best lines for both of these players. They're both top 4 oriented, really good on melee carries.
We just saw it today actually in the game 4. YBY1 and Li Xiao both played the Yone. Both were able to play for the top 2 for YBY and a 3rd place for Li Xiao. So they played less around the Ahri and more around just using Yone as a way to get to 9.
Yeah, and in the APAC regionals, we saw that Obo really liked to cap around the set, Silas, and the Yone, basically a triple bruiser threat that goes into the enemy backline quite frequently.
I didn't expect that fight to be as close as it was, given that the Rek'Sai actually had items.
Lisa was like, good loss, all calculated, let's go.
Yes, for sure.
I wonder if we actually see a Slayer's game here from Reddy. He's done the hard work of playing for the Giga Cap Out first place last game. Now doesn't really require that crazy of a result to make it through this cut.
But it would be cool. You know that you're getting the Thieves Gloves at some point, so you could technically itemize 2 different Slayer carries.
Yeah.
Just gotta hope that the gloves rolls are good to you.
And it's a line that is much easier to play when you're coming from ahead, from high tempo. It's really the only way I think I would be playing Slayers in this meta.
Let's see if that Rek'Sai
I saw an augment for next.
Both players on full win streaks.
Oh no.
Rek'Sai going in.
Yeah. Called Cognitive Tax. Gain 8 gold and 1 XP.
So a dream spot here from Reddy off of
Just
that.
be stuck on XP all game.
Sometimes you get given a Teemo and you just
So frustrating to me.
Other times you get a Rek'Sai who with no item.
I will literally throw my game to just fix my, like,
and is also holding on to
get
the
another
Yasuo, so I do think that means that he is potentially
income of
leading into
XP
that
from whatever that
also,
source
it
was,
would put
so
a
I can
damper
get
on
back
some
to a
of these other
normal
players. If you can contest the Yasuo, it's
interval.
harder for Obo to find it. He's
Just gotta
not
pay
at
the
Yasuo
cognitive
just
tax.
yet. Saya?
Yep.
What is
Kiana
this build?
3?
It's time. The forbidden technology.
What? Wow,
This
he
is
really
how-
is just having a fun game.
This is how you get 70 points.
I'm assuming that's
Track
replacing
on stage.
placebo.
Must
That's pretty
pass
funny.
the Giga Forbidden Technology. Kiana 3 on 2-7. It does give you a lot of sun charge if you find a Kiana 3 quest. This is a way to get some pretty insane cash outs.
I wanted to say this is how you end up on 71 points.
Whoa, shots fired from Clement.
We'll see. I mean, you imagine that like the Kiana can do the
Oh, jeez.
3,000 damage,
Expedition.
right?
At the start of planning phase,
Well,
lose
She
the
doesn't,
rightmost
I
champion on
walk
your
away.
bench.
Yeah, as I threatened.
And then after losing 33 gold
IE
from
plus
this, you
food
get a
buff, actually
reward.
really
So you have
good
to
items
feed
on
a unit to it every
33.
You
turn.
can already set
Oh
up
my
it's
gosh.
just a much easier transition into the Brock items as well. Having this Kiana as a truly viable AD carry throughout most of this Ishtal game plan.
I have to say, I love Saya's game plan. He's the player to watch for me. 2 hero augment games, playing 3-star Kiana as a quest.
So fun.
We thought this patch was figured out after 4 weeks, and Saya's like, nah, actually everything's playable.
I really hope that Obo picked getting losses as the Ishtal quest on the other side.
Ooh,
Okay,
super fun
Dark
for
Knob
Obo
has
as well. He was
stopped
holding on to
his
a
like
Yasuo pair, but
4
it looks
lose
like he's
streak
going to
at
pivot away from that
69
game
HP
plan.
in the other lobby.
Now going into a late Ishtal.
And
And
Setsuko
Obo's quest will be
is 95
full bench for
currently.
4 turns, so one of the easier ones to go for when you have the extra gold from your first augment.
Oh, he didn't do it because he won the game.
Okay,
gold,
I'm walking
silver.
off. Wait, this is the actual caster
Come on,
card. But every time
Panda.
I say this, the very obvious thing to get completed doesn't. It's because he faced a player who has no board, so there's not even enough HP to get there.
That's what I
Yeah, you said you were going to walk off. I don't care.
All right. Well, enjoy the dual cast. I'll get some food, get some snacks.
No, you can stay. You can stay. You can stay.
Thank you,
Chill.
Oh, the magic roll gives him 4 bows. What?
I mean, you get your red buff. That's step 1 in a strong board in TFT.
I really heard Red Bull instead of
Red
Red
buff.
Buff.
Item for this.
Oh yeah, I mean it gives you wings.
All right, the key here
I-
is
This
actually
one gave you 4
don't
bows.
give that red buff to anyone who do it. You want the
They look
Kiana
like
to
wings.
get 3k damage. You don't want them to steal damage accidentally.
Surely this time.
I'm not going to say anything anymore.
Surely
I'm
this
just going to
time
be quiet.
He will get the 3,000 damage in the fight.
And Obo goes for the care package here, so we're going to get some extra items, extra components. Most likely, looks like he's going to be playing to the Demacia line. He's played already quite a few times today.
They showed the next.
Just needs, again, that stable
They pick up a
performance.
next quest.
Kind of like what we saw from YBY1 earlier,
Oh,
where you
gotcha.
play the Ixtal, get the extra
Oh.
resources. You can guarantee you stabilize on Demacia if you hit your upgrades.
Already using his bench quest to kind of hold on to some of those Demacia units.
Bench quest.
Okay.
Full bench.
Yeah.
And Reddy continues to win streak. Wow, this is.
And then
very
Revan is
interesting. He does that
also
enough. He can actually go for the Baron
in
play.
the other lobby running a
Does have
running
3
Ixtal.
items on that Rek'Sai now.
Love
Got
that.
the big grab bag, so he was able to itemize the Rek'Sai fully, as well as starting to put some tank items together.
And this is one of the key things with Birthday Reunion. If you're able to win streak until you get the TG is able to prolong that win streak even further, and that's where you have these really magical games where Birthday Reunion makes so much sense. It's similar to Birthday Present in the past of Prismatic, where you need to have this tempo way that you stay ahead of the rest of the lobby. If you manage it, you're going to have a really good game, but if you falter a little bit even, it becomes a bit messy.
This has been my favorite augment to play around with.
And
It's
now,
just so much value.
all the 5 costs are pretty good, so
Yeah.
there's not really any bad hits.
Fiddle would like to war with you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You good. You good.
You're manifesting destiny. Be careful.
Big moves here. If Reddy can actually maintain this win streak, looks like it should be a pretty good. You know, this poor Scion is going to be able to get at least a little bit more HP in here, but now it is getting ganged up on. So, wow. Oh, but Li Cao and Obo both trying to maintain a loss streak. I wonder if they were both successful at that.
Looks like
Both 7 lost.
Obo, I
Didn't run
secured
into
his
each
loss.
other.
We'll see if Lisa
Kind of lucky.
can get that. Looking to spike a little
loss.
bit sooner.
Mm-hmm.
Obo might be in trouble. 36 HP at this point is just very, very low. If he loses the next 2 fights, he might be, barely 2 lives coming to stage 4.
Yeah, he really needs that quick cash out. Obo does have an Ambessa for him.
And consider the Melflex pivot. Not fully locked into the Demacia at all. And no Garen here as well. Should have been huge.
Swain out for Li Xiao.
And there's 2 Demacia players we're seeing, right? AQ1H has a very good setup for playing Demacia, the double Spirit Visage, and the Declaw already built. As well as Han Sheng looks like he does have some kind of AP Demacia angle, and GD Royal, especially with the Slammin.
It's not going to be good for at least one of the players who's going to triple contest that.
Well, Han Sheng is rewarded, does have a Garen in the shop, but looks like he might be leaning a bit more towards the Leona with the Gargoyle Stoneplate Slam. Definitely not the best item on the Garen, and he has already quite a few copies of Malzahar and the Zoe.
Oh, Ambessa.
Obo just looking to get the Mel game plan on board. You can't let the Mel die early, and then you will still get the unlock onto level 8. So just making sure he gets all the details correctly in order. But this will have to be a very, very big roll down. Coming in for him, 36 HP. Might be ending up with another loss here, most likely.
Yeah,
with the
these
Yone
players
unlock from Li Sao.
play with their
It's been
health
tough
a
because
lot
you pick
more
that quest
than
to
I
keep your
would feel
bench full,
comfortable.
but now you're also going to
personally.
be
Right?
out on
Yeah.
some,
It's like we always have this
breakpoints. You're holding a
conversation
lot
of
of
like
gold on that bench.
TFT
Just
has
some really big losses here as
resources and
well.
HP is
It's gonna
one of
be
them,
a
but
really
like
scary
it's
stage
way
4
too
for a
scary
player
to
who
play
didn't
with your
need to swing
HP.
for
And I know you
fences for
should do
first
it,
place.
but
He was
like
just
goddamn.
content with maybe a 4th or a 3rd. Maybe
My
some
comfort
regrets
zone.
in terms of how risky this game plan now has become.
Yeah.
So like when
All day one.
I don't know
we
what
were
to
talking
do
about
when I
Robin's
have
play.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
unfortunately he was forced off his line by how strong Reddy's board was. He was angling for Slayers, holding Yasuo's, and definitely Li Sao doing the same thing as well. So had to pivot into Ishtal, more
23
econ,
now.
get the AP line on board. Second one should be...
Yep, if he wants to commit to playing the Zoe Miles reroll, You can level 7 here, keep Ixchel in for one more turn for a cash out, and have just a later roll down on 4-1.
Oh, let's go.
Imagine Ixchel said, deal 3,000 player damage.
Okay, so he does need to win this one. Is going to use his... This is very unorthodox. Typically, you go to 7, you roll very heavily for Nidalee. He's using the Kiana 3 to get that 280 quest.
Oh my god.
Facing the Yone.
He might win.
Oh, and the position
Kiana gets stunned, and she can't really get a good wrap on the Yone himself. This is scary. The stun comes through at just the right time, though. Yone just gets stunned, can't stack the Rage Blade further. But now that Kiana's getting targeted here.
Kiana's not facing the right direction. He needs the win to take it down, or he has to restart.
The Emilio got us.
He got it.
I was very worried there for how low the Kiana was getting, but I was like, no, you know what? Saya is fully locked in for a fun game. He's got this.
Are you not entertained? Saya is definitely my player to watch.
I'm so entertained.
Obo is my player to watch. 10 HP coming into stage 4. You are essentially one life, even on stage 4.
He's got a lot of work to do, too. Surely, you lose 4-player combat.
You're going to have to reroll here on level 8 early.
Oh, no, he just sold it.
Yeah, he already cashed out and is getting rid of it.
What is he looking for here?
Going to go for the Mel. Already had the Mbessa die last turn. And now it's just going to be a Mel flex roll down with around 40 gold to work with. So it's a dicey position to be in.
I think he should try to build for the backline Skarner.
Maybe he finds a lot of these extra gear and still eventually unlock Silas as well. But it's all about surviving at this point in time.
Okay, well, there's going to be an Mbessa 2 Lux if you want it, as you are able to at least get the Noxus in with the Draven. But there's so much else that you've got to consider with what else is available. Do you actually get a Mel 2 here? How possible is that?
It doesn't save you because you actually need the front line to survive. Garen 2 or Swain 2 are probably his best bets.
Taric 2 as well would be kind of big. Has to roll more here. There's the Garen at the very least.
There we go.
A lot of items to work through now as well.
Let's see if he gets some reforges going down. Probably has too many swords he can't use.
He itemizes Garen.
Actually just uses it on the Mbessa. Knight's Edge.
This is a fight win, so we'll wait to slam that last item. We'll see what his augment will be on 4-2, but Obo has an uphill battle throughout this stage 4. And the scary thing is you're one life, so if there's anyone that kind of Exodias into some strong setup, you're in trouble. When you look Prismatic with the Prismatic finale, the encounter, so he's maybe playing around this condition.
I'm just so excited. Oh, the call to
Maybe
chaos
Obo will get saved
with
some HP.
Does he have the quest for it? Lose 3-player combat.
He's 70 HP. He's good to go.
Okay, he's going to get a massive cash out right there. If he has the 80 level EXP, it should shoot him way over 625.
RNG Golem for Obo. He has some more backline damage at least. There's a Seraphine too as well. You have to sacrifice some of your pairs to get there. Probably not the hit that Obo was looking for. He needed more econ most likely.
AQ1H also got called to chaos, so got a nice big reward in the golden egg. Oh no!
He has HP. Yeah, I believe he 70 HP to work with.
Still.
There's a lot of insane spikes happening all across the board right here. Bin also with a huge turn. Zilean on 8.
Volibear with 2 items as well. And potentially ult onto that Golem or onto the Mel. The Swain is not going to cast, it looks like. That's kind of bad news for Obo here. He is on 1 life, but the Volibear is being targeted early. Should be a strong enough board here from Obo to win this fight. This RNG Golem has hands.
RNG Golem.
Very rapid
and then
hands.
The next lobby,
with
AQ1 in the other lobby,
on the golden egg, you have to assume that he's going to spike incredibly hard in that round.
Double here.
So Obo doesn't want to face him. That's probably the player that you want to avoid the most.
Still looking pretty healthy.
Saya is trying to make sure he
Way
loses.
healthier than over here.
He's like, damn, some of the boards in stage 4 are kind of weak.
Could you guys try harder, please?
I wonder at what point. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was like, wait, can Reddy actually go? He did take growth mindset. He has the Void in play. He's going for Baron.
The back-to-back Fast 10 game plan from the America's Giga Chad. No Acel, but I mean, good. I think the second best and third best options. 10 Noxus and now Baron coming online as well.
Acel is for the finale. If he makes it to the grand finals, that's gonna be.
Got it.
Yeah, the winning comp.
Okay, I get it.
That's the style.
He has so much HP. He's going to get there regardless. It's just about what the other boards can cap with at this point. I feel like Saya, you have to give him like the best current position in the field.
What a tournament from Reddy. Very impressive on his debut in really a tier 1 competition.
That's true. It is Reddy's debut. I always forget.
As well.
Yeah. First
playing so confidently.
Regional also.
Not settling for just re-rolling.
I think so, yeah.
Instead, really pushing the envelope.
Obo looking for another tank item. Lisa is going to take the belt away, so that's going to mean no wound for Obo.
We'll check with Hanxing as well on the loss streak now starting, but he's playing around the AP reroll with Leona, Miles, and Zoe. We'll see how far away he is from hitting these spikes. He has hefty rolls, so can scale into the late game as he rolls more and more. Still very far away from Leona, and similar to Darius in Noxus reroll, that is really the important one to hit, because once Leona goes down, your entire board crumbles.
He is finding some great hits over here. We can see he's still taking his time. He's still trying to filter the pool with some of the others units.
He has 2 duplicators as well, so he's just waiting to find a few more natural copies.
It's tough because Sai has 100 gold. Oh my word.
Yeah.
He's just freestyling. This is great to watch.
Freestyling with 70 points.
I mean, Saya needs to lose.
Lily's in the back line, but she's not doing enough, thankfully. The Malzahar's healing.
And they're still in second.
Okay, well, that's going to be a huge cash out.
Yeah,
for
Revan
Saya.
is 71.
And we'll see a fun Brock come to the field in just a bit.
Fun Brock for Saya. For
They're playing for more points to set the record.
Well, I feel like Reddy could probably keep up with that.
Especially not for Obo. We talked about Obo being the player that is on essentially 1 life in stage 4.
Revan might actually go 8th and not break the record.
Saya gets a little bit too strong for him. Even with Mel 2, that might not be enough to stay alive in this lobby.
I think that was.
Oh my god, Brock survives 5-player combats would be crazy.
He's just going to cash out here. He was really hoping for like a level up since he has so much gold.
Yeah.
Can he just like push 9 now?
He's waiting to get 14 interest by holding 140
I see. Gold. I'm waiting to see the.
He's got so many Reforgers that surely there's a Hodge.
A great find as well with the Radiant Hodge being selected. He probably thinks he's strong enough on this stage, so he's just gonna.
Okay.
He's trying to see if he
gets.
I was
gonna say you could.
Gold.
Reforge the blue buff on Melio and put the Radiant one on.
You wouldn't be able to do too much by just pushing 9 and adding an extra unit. You don't want to roll your.
I was also thinking you could put the blue on
really
Brock.
Maxing this game
because it gives 10 mana regen, and the Brock will cast so fast.
I see what you did there. He has
and you have Radiant Hodge, so you don't need the BT.
But nice nod.
Yeah.
Oh, because Radiant gives both, right? Well, both of the Hodge effects.
All right. Does he get the right quest?
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, Hodge, you get both effects regardless.
That's hard.
But it switches when you're below half HP, where you get more of the other one.
Very good position. It typically takes 11 ticks on that golden egg.
Yep. He would have liked to have won a round.
Rewarded.
And it gives 40% crit, so it's 100% crit. I would have just done Radiant Blue for the big cast.
Yeah, and then I.
Pure flex. Pure flex. 70-point flex on the rest of the lobby.
And then
I want to
the VT is like a little bit weird at that point. Like you could give it to Nidalee, but
a game that is able to move them forward is AQ1H. 59 points. Very, very low in the standing.
Riven
here
went
for the HP. But Reddy's going to be doing the big roll down here for his board to stabilize.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, Saya will break the record.
Now.
Okay. Saya's got us.
Had to roll a bit on 9 before going 10 just to guarantee he has all the void units in line. He does have a golden duplicator, so potentially that could be a much easier access to that Baron 2 once he does go 10.
I fear
I'm
for
not casting
AQ1H
anymore
right
ever.
now.
I've cursed everyone.
Here for hunting as well. Only 6 copies of Leon has already
It's
used
too much
duplicators on
power.
the back line.
Oof. Rolls to 0 on Kaisa 1. Unfortunately denied by Reddy, I would assume. Not even the Vayne 2 is just... Oh, that's just disgusting luck, unfortunately.
Was fighting to get promoted out of this tournament into the grand finals with 59 points. Going out in 7th here would only mean 61, probably just shy of the mathematical promotion range. And so very unfortunate roll there from the Call to Chaos to get the golden egg, where other people were able to get immediate value from their prismatic augment.
It could be worse. He should still be through to that game 7, so has a second chance or a final game at least to try and make it to that final lobby.
He's not out of he's not out of it. He's got the Kaisa. He has to roll past a Galio though.
Have you seen the rest of the boards in this stage 5? I am not hopeful. There's a Brock cash out.
Come on.
Reddy is going for Baron.
He's level 10. Saya's level 10.
Where's that Brock 2? That's all he's looking for.
Oh my goodness. He's going for Nidalee 3 actually.
Reddy and Saya just look at each other's boards and be like, yeah, a man of culture. The fast 10 game plans.
Oh no, I think pretty big 0-7 to AQ1H.
Oh, this could be one of the boards he could actually take down if he does get the lock onto the Yone. Yone walks back toward the middle of the board, and there goes the Kaisa.
Kaisa is locked onto the Yone now as well, so potentially the Titans has already proc, so the Skarner cannot stun it. The Yone's down.
The Yone's down?
Yeah, AQ1H can do this.
Okay, well, that is going to be a huge fight win for him. Every point would matter. Like, if he's able to hold the line here with Li Cao and Bin Bin going out before him.
I'm pretty sure Obu's out.
One more win, I have to imagine.
I think so, right?
There's the Baron
Yeah,
pair.
55,
The cell
I'm
comes
pretty
through.
sure.
The duplicator comes
Or
through.
56.
Now we've reached full capacity for Reddy. The item swap over to the Baron. Another Grim Reaper.
All the other players on 54. In the other lobby, all the high scoring like point earner
in this lobby.
point
Reddy's already
earners.
smiling here.
Yeah.
Haunching, Bin
knocked
Bin
out.
at
Gets
that
this top
threshold
4,
where you
that's
are
good, but I
trying to
don't know
avoid
if
that
it's good
elimination.
enough.
So it's not going to feel great. Royal as well at
think it has to
48
be
points.
one.
Really needed a big game out
It's
of
gonna
this
depend
one.
on how
But already kind of
This
back
lobby
against the wall for the point.
Yeah, Royal is still looking for the Silas and potentially the Zillion to cap his board, but he's going to be meeting up against one of these big bruisers, and without Zillion,
And
you
then
just
Reddy
don't have
already
the
had the
strength.
2-star Baron,
Oof.
right? Did we use the Duke?
AQ1H going to get knocked down. 7th place.
see.
At the finish line, just barely not able to proc that golden egg. I think it is one of the risks you take picking Call to Chaos. It's not always that great result you're hoping for. And
Someone got 40 gold, he got a golden egg, and the other one ended up getting a golem.
Exactly. I mean, the risk is there. This is what the augment enables. If you want to open yourself up to that risk, that's on
There's
you.
a chance
in this case, it
Achi's
didn't quite
out
work out for
too.
AQ1H.
Also
What
just
do
a
you get
really bad
on
roll, not even getting
Magic
phase 2
roll
level
if you
8,
hit
going
like
to 0,
3
so-
6s?
I'm getting
Fun.
word Revan went
That's it?
8th in his lobby.
Yeah.
Oh,
He will
no,
be
Lemon.
For gold?
unable to
For gold
attain
augment?
the record.
No, the prismatic one.
Saya can
Sorry.
still
Fucking.
do it.
Is
What's it
already
called?
guaranteed to do it. So we're good.
I think it's also
He's 73
fun
right now.
That's
because
true.
you just
Yeah,
I think it's the
worst
same
case
as
scenario,
Magic Roll. You
73.
just
So
roll
we
it
have
3
new record
times.
holders. Setsuko has to give him something.
Okay,
that's
no, well,
my rule.
but I'm
It's once
saying,
per
but
stage.
my
Oh.
point is that like, is it going to be 73 or is it going to be 78
are
points?
correct.
Let's go 78. Let's go, Saya.
go.
Push it to the limit.
Push it.
Absolute
push it
crazy
to
performance
the
for someone
limit,
on his
limit.
first
You
hack
can't
round.
just say that.
It's always that, at least once the end player really
Not
has
sing
this
it.
breakthrough performance, usually on the international stage. when
I've
the
never
lights are at
heard
their
that.
brightest.
But
High
it's
School
not the
Musical?
well-known POC ones, unfortunately.
Exactly. There's that one supply breakout
Yeah,
player.
that
Another
was a
knockout
long time
as
ago.
Bin Bin and
What?
Li Cao. One of them is
you don't
guaranteed
just
to
forget
go
High
out in
School
this
Musical.
game.
That's not. Wait, isn't
Because
it?
the secret is I
Those
didn't
Bin
like
Bin
it.
boards has already came online.
That's
The
fair.
Volley Bear 2 is his
Like,
main
even as a
favorite.
Tippy
kid,
likes it
like,
way
I
more
just-
than I do.
There's a few boards that I think have met their
Yeah.
cap. We saw them really take over in
not
stage
like
4,
High
but both Li
School-
Xiao.
I mean, it's not that
I mean,
I don't
like-
like it. It's just like I'm not. Oh, I really want to watch High School
the behemoths
Musical.
that have been assembled
Yeah,
by the rest of the players currently
quite
in the
old
top
now.
4, especially that top 2, of course. With the fast
I'm
players.
pretty sure I watched it once, maybe twice. as a kid,
Uh-huh.
and I was just
Tactician
like,
still holding
no,
on despite not
not
finding
for
the
me.
Leona 3, only with the upgrades on
But to be
the
fair, I
Zoe
didn't
and the Malzahar, and the fact that
like
he has
the
a hefty
only.
gold is still good enough to stay
Let's say like
alive in
Disney
this lobby.
shows and stuff I liked as a kid was like Wizards of
Royal
Waverly
and
Place and like Totally
Stare
Spies.
down,
Everything else was bad.
potentially getting knocked out. Royal is somebody that's been kind of interesting.
The only one I
because
remember
we
is
actually did
Wizards.
see Royal before at
Yeah.
Cyber City. Ended up getting 31st.
I remember
so
hating
not
Hannah Montana
the
with a
best
passion.
performance, but still being able
yeah.
to make it to the
I was
Tactician's
also
Crown
in that
stage.
bucket.
I'm excited to see them return here.
But also, I
He's
just
been
didn't.
a pretty big competitor over there in the regional finals.
I didn't like a
so
lot of reality
I'm
TV.
hopeful
or
that like you can at least
TV
go out with
shows.
a bang here.
Yeah.
He needs a first place for any chance to move on, and it just looks kind of impossible in this lobby. In fact, he's going to get knocked out by Hanxing's Ghost
Also, the
Ward here.
premise, because she had
But
to
you
keep
do
the
get to
secret,
say that
you
you
know?
improved on your Tactician's Crown performance.
It's just like,
Yeah.
I can't do
Guaranteed
it.
top 16.
And a top 16 in a field as
about, like,
competitive as the one we've had in this year, I think
think of
is definitely an achievement to be very proud of.
The key
Have
for
you seen,
Royal
like,
is he
Teen
beat
Beach
YBY1 because that
No, I
was
don't
the
even know
person
what
that
that
was
is.
always suppressing
Me
him
neither.
on the VN ladder. It was always YBY1 number 1 and then Royal number 2. So at least
I
he
also
gets
didn't
that
grow up
edge
on
over his nemesis.
American
Now for the
Kids
epic
TV.
showdown, though, as Reddy and Saya make
was
the
all
final
French.
preparations before they enter into this 1v1. Reddy with the
There's a
vertical
lot of, like,
void
really
board,
obscure
and
French
Saya
shows
with
that were
the
funny.
fun, most unique Ishtal board
That
we have
board
seen.
sounded
He's
crazy at the
going
end.
to unlock
Yeah.
this Tylus as well.
I think
Oh my
everyone
goodness, the radio
knocked out
items,
is
the
from this
duplicators.
lobby.
He can do
I
anything
think
here.
Obu's out,
I think
Royal's
this is
out.
his game to take.
It's the same exact
Oh.
showdown
They
we
took it
saw
away,
at the
but-
end of Game 4 as well.
Trying
before
to
we
do
moved
quick
into
maths.
these
I
last
think it
block
was
of two
all
here.
from this
Baron
lobby.
versus Brock. The Brock
Saya's
did
in a
take
break
it in that
record.
occasion. I have to assume with the cash as we saw from
So
Saya, that he'll be
double?
taking here as well.
Yeah,
Double with
Radiant
the
items
top
is just way too much
4.
of a buff on big units
I think
like
it's
the
Obu,
Brock 2.
Obu, Royal,
Also, as Duke, as was mentioned, there is a
Bin
chance for him to just go for the
and
number 3 win-out condition if he
Punching are all
wants to. However, a focus fire onto the Brock early.
We
Never
shall
mind, Kyle
probably
gets
still
one
make
shot.
Actually, he's
it,
tied
right?
with Lucky,
Zillion, 2
so
as well with a damage amp on level 10. You still have an open duplicator to work with. I mean, just a
I don't know who has the
smashing win
tiebreaker
here.
between
20
Achi and
HP
Hanxing.
taken down in just one fight by Saya with that Kiana 3 at the very start of stage 3. That was the big winner, in my opinion.
He doesn't even smile. Business as usual here for Saya.
Actually, I think they're both
casually
through
gets a
because I
first
think
place in the
Setsuko's
most
out.
fun way and
Oh,
breaks
no.
a record
Yeah, he got
at the
third,
Tactician's Crown.
so-
What's
Yeah,
there
I
to
think
smile
so.
about?
Yeah,
Job's
he
not
did it
done.
first,
I'm
right?
looking at the finals.
Fair enough.
I mean,
Yeah.
a first and
And
that
Reddy as
would
well,
have
we have to
maybe.
give him props. What a fantastic block of
He needed a
two
first in
games,
this and then
both
probably a
into
first
those
in the
fast
next
times.
game as well.
Let's hop into the
top
final
two.
moments of the
Yeah.
other lobby. It's
Okay,
Darth
good, we're
Nub
watching.
versus Dasik, and
Yeah.
another final 1v1 showdown.
Darth
We
Nub
do
should be
have
through.
This incredible board
on,
from
Darth
Darth
Nub.
Nub with
You got
the
this.
Rise, but you do also have a level 9 board from Dasik.
Very important for both players. For Dasik, there is a chance that he goes directly into the finals after this game. For Darth Nub, he's clawing for every single point he needs.
Looks like a pretty big win.
9
for Darth
win
Nub there. I'm not sure if
streak.
anything can
Ooh.
swing this matchup in Dasik's favor, considering we are now down to his last life.
I was thinking maybe you're able to get some like additional upgrades, but you're so low on your gold. I do think that it's just like a level 10 difference.
And there's not any real big upside with positioning from this Build-Or comp as well. Maybe what Tom Kench is able to swallow in a fight could marginally affect the matchup, but there's no real melee carry going to the backline, for example, or wrapping in.
Can feed him an Alawi. Nope, never mind. Get some combat power, I guess, and leave the Tom Kench hungry.
It has to be
No.
Volibear getting targeted early.
No,
and just trying to
feed
get as
him.
possible.
Yeah, that seems
He's
to be the only
hungry.
win con. Let's see if Dasik can set up a positioning
just
for that
like
because
me for
Rise is
real.
pretty immobile.
Maybe the Wukong being consumed here can open up a lot of burst
Wait, what
damage onto
happened
the
to
Volibear.
Darts
Maybe the
Cam?
only
We just
way
had
to
it.
take all his backline carries on that right side,
Oh, yeah.
hoping for the best. The Kindred scaling, double cracking. Volibear
Well.
now is maybe in line for some damage from the MF here.
It's weird. Froden's has it still.
Really
Froden's
tough
just the main
call.
broadcast.
Coming through kind of slow, and Volibear already onto the back line. That's going to be Darth Nub snatching a much needed win here. 62 points.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
67 for Daisy. We'll see if that'll be enough for him, but a very
Okay, he's
close
smiling.
matchup
We
at the
can't
end
see.
there.
We can't
Dark
see
Tempest
it,
a little
but
bit too
he's
strong, it
smiling.
seemed like.
Good.
Chuckling at our analysts goofing off to the side after saying he has 67 points.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay. Steely's saying Chad is probably doing it too. Well, you're right, because we said maybe the cutoff for promotion would be 68 points. So the standings being totaled will be very telling to see which of our players will be able to move forward to the grand finals tomorrow and which 4 will have their dreams end here for the Tactician's crown for Lore and Legends. But I'm very curious to know exactly how we got to a point
Because I want to see the pretty graphic rather than
battling it out
just the
in that
score sheet.
1v1 scenario.
But I'm
and
looking.
we will have to see where our points end up falling.
I like the graphic that Froden has a lot. It's really easy to
please.
see.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
And we'll start off with this. Minx,
back there.
tell everyone what's the name of this event.
Yes, it is the Tactician's Crown.
Well, very good, because that's what every single one of our players got heading into Stage 5 from Loot Sub. And so that's why some of these boards were absolutely insane, specifically as you guys saw at the end of that game. Darth Noob played from the beginning knowing that, hey, I need to send it for this first place. Calc loss into Freljord Rise.
This is a pretty close point standing for this final
but
game.
he wasn't the only player trying to do just that, because at the very bottom of her standings, Reben trying
As long as
to
like Elia doesn't go 8,
sword to the floor,
then all the
trying to
others
play
can
around
be
that
pretty much
Ishtal line
all
didn't
over.
work out. Too little, too late. Everything a little bit wonky there, and then the lobby pressure got to him.
Listen, just trying to show that he has some flexibility, practicing some checkmate maybe,
Actually,
playing around the Ishtal, getting ready to roll. That, right, Panda?
He's getting the reps in for tomorrow.
Yeah, it sounds good. We also had some re-rollers, and it may not have worked out exactly the way they would have liked, specifically Aaliyah and Double.
Yeah, it was actually a bit awkward because both of them were holding hands early on, trying to decide between Targon and Noxus, having a Draven, having a Leona, having a Zoe. Both of them were kind of looking at each other going like, where are you going? Where can I go? How do we solve this? And I feel like it took them a little bit too long. Eventually, they found themselves in those respective lines, Double on the Targon and Aaliyah on the Noxus. But Aaliyah got a little bit contested too.
Well, another player that sent it to try and win the game would be Setsuko. He took Warpath, which very high-risk augment. He wasn't even able to put a 5 streak together on Stage 2, and so not a great start for that augment, was able to figure it out. Did cash it out, got him a 3rd place, but where he was at in the standings, I don't believe that's enough unless it's some crazy tiebreakers.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the final cutoff lines, but a lot of these players have put themselves exactly on where we predicted cutoffs to be, Mori and Aaliyah in this lobby notably. So I'm really curious on how the scores are shaking out.
Yeah, well, thankfully, we have an analyst desk, and thankfully, I know scores will be coming up soon, and I'm personally really excited to see them, to see who will make it even promoted and who will be cut off here shortly.
If you had to pick a comp that you're looking forward to seeing for the rest of the day, what would it be?
I'm going to say this for one person on this desk and one person on this desk only, and that will be Veigar for you.
Listen.
I don't want to see it anymore.
No more for
you?
Too
late.
I want some tons out of Voltamos. That's what I want.
Okay.
Some Freljord, Warwick. I want to see it do better. It has not done great so far this tournament, so we need to see that Jinx and Warwick pop off.
Hopefully you two have blessed us. Thank you so much for filling us in with the details of that final game. We are ready to show you the standings. 4 players eliminated, 4 players moving forward to the grand finals. We will start with the bottom.
Oh no.
What a tough day for Double. Starting off the tournament so strong, and today just was not his day.
Good morning.
3 wins in a row in day 1. We thought he
goodbye.
was really a foot in already with that kind of potential to make it to the final lobby yet another time in his career. Maybe fight for that second tag on he's looking for so many sets now in a row, but couldn't quite clutch up in these last 2 games. 56
It was awesome to see them play.
Only a 19-point
It was.
coming out from him.
I really
The
liked
other
what I saw
places,
from
Obo and
Bin
Royal
Bin.
were also eliminated. Big thing for Midfeed, actually sneaking into the top 8 back again through the tiebreakers here.
But it's going to be Saya, Revan, Litzao, and Dasik booking their ticket to the grand finals tomorrow.
Darthnub got this.
Congratulations.
Yep, Darthnub got
CN
this.
is going to have
I'm
two
only
competitors
happy
already
right
locked
now.
in,
Well, like,
and
I'm happy for
EMEA
2
is
parts.
taking 2
One,
spots
that
as
Dasik is still in,
Maybe
and that
for
he's
Dasik.
guaranteed
Last
for
time
the
he was at
lobby
TACCON,
tomorrow
he
because
made
he's
the
in my
final lobby
games.
as well,
Okay.
ended up 6th. That
Yeah,
was his
yeah.
goal for this tournament.
Because
He's that for now.
Darthnub is still
He's a player
in.
who's very good playing.
And because
more
Reddy
oriented
is still
playstyle.
in.
We'll have to see how he
So far,
An unlikely
I'm
heroes
pretty
for North
happy.
America,
Also
I would have
because
to
of
say.
the
Darthnub
points
and Reddy
difference
sneaking it back
between
into the last game. They were
Darthnub
actually
and
outside of the
Reddy.
top 8, but great performances
like-
from both of them, just showing the depth of the
Wait.
region as well.
No, they're
Unlikely heroes
tied.
coming in from them. And I will
They're
say this,
tied?
I think the hero that we all
They are?
expected to do well from CN, Lisao. At least he's still holding down the fort. One of the coolest cats to play in the
yes,
tournament.
they are tied.
It's been cool because
62
I feel like
for
the
each of
last
them.
time we
Okay,
got a
my
chance to
list
see
wasn't
Litzao was at a previous
sorted,
Tactician's crown,
but-
and this was kind of where we
Okay,
said,
now
oh,
I'm
maybe
less-
CN is on the comeback.
now
Maybe
I'm
they're
medium
gonna be
happy
back
because
on
they're
the
both still
rise,
in.
and I really felt like Litzao was going to be
But
one
from
of those players to do that.
59
He's not a player that's going
to
to get fan voting
what is
into
this,
the
64
TPC circuit, so it has
is what
been
we're
a bit
looking at.
difficult for him. Doesn't stream as much,
Yeah.
but he did set a record for 4th place in the Inkborn Fables. Again, going back to the finals, I think he's going to be one of the most dangerous players at that final lobby.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see the story of these repeat finalists, players who have made it that far before, who have what it takes to have a mental composure.
So I'm
despite through
happy.
these
I would really
strenuous
like
days of competition and
for
still make a final
Darthnub
lobby, so
to
really happy for both
advance.
Lisao and Daisy.
It's so tough
And the same for
because
Reddy.
there is a specific type of pressure that comes with competing at the Tactician's
Mostly,
crown.
I mean,
A lot of our
secondarily for my
competitors here were
secondarily
competing
for
in
my
the TFT
pick'ems,
Pro circuit,
mostly
and they
for
got
my
a
regional
taste
pride.
of what this checkmate format will bring. But can
And
they do it when
if anyone
there's the
who's
light,
tuning in
the
didn't know,
global stage,
we actually
just
do
the
have an interview with
fans
our
cheering for you, and you know
uh,
the stakes
on
are
our
at
YouTube
their
channel.
highest.
So go check
We
it
know
out.
for 4
I know this one's
players,
going
they
to take
get
you to
a
the
chance
Basso
to
one
show
skill,
whether
Basso
or
skills
not they can
interview with
prove
Domino.
it
You should
tomorrow,
also
but we
check that
still
out.
have to lock in
You should check
four
them
was a
both
cool
out. We
interview.
have an entire
For that, we
playlist
have
with
one
our
more game
interviews
left to play. 8
from
players
PPC
left.
players this,
One lobby,
this set.
one game, one
it out.
life. You
Oh,
gotta
that-
win
You
here
should do it,
in
'cause they're
order
fun.
to make it
When the
to
game
grand
starts.
finals, or your
Which is
journey
going to be
will
soon.
end.
It's
Let's
actually
look
going
at
to
the
be soon.
competitors that
So
are
we're going
ready
to stay.
go.
And taking a look across the field, 61
I
is
love-
the number where a lot of these players are currently tie-breaked at, from Hanxing all the way to AQ1H. And for Bin, he has to go for a first place. Basically, you know,
Just
3
have the
points
scores
across from the
displayed
field.
behind
Aaliyah, on the
you,
other hand, playing
as if you
safe,
weren't
playing
already aware that you're playing for your livelihood.
Good. Pure stress, pure stress.
You know what's so funny is one, that Darthnub is gone right now.
Yep.
Two, that Elia in the morning when we saw his camera, it was like
Pitch black.
It was like, yeah,
But also
pitch
for
black.
Hanxing, who I feel like has started to kind of put a legacy together.
Which doesn't make sense, by the way.
Right, because you could see
Because
the
it's
wall behind
EMEA.
him, but you couldn't like see his face, which was also
No!
just his screen. Like you would think that his screen was lighting up his face, but it was like all you would see was like the silhouette of him in his camera.
Wow.
Prize and the Tactician's crown in their sights.
And you can see how these players are reacting to pressure.
But
right
now we can
You know,
now we can
Mori
see his
doing
face a
some
little bit.
meditation, Reddy laughing to himself. Darthnub most likely going to the water closet. Just taking a while to come back here. I think this is when we
Okay,
see
so
all
America's
of our players
still
at
in it.
their core.
They just
who
need
they
what, like,
are,
top
how
America
they
is still in it for now,
For
yes.
Aaliyah and Reddy, I feel like there might be something else at play for
Okay,
them.
he's
Maybe
back.
something where they have a little bit of the
king
weight
is
taken
back.
off of their shoulders. For Reddy,
Now
he's
I'm making
coming in and he's
predictions.
saying, okay, well, regional finals was fine, but this is my first time at a Tactician's crown. I don't know what to expect going into this environment, and I'm really here with the house money. Similarly with Aaliyah, he said, I won the regional finals. Do I really care that much about being able to make it into the grand finals and winning the Tactician's crown? Both of them now, less stress, maybe less pressure, getting a chance to play fun TFT.
But yeah, I
good
was
TFT.
mentioning it yesterday that the performance that we're seeing out of Reddy is the performance that I wanted and anticipated to see out of Thailand, which is why I had originally put him in my top 3
into regionals, into TACCON, now
my
potentially
pick'ems, yeah.
on this game 7 trying to make the final
and,
lobbies. It's an insane story from him.
And
so
like
much
my final
pressure
lobby
because you
prediction.
saw just how close those
Yeah.
point totals were. we're expecting that basically if you get a top 4 in this lobby, you've basically guaranteed yourself a ticket into the grand finals tomorrow. But if you don't, there are a couple of players there that like, that's it, they're gonna be out.
For every player over 61, playing top 4 is probably a correct move. And for the players in the bottom, you're going to have to see some really risky things. The bottom line is that everyone technically...
This is going to be the game where you have to play for high risk, high reward.
Contemplate too
and
much,
you know
no time
what?
to be
I'm
nervous.
selfishly gonna say it. I hope it's a prismatic starter.
Oh, me too.
Because
me too.
Yes, I know that some of the talent is conflicted with where that is, but I think like especially at these high stakes where like this is like your last lobby to go to advance, right? I think we need to see how skillful you can be. And
top 4.
Again, my interpretation is like you can do that when there's prismatic lobbies, like when you're given so many, like
so much to work with.
Yes.
Time and time again in Tacron, like Coco, I remember
it's like this is the buffet. Go crazy and showcase me your best meal.
It's just about playing your same
and it's a
game.
comp. Can you tell that I'm hungry?
Point totals and where you are in the standings.
Me too.
Can you tell that it's 10 a.m. and I haven't eaten breakfast yet?
We've seen a couple of different approaches.
Same here. It's 1 p.m. and I'm just like,
food. Based on the encounter that we get, what kind of augments that get given, or you're going to be a lot of resources that are injected into the game, because that might change your decision to either go for something like a 3-cost reroll.
Perfect break activity.
4 costs on level 8 to a okay, maybe actually I can go.
Maybe
fast
I'll just
9.
message them on Discord like,
where
are you going for breakfast after
that's
this?
That's where the lobby tempo is pushing me.
I think that's a great point about the lobby tempo. What we've seen in this tournament is landing
also,
on
have you seen Domino some of the and Laura from when they take the wide shots on the broadcast? Have you seen this like area?
Tempo lobbies right
yeah.
For their stage, I think it's so cool. It seems like an art exhibition.
It does. It's very like museum, like it fits with the lore and legends, right? It's like historical artifacts kind of deal. Like it looks super cool.
What are some of the encounters then that we are looking for? Because obviously you're trying to take like the big various things off the table. Maybe no Zoe, maybe no Seraphine. But when we look at things that we're like,
I would have liked to maybe, and this might have been hard.
No,
I would like to see like
you're asking the wrong
a library desk kind of.
I am asking you the
situation.
right. I think you guys are the right people to
like
ask
something
as little
something deep with wood.
Game,
you know?
Right? But then what is that? You said Vi, maybe just some component anvils. You said absolutely no counter, no thank you. Also thinking like maybe Annie, that would be kind of good.
I think Prismatic Finale is also quite nice. I think having the knowledge that everyone has the same amount of knowledge, you're playing for Prismatic Augment, and it adds some excitement. It adds some variance with Cult of Chaos, as we saw this last game, for example. So I think that's pushing the line of how much variance I want.
Okay, that's the goal line.
Yes, exactly. Anything further than that? No, not for me.
Oh, well, I know all of our players, they are just going to be taking a couple of seconds so that they can collect themselves and then hit the ground running for this final game of the day. Want to take this time to remind you that once the game concludes, Pick'ems, powered by AWS, will be back open. So make sure that you go, you lock in your thoughts, your opinions, and you chase those treasure tokens and all of the goodies that come with being the smartest person in the room.
Okay, yeah, I'll look at the cat
cam during game. Also make sure that you, kind of join in on the conversation with that. I think the update that we gave at the beginning of the day was that the shortest game went to 6-1, and the longest game was 7-1. But tomorrow, it's all about putting the players in the right order, and that's why we don't open it up until we know which 8 players are in the grand finals.
And it's hard to do that sometimes because some of the players, to make it to final lobby in the first place, they have a very specific game plan. I mentioned Dasik earlier, of playing only for top 4s, not trying to swing high, not playing like Reddy does for fast 10 every game. But the moment checkmate comes around, especially after that game 3 mark or so, you have to essentially play for a first place if you want to win it all. And that's where players will be kind of asked the question, can you pivot that game plan? We saw Cam, for example, in his first time making to final lobby in set 14. He couldn't quite do that. Same for Robin, for example. They couldn't quite change their style into that 1st or 8th play style. So that's the big question for tomorrow's players as well.
A lot of the best players are great at getting those extra resources, just like Without You did. Went to stage 4 on high HP and then decided to tech into the Crystal Ash line to get a little bit more juice for his eventual Lee Sin finish right there. Tacron Champions is very challenging because it tests you in different ways. You have to get those Ionia paths in, get some Enlightenment, get some Ishtal when you can. It's about finding those higher caps on a lot of times standard compositions.
Think about the part of TFT history that you get to be in when you win a Tactician's Crown. Got a chance to see some of the beautiful art that was created for this stage by Wanda. If you remember at the Paris Open, she did this amazing mural to commemorate our finalists that made it to the TFT Paris Open Grand Finals. And you're also getting a chance to see our previous Tactician's Crown competitors and winners immortalized in the art behind us. And without you, just one in a long list of players now that has been able to stake their mark in history.
Immortalized not just in the art, but also in the augments in-game. So a few extra things to play for in tomorrow's Day 3 for sure.
When I'm thinking about Tactician, I always think about title, finishing it off in 4, Hwanmin as well. But now we go into the final test. Who can make it?
It's going to be Zilean as our encounter. So you talked about maybe wanting to have a prismatic. This is the line.
We got it. That's exactly where you had to end the line. So I'm happy with this one.
No
you
wrong.
see here the first of 9 Kianas potentially for Bin Bin if he wants to follow Saya's game plan.
Oh man, that would surely be a way to go. Either it works out for you or it doesn't.
Let's see.
I do want to mention for someone like Elia, his
Final
most
lobby,
comfortable game to be played here in Game 7 would be if he's offered lifting competition on 2-1. That has been by far his best performing augment across regionals and the TAC round stage.
It would be interesting to see where the lobby gets pushed. As we noticed, this final 8 that are vying for the last couple of spots in the grand finals got a lot of APAC, a lot of CN. That is going to be players that are very comfortable with being able to play coin flippy. So where do you go if you are Darth Noob, Aaliyah, Ready, like the players that they've been able to catch back up, but it's really the wheelhouse of these APAC and CN players.
Well, it certainly would be if we go into the final stages, you know, where checkmate is super important. I feel like for a lot of these players, they're trying to de-stress themselves and say, hey, just go for a top 3. Top 3 is really all you need to secure your way here, especially if you're on 61 or 60. Aaliyah is going to go for the big loss streak into... I'm getting a little bit nervous, but it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
I always get nervous when I see just like a 1-star.
Listen, Aaliyah is a very emotive person. If he is this calm, I think there's a guarantee he's winning this PvE round. No beds are being smashed here. Unfortunately, silver augments onto 1. No lifting competition, but we do have Efficient Shopper here for Aaliyah, the Yorick unlock as well. This is one of the lines that some of the players from the Cooking Brownies EMEA side of things have played a lot of in regionals and in TAC round. Dasik in particular, Aaliyah as well on the final day of regionals, and someone like Raiko as well. So we'll see if he wants to commit to actually playing Shadow Owls.
And AQ1H
It's a shame we didn't get our prismatic opener.
This is not really the one you want. This is a very weak combat early on.
Look how big that Rumble is, though.
Rumble's
it does kind of
big.
bait you to level, which is the most dangerous part of a game like this.
Well, because you have the Alawi too, so it almost feels like you
must.
You could. You can. You should.
Level 5 here from Bin Bin. Super aggressive on 2-1, trying to play for the win streak thanks to the Silver Spoon. Has a Scion, has the LeBlanc already unlocked on stage 1 before he moves here into 2-1. So really hoping to win most of these fights here in stage 2.
This might have been a close call if AQ1H had actually leveled.
No, don't give him those ideas. It's a really weak combat.
First, Necrom makes our players play Veigar. Now she wants them to level and they shouldn't.
Don't do the Veigar anymore. Look, I work and vote for the chaos. That's what I want to see.
The call to chaos?
Yes.
Prismatic finale. We already got the low rolls out of the way last game. I don't think anyone will be hitting the golems or the golden egg, hopefully, if they find that again.
Don't say that. You also were like, I will walk off this stage if we don't get 3,000 damage from this Kiana 3.
Wukong on 2-2.
That's
what a
insane.
reward for leveling to 5. I think that's one of the big high rolls from Silver Spoon in the first place.
That is insane.
It's a crazy spot for Bin Bin.
Sets him up very well for like a Mel Fast 9.
Yep.
Full win streak into that one. And Mori going to start with, this is my favorite axiom, of water, gives you extra mana regen, great with invokers. looks very much like a an Invoker Freljord type of line where he's building some items just for the tank items slash Volibear later on.
I'm going to be really curious to follow these APAC players. Currently, none of them in the top 8. No APAC players. Also, of course, locked into that 4th top player that already made it to day 3. I don't think we've ever had a final lobby without APAC represented since the inception of the region. Correct me if I'm wrong, Clement. So hopefully that's not going to be the case here. We have 3 chances, of course, for these players to make that cut.
Yep, always had an APAC representative going into there after set 11, which was when APAC and Americas technically were formed.
A lot on the line as we look at our competitors like Hunching at 61 points. Got an early Vayne, so you can actually get this Demacia on board, but is kind of looking at the state of the lobby and really wants to secure this loss streak. Maybe thought that mid feed in the pool, that might be somebody he doesn't want to actually try to play against and win.
Yeah, trying to keep his loss streak because he wants to gamble on that Vayne showing up on the carousel. It'll be absolutely massive for him. Even better if he can even find a sword. No pings going down. I guess it was the EMEA players pinging then.
I would ping if I see a board with a Wukong and a Taric on 2-3. I'd ping more than once.
Can't
I don't
disagree.
think that board does anything though.
Wukong Taric here is crazy.
Just to let everyone know where the high rolls are coming through.
I guess so.
Vayne, Vayne, Vayne.
No Vayne, unfortunately. Looking at the bottom though, we are seeing the angles our players are potentially taking. Midfeed is pretty openly signaling he will be playing towards a Jinx reroll potentially with that Jinx right now. The bow pickup here on the Draven as well as that Vi pair and the Bard as well.
We see Reddy going for a very similar game plan, actually getting into the Bilgewater line, wants a full win streak, is going to play as strong as possible, even with an early Thief's Glove slam to get those extra black market items. Oh, Midfeed is thinking about it. There could be a world where he just goes onto the Draven route instead.
Halia found a Mundo 2. And 4 copies.
Mundo 3, CN Mundo 3 with double Archangels in the corner is the tech clearly. Don't talk to me or my son ever again on the front line. Buying some time for this Aphelios to hopefully deal some damage. I think he might be forced to slam Bramble here alongside the Rage Blade potentially, but that does lock him in quite a lot.
Oh, he is going to commit to it. So staking his claim on potentially Zwan into Jinx. That's kind of an interesting way to do it.
And Midfeed is kind of angling that Jinx line quite a bit, so we'll see what ends up happening here.
For now, it's just going to be Bard giving some gifts over to a couple of our players as we can check back in with Bin Bin. Has decided to bench the Taric for now, but did end up finding a LeBlanc too. And so I wonder, is this something where you think you can econ back up? Are you trying to go for 3-cost reroll?
It's kind of where you have a lot of tempo. You have some 4-cost as well. It really doesn't make sense to, I think, go into a reroll line. You don't have the Draven yet, unlike the Darius, for example, as well. You should use this strong frontline high rolls on the 2 singular 4-cost plus the
59, he needs like
levels to ideally find an Ambessa.
What, like top 2, top 3?
Maybe just skip stage 4 altogether if you can win streak most of the stage 2 and 3. And you should be able to with this setup, let's be
What
honest.
does Bin Bin need? Like top 2, top 3, 159 points?
On 59, I think Bin Bin needs...
Play for the high rolls offered. A big hit for Reddy though as he loses his win streak.
And Bin Bin's a player who's on 59
yes,
points.
He would need to get to 64 at a minimum.
To try and lock
so
in
65.
And we are having some interesting game plans coming out. AK1H
So
actually dabbling into
needs a third at least.
Yordles after a very nebulous start here. Wait. Another 4-cost for Bin Bin? Oh, okay.
Dude, what
it's almost like he got the luxury subscription.
Straight fast 9 we go. Let's go.
I feel like maybe do we see Midfeed actually try to lock into Jinx? It does appear to be a couple of 3-cost rerolls have started to take shape.
He wants to see what he gets here, but the Scion pickups will be the sure tell. Yeah, with the Freljord being signaled by Mortdog, personally, I believe it will be on the Jinx line.
Nice Sejuani pair. That would be a great upgrade to have.
Oh, another Jinx coming out. The direction is clear.
So it shall be. Midby is locking into the Jinx reroll for sure at this point after having the pairs get gifted from the gods.
And Aaliyah is maybe not happy to see that happen with his Mundo setup. I'm curious to see where he ends up going. For now, you can just use Mundo, obviously, as frontline. Maybe Rageblade Zoe's the answer here, apparently.
Zoe with bruisers. That's the new tech.
This was one of the OG variations of the Bruiser flex line with Bard, with the Felios, and the Zoe potentially as well as the backline carry at the very start of the set.
But Mori would love to play this LeBlanc. We already have a couple LeBlanc out
Oh, okay, so it's Prismatic Finale.
But I don't think it'll be rerolls, so this is still a potentially very good line for Mori here. Has a perfect setup to lose these next 3 fights with the Ixtal in, cash out on 3-5, and go for a roll down. It's going to sequence quite well. We'll see what his 3-2 augment is. I think it's going to kind of decide his direction.
Yeah, currently in the lobby, it's really between him and Darthnub to see who will stick to this Darius LeBlanc line. I do think Mori actually has a little bit better of a setup. He's going to get some extra cash outs. He's already slammed his item. Very strong signaling with a good combat for it as well. Meanwhile, Darthnub, he could still go in a lot of different directions.
So double silver into Prismatic is going to be the name of the game for this Game 7.
He has to hunt for it. If I'm Binbin, I'm hunting for it. Nah, never mind.
You already picked an Axiom.
Oh, that would have been really fun though. Just to get those legendary units already with the gift from the TFT gods, the 4 cost.
Potentially Titanic Titan for Darthnub. He was thinking about it. Nope, going to go for components instead. But branching out, Ionia +1 for Hanxing. Maybe not the option he was hoping for. He hasn't slammed any items yet, so he can still pivot his entire game plan, of course.
Yeah, usually not a critical emblem to be searching for. Aaliyah, I like this game plan for him. He's just flexing around several possibilities. He had a Jinx for a while, and now he's saying, I just need to play full tempo anyway, so just
you think we're really getting a triple silver for final?
But you can't see that Midbeat has already started to put items.
Oh no, it's Prismatic Finale. My bad.
It's just because
I feel like at least Aaliyah can know, well, do I feel confident to actually contest this, or do I want to try to pivot into something else?
For Aaliyah.
Is this an Ace time?
No, it's not.
Surely not.
Because it's just getting a random silver one, right?
For the sake of EMEA, I hope not.
I'm thinking, I see the Zoe, I see maybe a Leona, I see the Aphelios being held.
He's just holding all his possible outs. He did get Silver Destiny into on a roll, so maybe forced into more of an awkward line to try and get value from the augment. Can, of course, just ignore it altogether and not play into reroll at all. Can use this Mundo as just a Leona for now and then kind of pivot into the combo he's played a lot of today.
Can he just ignore on a roll?
I wonder if Darthnub and Mori will hold hands. I think Mori is more locked into it, but Darthnub actually has the higher point total, so he's actually less susceptible to being contested here.
What is this hit from Reddy?
Wait, it's a misfortune already, what?
Okay.
This is the coin flip
no, that's exactly what I need to see from Reddy.
Finding a misfortune early in stage 3. You have just the chance to stabilize a little bit harder in stage 3, not lose too much HP, and just have that 7 water.
Other side does have an Ionia Kaisa online.
Because, I mean, look, you can get the Fizz already.
Like,
what is stopping you from being able to just put 7 Bilgewater in and stacking up the Serpents now?
It'll probably be next turn. Second one as well, I think a fairly good augment for Bilgewater, just buying time. You have a pretty beefy front line in the first place. Big carousel coming up, and Besta is up and offered for any player trying to consider the Melflex line. Lux as well to have some earlier chance to have the upgrade for Demacia boards. And maybe a Mundo for Aaliyah if he wants to go for the Mundo 3. The Jinx stolen from midfeed, unfortunately, here.
The Ambessa is still available. Darthnub and Binbin probably chasing it down.
And Aaliyah, really good pickup, actually. With the efficient shopper, picks up the Leona. I think this is going to probably seal the deal in terms of him trying to go for the Leona reroll with a Zoe 2 already. Does have the Rage Blade Slam. I think it's not the end of the world. It's just extra attack speed with the Shojin.
There's Fizz. 7 Bilgewater. Ready is just styling on people. He really likes these vertical traits. 10 Noxus, Vertical Void, maybe even able to hit a prismatic augment that's going to actually allow you to get to like Bilge 10 or just like the Bilgewater max cap.
I hope that augment does not exist is my only consideration. If he gets another fast 10 game, that would be too much for these competitors to handle.
Okay.
Get all that.
I have something silly.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh.
Really rough situation for AQ1H. Bleeding out
Gonna be
tons
on
of
the
HP
it's
there.
gonna
Does
be on
pick
our
up a
broadcast.
Seraphine onto the board,
No,
but it's still not
future.
clear where he's going at this moment. Some form of AP line on the docket for him. I feel like he has to get bailed out by his 4-2 Prismatic, and we'll probably see the direction afterwards.
We see the Ambessa here already for Darth Nub, so definitely he has a chance to play for Melflex if he wants
Right
it. He hasn't
above
died yet, but there is a chance still in his
corner.
next fight. Or you can just
Oh, the
delay
cat
your round
cam.
for 4-2.
Yeah.
Considering Darth Nub is very healthy right now.
Yep, and AQ1H did have the chance to go for a potential rod on the carousel, skip that, so we know
Had to
he's
do it.
he's judged that his tempo is too low to get stacks on the Vigar. Is just going to have to bank on the level 4 roll down, level 8 roll down, excuse me. Midfeet now trying to get his Jinxes online. Does get so. Kind of slow on the copies, to be honest, but does get there. No one's ever building Tristana too. Don't cheat yourself.
He was thinking about it. But why would he hold the copies at all then? That's a gunslinger trait?
That is stay flex.
I suppose.
Mori as well hasn't gone to 7 yet. He's a player that we're also thinking might be a reroll player. This is the point where Midfeet has to win this round and the next one. Ideally, this is kind of the tempo plan you're prescribing to with this 3-cost reroll. Does end up doing so here. Taxing ready a tiny bit at the end of the stage 3.
Huh? Yeah, she's sleeping.
Yeah, absolutely critical to not let Bilgewater players run away. Ruddy has a really good setup because he has tank items from the 7 Bilgewater on his first one. That's typically the best result that you want for.
No.
Just enough time to scale up on the Senna and the Kindred later game.
I really want to check on Mori.
Right
He's
there.
still level 6. He's on a 4-loss streak now. He's a player who is playing on H-stall. I think maybe he must have, pushed a little bit more with his H-stall quest. He's a player who played Fast 9 pretty much all day today. This is why he's in this position now to potentially qualify to day 3. I wonder if he ever says, I am not a reroller. I just want to push levels despite having perfect Darius items. There's a few LeBlancs out of the pool as well from Darth Nub. And maybe just plays into the type of game plan he's more comfortable on, which is pushing for Fast 9, Fast 10.
I think it depends on the final augment. That's maybe why we're seeing him wait. The fact that we are going to get that prismatic at the very end. You know what's coming. You just have to hope that it's going to be the augment that's going to enable you to either go further or just have you settle on a reroll.
It's a stirring contest between him and Darth Nub that we will only find out on 4-2. In the
I don't
meantime,
like how Binbin's on top of the lobby
copies
right now, not gonna
early
lie.
here is a little bit light on the Malzahars.
Efficient shopper from Aaliyah. If he finds one of these key 3 costs on the stage 4 carousel, it will be really good news for him as well. We have to remind our viewers, prismatic augments are coming up.
As much as I'm rooting for Darth Nub,
consider what kind of augments they can.
Binbin is my second pick right now.
A lot of
so if they could go, you know, Darth Nub 1, Binbin 2.
As we see
well, Darth Nub ready, Binbin. I think Binbin.
Sure that she doesn't get full value out of the Gargoyle Stone Point.
Darth Nub, Binbin ready.
Yes. Should still be
We can make
deal
this work.
with at this moment.
And then in 4th place,
just the frequent casting of the Zoe to get him through. And here we go. Big prismatic, big moments. The fates of these players and their chances.
CTG holding on hope.
Champion.
True,
Down to
CTG.
This.
Yep.
How many Call to Chaoses will we see? That is the big question. Soul Awakening already picked up by Hanxing. Radiant Relic, Radiant Void Staff is picked up. You already have the Shred from the Zoe, but I think it's really the only option. Or the Stone Play potentially for the Leona as well.
What?
Okay, invested for Binbin. Growth mindset for AQ1H.
I'm just realizing
Darth
now,
did
looking
end up
at
getting called
Twitch,
to Chaos,
that
and it's going to be the lucky item.
Reddy's profile picture on Twitch is Viper with a McDonald's hat.
Mori also ended up taking Call to Chaos, and he got the RNG golem.
I want to scream wrong game at him.
Been happier with the backline one, considering you want Darius to be your Giga tank, but he isn't a half
crossover is so good.
Yeah,
it's so good. Like you were saying with Basso,
he has growth mindset because he needed the instant roll down, but doesn't get the Azir, which would have been a big save for him.
The origin of every TFT player is just a disgruntled Valorant player.
Start also has the Seraphine to at least get the Disruptor enabled with Malzahar, but you can see where he's starting to lack in that front line. AQ1H
In
at
two games that have
8
nothing to do
has
with
been
each
able
other.
to put together quite a strong board with that Skarner, but maybe this Rage Blade will stack up enough that the Zoe can do it.
One more cash should do it. Leona's still alive as well. The Radiant Stoneplate was the pickup in the end. Elia very smartly rolls down heavily here. He doesn't need to play for first, doesn't need to play for fourth even.
Zoe.
He's currently in the lead on the standings, just needs a consistent amount of points to make it to day 3. So rolls down heavily, needs to win this stage 4.
Tom Kench for ready.
Yep, and he sees that his front line is solid enough, goes for the backline black market item here. Cutthroat Cutlass, still a pretty good one, 35% enhanced damage. We're looking at the re-rollers and their positions. Actually only one off Jinx, so a decent position for mid-feed.
Desperation roll down, trying to spike and continue the win streak here, but not quite able to hit the power upgrades that he needed. If he loses here, it would be kind of tragic considering he rolled down to 0 gold, was really counting on the win streak gold to keep him up and alive.
It's going to be an unfortunate loss here for Darth Nub as mid-feed. It just gets closer and closer to elimination. And remember, if you're eliminated in this game, you are not making it to the grand finals.
Look at the tempo of the lobby. 5 players have rolled to 0 on this turn, trying to win these next few fights. They don't want to fall into the dangerous territory. It's only Bin Bin, who's currently sitting on 80 gold, trying to push 9, really playing for that fast 9 CN strategy. Aaliyah, who's already hit a big power spike with the Zoe, can stop now on 30, and Mori as well, who's slowly trying to push levels.
Okay, we're
costs.
building.
Oh, we're building
And,
pretty
stage
hard,
2
yeah.
will do that for you. So straight to fast 9. In the meantime, for AQ1H, he does pick up a Shyvana to round out a little bit more of his defenses into the front line. He is on a Mel pair, so that is the best possible scenario that he's looking for,
like
waiting for him in his
soft,
shot. But otherwise, I feel like he is in very, very tough spot.
I
I'm a
say
little bit worried for
softly,
Reddy.
just with like
29 HP, 4 loss streak, MF1 still has rolled to
AQ1,
0, has a Tom Kench online, sure, but Tom Kench is not that strong right now. You need to get this Tom Kench to scale. You need the Tom Kench 2 in particular. You have really only the Braum 2 and the Soul Awakening as your power plays. Mel 2 for AQ1H.
What?
Oh my goodness. Whoa, wait a minute.
No,
Nuh-uh.
I don't
By
like
Dark
that,
Knight as
and I
well,
don't
so a
like the
huge
Skarner
pickup for
2 either.
AQ1H. I did not
Me
expect
neither.
that prediction to come true.
Clement just throwing out his blessings. Too powerful of a caster here on the deck.
Oh, and Darth Nub has to see it. He's just waiting.
Yeah, Darth Nub has to see it now too. At least we're sitting on a pair of Swains.
He has the items for it as
And
well.
we're sitting
still
on
missing
much
the
better
crit,
HP.
but,
I mean, there's a
this does
chance
mean he
that
has a potential
AQ1H
angle
like
to come
runs
back a little
into
bit faster in stage 5.
like a Reaper player.
I don't know, front line
Yeah.
it seems like still for AQ1H.
Wait.
It's going to be close.
He can't deal with the Wukong there. And
Wait
this
a
burst
second.
should take his back
Oh my
line out.
god,
He could
Wukong won.
be going down to
No way.
2
He's still
HP.
alive here.
Oh,
My king.
2 HP and a dream.
Yo, wait,
for
he's
our
alive.
APAC
He
player.
is.
Currently all 4
With
APAC
2?
players in the
Oh.
bottom 4 of the HP totals.
Okay.
It is finally the
This is a
Jinx
spicy
3-4 midfeed. There is a Jinx 3, or the Leona 3, sorry, for Elia as well. So the 3-cost rulers are coming up into their power
Who
spike a
could
little bit
they-
early.
who
Usually
could
we have,
AQ
you
have
know, stage
played?
5-1, 5-2 where they're mostly
Okay,
hit.
could go against Reddy, who just also won.
Mori is the only one pretty much behind the curve when it
And
comes
then
to those
midfeed
re-rolls. Still
here,
not
which
able to find his
midfeed could-
Dariuses. There
could
are
take
2
it
other
down, I
Mel
think.
players that might be taking them out of the pool here.
Has potential. Yeah.
that's tough, but that's why
Oh,
you
it's
have to
Bin
consider
Bin. I really wanna see
secondary
AQ.
frontlining. I think that's why you don't feel as bad being able to get another tank. But I think for
Wait, yeah,
Bin Bin,
wait,
this is just a kind of a tough draw. Bin Bin, of course, at 59 points, really needs to have a third, maybe a second place in order to actually get into the grand finals with the 59 points.
Expected loss here for Bin Bin. He's obviously greeting the invested, so this is the one player
No,
that doesn't care
no,
who he
no,
faces. He knows it
no.
should
I
normally be a
don't
loss here in
need
stage 4 still.
this. No.
Tough road ahead. Reddy is
AQ beats
at
Reddy.
16 HP, so also the next
Reddy.
likely player to get eliminated. The 7 Bilgewater was online so quickly, but it's been a little bit slow going to be able to get everything else
but
that
we
you would want.
We
Want to
two-starred
beat the Tom
RMF.
Kench, but you also want to have enough gold to actually roll and try to get these upgrades.
I do think he actually leveled very aggressively on 3-2 for the
and we
misfortune
dropped
for
the
extra
Fizz
cash
also.
outs, but it's always a kind of tug and pull if you want to keep just the 5 Bilgewater in, continue to win streak. He went onto the lost streak route, kind of got baited a little bit. And this is why Bilgewater, a lot of players say it's a very flippy composition. You either do get the natural tempo and you can high roll, or otherwise this is more of the standard outcome.
From this spot, it's still going to be 2 lives, but Reddy says he has to roll it here, so he's not thinking about going level 9 at all.
You seeing what I'm seeing,
I think
Domino?
Reddy needs around a 3rd place to guarantee he makes it.
Hurting my soul.
Yeah, I'm seeing some stabilization that is not in our favor here.
Not quite close to any extra Bilgewater items.
Reddy's also contesting this Swain.
AQ1H is the real surprise, right? It's very unexpected to hit the Mel2 on 8, so he's someone that can throw a wrench into everyone's game plans as they face him in stage 5.
But this is a very tough matchup. If he doesn't actually get the burst damage into the backline onto the Jinx, and I don't think he will get it.
I think Reddy's also going to be facing elimination. Binbin has a Rise 2 fully itemized already at level 9. And so I think Reddy's going to take a huge hit. And
Reddy's
that's
out.
elimination.
No!
And AQ1H will survive, able to tax midfeed a tiny bit there as well. What a fight from Reddy to make it this far. Great, confident showings across this day, but not quite able to clutch it up in this Game 7.
63 won't
But to say you made it into the top 12 at your very first Tactician's crown is a huge achievement that you should be proud of. And we get to look forward to seeing more of Reddy throughout the TFT Pro circuit for set 17.
It's going to be Binbin the Grim Reaper knocking on the doors of potentially some of these APAC players here. Binbin pretty much decides everyone's fate. How many points are you going to end up? Who is the first to face him?
Darth Nub is going to be on the other side, and so this is going to be still a Mel 1 as Darth Nub was contested for this big upgrade. And so I think we should know that this is going to be a Binbin win.
Okay.
And Darth is level 8, has rolled to 0, has no chance to spike anymore as well. So he is just trying to fight for placements, trying to fight for a top 4. Similar case for Hanching here, but Hanching getting taken down a notch. AQ1H continues the win streak. He has to continue this win streak all of stage 5 essentially.
I think Darth is just preserving health now. Like he was contested, AQ hit. I don't think anyone can beat AQ right now.
Very dire situation.
Yeah, it's bad. Darknub needs to just survive.
Actually, you're right. I thought it was mind feed, but they haven't gone up against each other.
To beat
the then we saw AQ against.
I think you have to give it to Binbin at this point.
Yeah.
Level 9, Galio 2, Rise 2.
For Darth Nub,
there should be a
like mind feed had to fight AQ
before
Reddy.
Strong enough with all of his
and then we would have been okay.
To survive.
Yeah,
to survive. Going up against
and now it just has to be. He's already fought Darth Nub.
Down mid-feed, and AQ1H at the brink of elimination.
Okay.
Huge fight for our APAC players right here. We do have a stun going down into the back line there, and the front line is starting to get chipped away, but even faster falling.
Okay.
Huge Leona stun as well. Does it buy enough time for the Malzahar for the Zoe? Looks like it does. The Zoe cast again, the Malzahar cast again.
Probably still can.
AQ1H is
AQ's out.
Down.
Okay.
Not repeat his showing in the final lobby. Midfeed as well in 6th place.
Unfortunately means that likely not going to make it into
and Darth
the
Nub wins this.
finals lobby. All
so we
eyes
recover
now
Econ.
4 HP.
We stabilize.
Mel's
are back in the pool.
With these long shots. Or is it going to be
hopefully not too far
to actually get the point totals he needs with Mori and Binbin right on his tails?
Welcome back, Callie. I hope you had a good shift.
Keeping strong in these top 4s.
It's getting crazy in here.
Also guarantees
you might want to
is going to show
scores
in that day 3 for us. So 3 players from EMEA now locked in
for our
the
favorite
grand finals. And Aaliyah played a great game, exactly what he needed to do. He fought for the right power spikes, exactly when he needed to preserve HP.
Reddy also from
Didn't
America has gone out 8th in this.
One of the reroll comps he's played most of.
America's
in
is
day 1 and day 2 with the Leona and the
looking out.
Mori could potentially be
looking
the
out.
only
So
APAC
all
is
of
America's just Darth Noob left?
Yep.
Sitting now at only 22
Yep.
HP, and I have to say this does not look like a particularly high cap board, considering that the third
Reddy,
option
but
was a
so now it is
prismatic.
Darth Nub.
Yeah.
Just needs good fight RNG to dodge a couple more rounds.
We already know
This
that
is going to be
Revan is
Darth
in. We
on
already
the
know
other
that
side
Seiya
of
is
Mori,
in.
potentially a ghost. So the other
as well
player
as
that's going
Basic
to be on
and
the brink
Lil.
of Elim is Hanshing. 61 points with a bottom 4 is not safe enough. And it looks like Hanshing has been eliminated. That's going to be our top 4 secured for this game. Bin Bin earning himself a ton of points. So now that bar has shifted with Bin Bin at 59 securing a top 4.
Bin Bin and Mori have to get as many points as possible in these next few rounds. Time and time again, the hopes of APAC on a Japanese player's
somebody needs to
shoulders.
deal
It was
with Bin
title,
Bin.
it was summertime, or now potentially it's going to be Mori trying to make that grand
I don't
finals.
see who's going to deal with Bin Bin.
Yeah, midfeed is also mathematically eliminated, so it's all down to
Was
Mori.
it Mori?
Bin Bin,
Does
he
Mori
was
have
the
a
lowest
chance?
point leader, but if he makes it in the
I think
top
it's Mori
3,
that
he
has
will
a
also
chance,
be
yeah,
in.
but...
Judging his position, it's very, very strong. Darthnub just vibing right here. He's feeling it. He knows that he's punched
smiling,
his ticket
bro.
here. At least 66 points. He is going to be above the 4 members on the bottom.
Yeah. Mathematically,
67
Darthlab
points, actually.
is safe, but like...
Very important, 67.
Okay, good. Hell yeah.
I'm pretty well, yeah,
See the
CLE's
fight from
calling out
Darthnub
the
here.
cast,
If
but
he can do it with just this
I
Mel
thought-
1, it's a big loss. He's going to be eliminated, but I think, yeah, as you mentioned, Clement, with a smile on his face, he is probably guaranteed to be making it through to the grand finals. A player who came in
See, this is why we don't trust
despite
my math.
His cup win in TPC Cup number 2 did not have the best end of the set, but really locked in for this tack round and has shown up in a huge way and playing so many unconventional lines. Elia clearly happy with
Look
his
at Elia.
flexing on the rest of the competitors.
Yeah.
Don't break your bet, Elia, please.
You might break his camera.
Save that one for tomorrow.
He's
Darthnub
bopping to
through
his
Aaliyah
music so
through,
hard.
and with the 4th place eliminated, Bin Bin will now also be through as well.
So the top 4 in this lobby are the 4 players that will be making it through, it seems like, with how the math is shaken up. And very happy to have a Japanese player, an APAC player especially, in the grand finals.
We all are now praying on Mori from 6 to 1. Last man standing. Bring it home.
Same story, different tack round.
Yep.
Bin Bin actually needs to get a 2nd place to avoid tiebreakers.
Okay, I thought it was
Oh.
a third.
His board, I think,
needs a
I'm pretty
second.
confident he's going to accomplish
Bin Bin.
it. 5 win streak,
I would
rise
assume
2, volley
as
2.
well. But, you know, Bin Bin and Mori, those are going to be the 2 competitors that are actually facing each other right now. So that might determine his fate. If Bin Bin is able to win this match versus Mori, this should guarantee him a 2nd place bare minimum, which would be what he needs to avoid the tiebreakers. Let's see how it plays out.
I'd be very surprised if that board actually loses to Aaliyah, but anything can happen. Mori here, the HP totals is going to be critical. Is it going to be 66 points total or 67?
Aaliyah is knocked out in the end as well. 3rd place for Aaliyah. Bin Bin on a 6th win streak, truly taking over. What a ballsy
What a
move
game.
to go for the invested, to skip stage 4, to play for as much econ as possible. Even from the very beginning, remember that level to 5 with Silver Spoon finding the early Wukong and Tarek to set up this fast 9 from Bin Bin, and he has been rewarded for those risks.
Beautiful line selection, doesn't get baited by the potential loggerheads with all the other Mel players here, and now he is just going to complete the impossible comeback. Lowest points before this game, making it to his first Tactician's Crown final, representative of the JOC, the only one there.
And Mori as well, despite playing so much fast 9 AP today, he had the spot to reroll. He said, I'm going to play the best game of TFT that I can from this position, playing for the Darius reroll in the end. And a very good top 2 from his position as well.
Big
Finally
res.
eliminated, but
Big
Bin Bin,
res.
what a showing in this game 7 from the CN player.
Impressive finish for somebody who
Bin
needed that
has had
first
some
place
incredible
in
games
order
today.
to qualify. Based on how those points took out, even a 2nd place would have done it. But congratulations to our competitors that will be joining our top 4 from the standings from the last game in the grand finals tomorrow. What an exciting finish to our 2nd day of competition.
This is what they've all been working towards. A lot of people coming into TAC round first try, they just put it as an afterthought of making it into the finals.
Alright, I think we know these final scores already.
The vitality chains, the adrenaline starts
I'll
pumping.
just make sure
this
that
is
they're
what
sorted.
players who are competitive and on the edge have been working towards their entire lives.
And also in a set, and I think a patch and a meta as good as this one, as complicated as this one with so many different lines, a very wide meta indeed, and kind of three.
I will say though,
big
that's a good
overarching
point.
game
I
plans you
am
can
going
settle
to
into
miss
throughout a game with the 3 cost
having
being strong,
this
the
many
4 cost being
units.
strong, and of course the
100%.
fast 9. I think
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for everyone to go back to a regular roster. Like,
Grand Finals, and I think one of the strongest fields of players we've ever
Yeah,
seen.
the flexibility.
I think it was a really good.
But we've learned a lot from watching these first 2 days of competition. It is going to be tomorrow about finding Rise, finding Mel, finding these explosive ways to be able to cap out that board going fast 9, maybe even getting a little lucky and playing Ishtal Expeditionist. I can't wait to see what tomorrow is going to hold.
My question is, how many games of Darius reroll does Brevin play? that is the big question on my mind, to be honest.
It could be a lot. It really could be.
He could go to 8. That's the technically largest possibility.
Well, let's go ahead and show you the scores for the final time. After an incredible 13-game stage, we will be able to show you our top 8 competitors moving on to the grand finals.
All right.
We will congratulate, of course, AQ1H, Mori, Bin, Ready, Double, Olbo, Setsuko, and Royal for making it into the top 16. But unfortunately, they fell just 1 or 2 games short.
This hasn't updated just yet, so Mori and Bin should have made it into the finals.
Yeah, I was going to
We
say.
will be waiting until the final calculations make sure of that, but from our side, Mori and Bin
Why would they show it?
You're
Yeah.
right. This is not going to show us the exact lobby.
Yeah,
You're
well,
totally
because
right
I
about
think
that.
they don't have
Yeah,
a
the top
graphic
4
that
from
breaks
the last game that we had will have made it
5
into
through
the
5
grand
through
finals
12.
tomorrow. So we'll make sure that.
Oh, I see.
So they were
for you guys,
using the.
And then we will go back to it. But I think it has
Yeah,
been very exciting
Fred
because
and
this
graphic
is going to
beats
be 3 EMEA
us
players
on
in
this.
the grand finals.
And also a ton of CN players. These are 2 regions who have not won a TAC round in 8 sets. So maybe finally that dry streak is broken for one of the 2 regions. Obviously, my bias is towards EMEA. It's been a little bit too long, but we'll see what ends up happening.
She's sleeping,
I
but
just
she's
want to
watching.
say this is a terrible day
No.
for tier listers because only 2 finalists have reappeared so far. Lee Sao and Dasik are the only only two to make it as those contender status. A lot of new
I'm pretty
faces
sure
joining
the
fray.
It goes to show,
tiebreakers are
I think,
already
what
settled.
TPC has done in terms of introducing new players into this tier 1, able to get that perfect prep against elite competition, and now starting to form
Yeah, I'm pretty
that
sure
new
Reddy
wave
came
of
in
talent
7th here.
TFT, who are able to debut on a stage like this one and
Would
still
have been
push into
tying
grand
with
finals on their
AQ.
first chance.
Well, for Darthnub, this is the 2nd chance. After actually having a 40th place at his last Tactician's crown that was at Into the Arcane, he's completely rewritten that history for himself. Going from maybe like last place to first place in Attack Crown would be pretty big.
This is the way he's done it. I think he's a player who I will tell some players that he played a lot of Vayne, Demacia long shots and scrims. That got reverted. I was kind of worried for him in terms of what he would do with his game plan, but it's really popped off.
Here we
on this
are.
day 2.
Okay,
It's
we've got our standings for you, and so
still-
you can see, unfortunately, the bottom 4 of that last game, AQ1H, Ready, Midfeed, and Hunching, have
Yeah, I
been
don't think
eliminated from
they-
the competition.
They
but
don't have
again,
the-
top 12.
Yeah,
really
they
nothing
don't.
to scoff at in a field of competition like this. But tomorrow, the players that will be going to the grand finals. Feast your eyes on this, a 78-point bomb from Saya to take a world record at a Tactician's crown. Joining the fray will be one more player from EMEA, APAC, CN, and Americas, all to round it out.
46 points in just 6 games. Syed,
EMEA, not EMEA. Americas and APAC holding on to their last hopes.
I feel like he suddenly is the player to beat.
Last
That
hopes.
storyline is absolutely insane, and the way he did it too
Okay,
was so unexpected.
so
Completely
who
in
wants
style,
to do their
completely
pick'ems
free
live
form.
on
We're
stream?
talking about the chance to have 4 wins in a row, and you might think, oh, the games that are not wins are maybe bottom
I'll do
4s.
my
No, they're 2
pick'ems.
seconds as well, so probably the most dominant game or day of TFT we have ever seen.
Okay, this is our
Almost a perfect
roster.
day
This is what
across
we have
6
to
games.
pick.
Last
Yeah.
record was 73 points. Even Revan was just 1 point
So yeah,
shy from being able to break it.
Until Clement cursed him.
Did break that 73
Okay, so
point
CLE couldn't do it, but
record
Clement
with
did.
78
Clement is a little bit more
holding.
powerful. Been around for a little bit too long.
78.
But it's just so exciting because at least
And he
we have one
played
representative
only
from
the
each
12
region
games.
in the grand finals
Not even
tomorrow.
the 13.
Last set, Americas was missing. So now they at
Holy
least have
moly.
one person that they can get behind in Darth Nub. APAC as well is not going to be missing from this list. They've got two, but really EMEA and CN are going to be the big winners from this.
It's our time to shine. I'm looking especially at Aaliyah and Dasik, two prep partners, two very good friends as well in their journeys in TFT, and both of them making it together.
Grand
into this grand
final.
finals. It's a truly
The
special
final
moment for
day,
these
the
competitors.
top 8 best
And what's so
players in the
interesting is our
world. Will
field
you
is
be able
mainly
to
consisted of
hit the
consistent
final
top four players.
ranking
Now,
of
actually, a
Lore
lot
and
the
Legends
well-known
Tactician's
first or eighth
crown?
players do not make it here.
This
Lisa is
stage
known
will
as the most
close
consistent tournament
before the
performer
start
from
of day
CN as well.
3, so
Revan in the same
technically we've
kinda
got a lot of time to
category.
do
The
this.
Flippers
But
did not flip themselves
my
in.
brain... Wait,
But
why isn't it
consistent top
open?
fours
Is it open for you?
comes with the reward of being able
It's
to
still
go
locked,
to the
but
Tactician's
it's
crown
but the timer
and
is
also
at the
to
end.
reclaim a spot in the TFT Pro
I'm
circuit. We
not sure
are
I'm
so
looking at the right
excited to be
place.
joined by
It's locked for you
Revan,
too?
one of the
Okay.
big
It might
points
only
earners
open
from
like in the
today.
morning.
Revan,
Maybe
how
it's like
are
a
you?
manual, I don't know.
Congratulations.
Hello.
But why would they
Thank
have a
you
timer
very much.
then?
I'm super happy
Maybe they
well,
only open it when
for the achievement.
stream
so,
ends?
yeah,
Question
really
mark?
happy.
Probably.
Oh,
Hopefully.
maybe.
So what was the mindset
Okay.
coming into this
Let me
weekend?
pick. Let me
You know,
in.
talk to me a little bit about
Take
how
a
are
listen to
you
this
kind
interview.
of starting to quiet
Yeah.
the haters that might have
pick
put
up
you in
the-
D tier for their tier lists?
I was feeling really confident, even though I didn't have in the last tournaments good results. I don't know why, but well, I actually know why. But lately on scrims, I was playing way better than before. Also on a mental way, I was also feeling really good that I really believed in myself that I could achieve this. So yeah, my feelings were really good before the tournament.
So how does it feel now that you not only accomplished your goal of being able to make it back to the pro circuit, but you get to play in a grand finals of a Tactician's crown tomorrow?
It feels amazing. Definitely, I'm super happy, as I said, because the first goal was to get into the finals, so I could get back my tier 1 place, and also play into the finals. That was actually like a big achievement. But definitely, what feels crazy it's the way I did it. Like I got into the finals, and I still had 2 games to play. Like that was a strange feeling because when you are playing, you are having like a big cortisol. You are like with adrenaline. You are like huge excitement, and then keeping on playing the tournament, but having already qualified for 2 games. I don't know, it felt so weird because it was like, okay, I don't give a fuck about these next 2 games. Like, even though I can get top 1 or top 2, I couldn't care. So it was nice.
Did you know that you were a point away from breaking a Tactician's crown point record?
Yeah, I knew. But that's what they told me because my chat was telling me, no, try to get the record, let's go for it. And I was like, yeah.
But he's not allowed to reach
I
it.
mean, if I get the record, nice, but like for me, getting into the TFT World Championship Finals, it's an achievement from 1 to 100, level 99, like super big achievement in my life, super important. I'm breaking that record from 1 to 10, it's maybe a 7. So I just did a 99 achievement. I couldn't care less about a 7 to 100 achievement. You know what I mean?
Of course. I mean, you have been a competitor through and through, especially going back to your League of Legends days. So what is it that about TFT that has been something that just makes you excited to compete?
I just enjoy the game. I'm like a really competitive person on everything. I've been playing games all my life, but I only play competitive games because I like the competition. So what I like most about TFT is that there is a pro circuit, that you can compete on tournaments and you can try to be the best and show it up.
You've definitely done that. I mean, Brevin, watching your performance yesterday, it was so fun to be able to see you get the first. Today as well, you just put on an expert display. But let's talk about how you did that. You had so many Noxus reroll games. Was that like, okay, your game plan going into this, or was it just you see the spots given to you in game and you said, well, I'm uncontested?
I think, I mean, I knew that comp was good, and that was, for me, one of the prio comps to play. But definitely, I just think that I had the right spots to play them. And over the tournament, I was feeling even more confident on the comp because I was getting good results. So tomorrow, as soon as I have a little bit of an angle to play Darius, I will play Darius. So if any of the other guys that are playing in the finals are hearing this interview or will hear it later, just saying I'm going Darius. If you want to contest me, okay, we both go 8. I already won, so I don't care about losing one placement or two. But maybe you win.
I thought there was a cat in that
more to lose than
basket
me.
too
Just saying.
when I first
I'm
saw
going
it.
Darius.
I
Oh,
love
yeah,
the
like the
confidence.
tail
You're
from
staking
the-
your
whatever
claim
that
now on the
item is.
Noxus
Yeah.
reroll so that other people don't contest you. But Revan, you also showed us that it's not just the reroll that you're able to be successful with. We saw a game where you got contested by Binbin, who picked the no scout, no pivot with the Noxus units, and you showed off. You're like, okay, I guess I'm just going to end up winning with a flex board. So talk to us about that. How's your confidence level having to play checkmate format tomorrow, knowing that those firsts are inevitable?
I mean, to be honest, I feel confident in all meta comps. I think I can play everything because I've been preparing for this for a long time and I put it in so much effort. But I don't know. I just will play and will go as it goes. We will see. But I feel really confident for tomorrow. I think I can do it.
Last thing I want to ask you about is just how much pressure do you feel or how much support have you felt from the Spanish community? You are the first Spanish player to ever make it to a Tactician's crown. You have a huge community that is backing and supporting you. And I heard that you had a bunch of nice messages come through from your friends who were supporting you directly yesterday ahead of the competition. So is there anything you want to say to them? And yeah.
That's always awesome because I feel like every time I get into a big achievement on TFT, a lot of the Spanish community comes to cheer for me, even though they don't even play TFT or maybe they played a few sets ago. So I'm sure today I had like more than 15K viewers, and I'm sure like half of them didn't play a single game this set, but they are just here to feel the vibes, to see what happens, to see if we achieve something important. There are most of them Koi fans that they just really like to see how Koi goes in every esport. So I'm really happy for them. I'm also especially happy for those guys that are cheering me, even though if I'm not playing for qualifying to the World Finals, like they are here every day on the streams. Those guys are even more important because they are on a daily basis every time with me. And also I'm super happy as well for the whole TFT community because I came back to TFT after 2 years without playing on the last set, and I felt really, I don't know the word in English, but like hacks, you know, everyone just, not only the Spanish community, like the French community as well, everyone just treated me so well, so I really appreciate it.
You were embraced. As everybody, I think, really does support you and also believe in you. Any final words that you want to say to those people and friends before we let you go for tomorrow?
Yeah, I want to thank all my studio group, especially Washian and Kambuli, because they didn't make to the finals, and I'm sure they had the level to make it, but TFT, it's all luck, so they were unlucky. I'm happy that Darnoob actually made it, so we will be 2 of the studio group in there. Also, I want to thank the Spanish community because they helped me as well to get way better on the game, especially in the early set, in the middle set, now that they weren't really into TFT anymore because they weren't competing. They didn't put it that much time. And the big thank you, it's actually to my chat because they are the number one influencer on me to be good on the game, because until now, until like 1 week ago, I was always playing while reading the chat, because I don't know, if I don't read the chat while playing TFT and streaming, I'm getting bored. So there was one moment and I said, okay, let's actually stop. From now on, I won't ever read the chat in game. And since I did that, the beast is unleashed. I'm playing, not gonna lie, like twice better. I'm playing so much better because I don't read like 100 opinions and 99 of them are horrible. So thank you for my chat. Right now, I'm the player I am because I've been playing all times, all tournaments, everything, with like Rock Lee things in the
training weights,
like 100 kilograms inside me, you know. So now I'm unleashed. I'm without the chat, and I'm gonna be the best.
I love that. Gracias, Reven's chat, for giving him this a new opportunity. Yeah. And gracias, Reven, para tu tiempo. Felicidades and buena suerte para mañana.
Muchas gracias, amiga. Que vaya bien. Cuidarse. Bye bye.
I love that. Oh my gosh, that was the secret. It wasn't even just for the content. It was the content, the stream, the chat. It was holding him back this whole time.
He mentioned it when prepping for scrims that he just finally decided it's time to let go of this, and he became just so much better throughout the scrims. We even saw it in the results throughout the scrims, getting better and better leading into TAC round, and really showcasing the peak form he can reach when he's on his A game.
I feel like Robin Songs might need to change his meta a little bit. You know, he takes a lot more suggestions from chat, and in terms of the results, that's not how you do it at TAC round.
Call out.
He's usually pretty locked in, I feel like. But yes, there is something to be said about the fact that you have so many things you need to think about. And I think a lot of players will say that streaming, while it is awesome to be able to share your first-person perspective and your experience with the fans, that's another component that is just taking you.
Give everybody this view really quick.
Oh. Baby girl.
Baby girl. Baby girl. My little voice.
I want to give her pets too. Yes, little boy cat.
Remember, chat. One prime sub is one pet to the cat.
Oh, damn.
It's completely satirical. She'll get pets no matter what.
Yes, she will. Look at her. Oh, yeah.
Okay. She lifts the foot. That's her warning.
Yeah. It's like, enough, mother.
Yeah. She's like, what are you doing?
I think all of our players can take a page out of that book. There's going to be intense focus required for tomorrow's grand final.
Yeah.
I catch her like, okay, I guess I should wake up now.
That will be taking the stage.
Yeah.
You can take home the $150,000 grand prize, the Tactician's crown, and of course the title of Grand Champion. Before we get into that action, please make sure that you stay tuned, as we are going to show you a show match featuring set 17.
Oh, that's right.
Space Gods.
Yeah, so
and also
tomorrow,
make sure that you go check out
tomorrow,
your pickups,
pending I wake up on time,
so you can
right?
lock in your thoughts
that
on how
will be
you think
in
that this final
and
day
watching the
is
show
going to
match.
That's gonna do it
at
for
3
us
a.m.
here at the
PT,
Tactician's Crown
3:15 a.m.
broadcast in
PT.
Alicante, Spain. Thank you all so much for watching.
Otherwise,
and for tuning in to
we'll
cheer
be up
on
and
our
running
players.
as soon as
And
I'm
we hope that
awake.
you'll join us tomorrow to continue to do that. As we
And then
say
games start at
goodbye
4.
soon
So
to set
3:15 is our
16
show match.
Lauren
It'll be an
Legends.
hour
Good
for the
night.
show match, and then we'll get into the game.
So 5:15.
So 4:15.
Okay.
Yep. Alrighty.
Okay.
Thanks everybody for joining us in chat and on the cast. Domino and Cora, it was a pleasure to watch the games and hang out with you.
It was a pleasure to be here, and I'll be here tomorrow as soon as I wake up very early in the morning. We'll see you all tomorrow.